My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. Wow, the gain is way too high. I must have bumped the gain. There we go. That should fix it. How are you doing today? Happy Pride Month, my lovely, lovely imps, and welcome back to Demon Mama. It has been quite a few days since the last time we were streaming together, but it is good to see you. Gayfish, Elk Owl, Uncle Gumbald, Emu Anon, Fine as Live, Kazama, Emerald Queen, Copioid Crisis, Piftle Cakes, Vixen, Thandria, Baphomet, Nuts, Uncle Gumbald, Annie, Pansabi, Vermin Hands, great to see you. Saul Gracchus, great to see you. Trevor, Aska, Comrade Crab, Thaddeus, Susie Clem says BLM, Punky Gal, what? 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 Could they hear me?
They could hear you, but they couldn't see you.
What? I accidentally turned it on studio mode. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Thank you, Piftle Cakes. Anyway, this was just focusing on you. Rapdi, thank you so very much. I hope your dog is okay. I'm glad you were able to hear me. I am here. I am in brilliant cosmic rainbow colors. I have a new haircut and new glasses. Oh my God, thank you so very much for all of your generous donations. It is wonderful to see you again. We have a lot to talk about, but before I do anything else, I have to talk to the people in YouTube chat. Falmer Flamingo, Nat, Indicat, Violet Licorice, Smalls, Corey Lane, Astro Il Magnifico, Mother of Mudkips, Neb, Kimber Wolf, Amazing, Shay Annalyn, Sky Muerke, Michael Jones, Comrade, Cat Pernicus, Furcifer, Rhodes, Lorient, Rebecca Soul West, and many, many more. Grouchy Ash, Harrier, Hanubia, Silent Storm, and Jacob Whittinger. It is good to see every last one of you. I have missed you all a lot, okay? I have missed you all a lot. And before we do anything else, I want to show you this. Look at this thing. Look at this little dude. Look at this. Do you see this? It's a snail. Look, it's a little snail. I found this at a store the other day. It's a little snail-shaped fidget. It's like a little grub, and it's a fidget. It makes lots of noise. I'm gonna try not to play with it because it's really noisy, but it's sick as fuck, and I wanted to show it to you. I've been collecting fidgets because I've been thinking that maybe one of the first Demon Mama merch items that we ever make should be a Demon Mama fidget, right? Because I mean, like, come on, let's be real. Anyway, yeah, so, guys, God, I have so much on my mind, and I apologize if my stream is a little bit less structured for the near future. It has been a long and tiring process of shopping for a new place. Why is my gain so fucked up right now? Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's move this back just a little bit, and let's see if turning, is that better? There we go. Okay, that's perfect. So, there's probably going to be, previous streams had structure. Hey, they have some structure, just because I'm easily distracted, okay? I have like tons of notes of things that I want to talk about, but I am moving on the 13th. That's right, we finally have a place. And let me tell you, everybody, my new place is gonna blow your fucking minds. It's not like a mansion or anything like that, not even close. It's just a nice little house, but the studio space is going to be my devoted studio space. So I'm gonna be able to basically do whatever the fuck I want to it, and we're gonna really be changing up the backdrop and the look of it. And it is amazing. Not only that, but it has a workshop space, so I will be able to start putting together props, and backdrops, and decorations, and all kinds of other things that I've been working on for this summer. It's amazing. So, I'm not buying a house, I'm just renting a house. I'm not that kind of rich, not even close. You guys know this. I'm sure you guys have an idea of approximately where my income is. Thanks to you all, by the way. Yeah, so I'm very, very excited for it, but it does mean that, like, as you can tell, I've been away from stream. I don't know really, like, we're gonna talk about this a lot in this little episode today. I'm gonna tell you the experience, and in fact, I'm thinking about doing a whole prepared segment just talking about the sort of state of the rental industry or of the housing market right now and why things are so bad. Because, oh my God, is it bad. Will you be taking any advice for decor? I mean, I'm not closed to it, but I have some pretty fucking great ideas going on right now, okay? I'm just telling you. Listen, if you like cephalopods, if you like squids, snails, demons, otherworldly creatures, you're gonna love the way that we're going with the you're gonna love the way we're going with the studio. Killjoy 40k says it's like 3 months of absolutely dedicated looking to even stand a chance of finding a place. Yes, that was my experience. As you all know, I've been talking about moving since December. We have been for the first few months we were sort of like casually shopping, just like sending out tour requests, and we were not getting any of them. And then we really stepped it up, and so for the last like 2 or 3 weeks approximately, I've been sending out multiple tour requests per day and doing a tour basically every single day for the last few weeks. And it has been absolutely, absolutely terrible. There are, it is absolutely a landlord's market right now, which means they are choosy as fuck. It is absolutely unbelievable the types of shit that they're asking people to go through. Fuck, I had to, like, for one of the places that was promising that I was really willing, they want you to pay up front. They want you to put your, they want you to put your credit card in just to even schedule a tour. So, like, the level of like, gatekeeping and shit that's going on right now in the rental market is beyond compare. Just listen to me. It is terrible, okay? It is nightmarish. We went to a tour one morning. Okay, so we scheduled, let me just tell you a quick little anecdote, okay? We went to a tour one morning at 9:30, and it was with probably the most rude realtor agent that I've ever talked to. They worked for a middleman that was a middleman for a middleman. I'm not kidding you. It was a property manager that was managing the tours and tenant acquisition for another property manager. They were rude as shit, and when we showed up, there was a crowd of people already there. They had stacked up tours, all scheduled at approximately the same time, because apparently, you know, tenants are just animals that you can just ignore or whatever. So we got there, and we were talking with a bunch of the other people who were there. We didn't even start bitching. It was some other lady who was there who started bitching. She was like, God, this is the worst experience of my entire life I've ever had trying to get a rental right now. It's horrible. Holy shit. Anyway. There's scams too. A bunch of airmen got their info stolen, had to sleep basically in their cars on base for a few days till the base gave them emergency funds. That's extremely fucked up. And yes, there are a fuckload of scams right now. There are so many weird fees. There are so, like, I have seen, okay, if you go on Zillow right now and you look at like, and you make an account and you look at the extended info, you can see how many applications a place has gotten. You can see how many contacts they've gotten. There are places that have been up for a month that have hundreds of applications that they're just sitting on. It's ridiculous, okay? It is ridiculous. And yes, we have had to pay, in the process of this, we have had to pay something like $500 total in application fees so far to get a yes on one place. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. And I consider myself relatively fortunate in that I have some money saved and I have this wonderful show thanks to you all, which I do put a lot of work into, but, you know, pays me comfortably. Well, yes, comfortably for as far as the national average goes. So it is stressful, and I apologize. I did not expect that I would need to take time off to like do this part of the move, but I really had to. I could not think about anything else. Basically every day I was waking up, sending emails, scheduling tours, and then trying to distract myself the rest of the time, which has just been, it's been bad. So, but I will say that I've taken the time to spend a lot of time thinking. And yes, it did pay off. I want to make this show. I've said this, I say this all the time. I'm sure I sound like a broken record. I want this show to last. I want this show to keep going. Every time I turn on this show, about 250 people always show up. And that is the coolest thing in the entire world to me. I want to grow that, but I also want this show to be sustainable. And in order for it to be sustainable, I need space. I need space to dream and to work on things and to come up with great ideas. And I do want to take this stream to the next level because, you know, it's time to evolve a little bit. We've been doing some crazy cool stuff. Last year was a wild ride of the most unbelievable stuff that I can't even believe. This year, we've pulled off 2 of the most amazing fundraising projects that you can actually, I guess one was last year, one was late last year, and one was early this year. And we've managed to build an absolutely fucking amazing community. So, dream, aka get really high on stream. Look, you all know I only get a little high on stream ever. And that's at maximum, usually at the end of a stream. It took forever for me to even be comfortable smoking at all, ever, on stream. And that's because, I don't know, I get anxious. I need to, when I perform, I need to perform as clear-headed as possible most of the time. Okay? So, yeah, the moving experience has been a mess. But not without its victories, and I've familiarized myself with a lot of areas of this state that I wasn't familiar with before, which is sick. I am a bit in hyper-focus mode. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know. See, Gayfesh? You can't, it just, listen, weed is good for fucking chilling and vibing and thinking and all that shit. I don't think weed is the drug of choice for, like, performing, okay? Yeah, it's the griller's drug. Okay, even sativas. I can't believe Zan hated weed at one time. Yeah. I know. Say, hypothetically, you had a taxidermy mount on display in your stream setup. What animal is it? A willet? I don't know. Maybe an American woodcock? Hey! What's this? Max Phoenix? What the hell is this? Oh. I'll read this sometime. I don't know what this is. This is a lot. Sorry, I'll read this sometime if I can. I apologize. I can't read that live. That could be cool. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Oh my god, that's amazing. Did you see Chudlogic's video exposing Vaush as a terrorist? No. Should we watch it? Should we watch it? Hey, Rezel. I hope you have a wonderful time. There's a lot of things. There's like a lot of things to go over. And I want to do some silly stuff today. I want to do some serious stuff today. I want to do some vibe stuff. And also, I want to talk about gay gaming for Pride. Because when was the last stream? The last stream was like 3 weeks ago. It was a while ago. And basically, every horrible thing that you could possibly... Brawlerella, thank you so much! Thank you all so very much. You have no idea how much it helps to get the donations. Anytime I take time off, my income always goes boo. May 11th. Oh god, it's been way too long. Yeah, it's been like 3 months. I mean, 3 weeks. It's too much. It's too much. But, and I'm sorry about that. But yeah. Oh, a Dick. But I feel like Dicks would be rare to find, right? That was the Johnny Depp shit? Oh, God. Oh, guys. Oh, no. Oh, we're gonna have to talk about the Johnny Depp shit, aren't we? Oh, not again. Okay, do you guys remember what I said, though? Do you remember of the shit that I said about the Johnny Depp situation and how it was gonna make everybody look like an idiot at all times? And basically everyone who tries to turn the dirty, disgusting, abusive relationship of two celebrities who are both giant pieces of shit into like a political issue that they're gonna end up looking dumb. Well, guess what? They all look dumb and they still look dumb. And everyone commenting on it basically is dumb. It's just, it's so stupid. Thank you, Cotton D-Pad. Deeply appreciate that. I'm not dumb. The funny thing is that, like I said, so my response, so this is the funny thing. This is the benefit I have, being a dissociated, jaded, a drama commentator from time to time, that I do little RoseWrist videos whenever I feel like it, instead of like being plugged into the celebrity cycle. Because I'm an enlightened, not give a shitter, epic Chad face, don't give a shit. Because of that, I'm able to see with clarity that a lot of people don't. And what I saw from the get-go always has been a bunch of people using basically everything in their book to try to win in a never-ending personal struggle. And that is what happened. That's exactly what it was. It's two celebrities who both hate each other's guts, but they're addicted to one another. They're clearly in a horrible, abusive relationship that's very difficult to point out who started what, who did what, and then every single person who's commentating about it decides to go off and decide and come to the dumbest takes ever, which is Johnny Depp did nothing wrong, or women be lying, or men cannot, or women are incapable of abuse, and therefore you know, Amber Heard must have been innocent. It's stupid. No one has. Is it 420? It's 420, but I'm not lighting up, so even though I could, but I'm not going to. That's a straw man. I know. There's a certain straw man, but like at the same time, okay, is there a straw man? Is it a straw man to say that there are people who say that like women are incapable of abuse? Yes. Is it also a straw man to say that people who are just whole hog for Johnny Depp are basically being like women be lying? Yeah, those are both straw men, but I think that they're relatively accurate. There are entire hordes of people whose entire opinion on this topic is informed by the fact that they don't like and don't trust women. And there are there's an entire faction of this group that is so invested in the identity of being like a woman protector, of standing up for abuse victims, that they are incapable of acknowledging that there was probably some very, very terrible things being perpetuated by Amber Heard. So yes, the answer is, at the same time, women can do nothing wrong and women be lying. There you go. There you have it. I think there's danger dismissing this as a both sides wrong thing. That's what my mother did to cover for my brother's abuse. I agree that there's problems with that generally. However, this is a celebrity case in which both people had an incredible amount of money, had an incredible amount of influence and power, and both of them have used that influence and power to harm the other one to unbelievable degrees in a public spectacle unlike any other. This is what I talked about in my video. Thank you. I'm glad that some people are appreciating the glasses, by the way. I do think, by the way, that, at least in my opinion, there was some, they're sick. Well, yeah, I think that's a way to put it. They're both absolute shitlords and extremely funny for me to watch. Amber Heard is textbook gaslighting. Yes, I agree with you. We saw that on recording. However, I think that there is I don't think that it's just Amber Heard who engaged in gaslighting. Yeah, no, I think Amber Heard did engage in like a lot of blatant gaslighting. We saw that on video. But the idea that that everything that Amber said about Johnny Depp was made up, I don't buy that. I don't think that holds to task either. I think that I will say that, of course, like I said, Johnny Depp has maintained that he did not do these things, and that is certainly possible. But some of this is unprovable. And so celebrity trials fail to be meaningful commentary on politics. That's the problem. That's where you run into the problem. I think there are some, I think there are lots of events that we can use to sort of represent a larger political issue. But I think interpersonal trials like this really, really fail us. When we try to use these messy celebrity trials as like a stand-in or as a projection, or I don't know if that's the right word, as an extrapolation, or when we try to extrapolate that out into into a discussion of the culture, it's very difficult. That's why I went back and forth all over on my episode talking about the various perspectives. Let's take a look here. Everybody has their own conclusion on this. And yes, if we want to talk about abusive relationships, I think the most interesting aspect of this is discussing is being able to have video of explicit abuse tactics on display. Is being able to have a video of what it looks like in the worst case of gaslighting, when somebody is telling you to your face that your emotions don't matter, when they're saying to your face that something that they just did to you they didn't do. I think it can be educational on that front, but we have to be very careful to extrapolate it out as some sort of greater representative of politics. Now, that was a bit of a Johnny Depp stun lock, but that's okay. I'm probably going to do a Drama Mama follow-up on that specifically. So we'll see that in due time. Oh yes, congratulations, Rapti, seriously. I hope you're feeling well. It's also a good example of when one side has facts and the other has rhetoric. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think there are definitely some pretty explicit examples of that. I look really red today. Holy shit, I'm like really red. I think this room is just crazy hot. I even set up a fan in here. It's getting so warm. Okay, that's true, Saxy Jax, but not many people know who Mr. Girl is, so I don't know if that's, now I look like a lesbian? Oh, thank you. Because I am. Yeah, it might be the light bouncing off the shirt, but, yeah. All gay people do make more blood. That's true. It is Pride Month. We have to have enough for everybody. God, let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. So, what kind of games have I been playing? We're going to talk about that. I have a whole bunch to talk about. Semi-Mighty Duck, I'm really sorry to hear that. COVID sucks. I'm really sorry to hear you had to deal with it. COVID numbers are out of control. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're going to talk about that. We're not going to dwell on it for too long, but we got to talk about that a little bit, okay? Boy, God, we have so much to talk about. God, we have so much fucking shit to talk about. Look at this little bug. See, I got to be careful. Otherwise, you're going to hear it clicking the whole time. Everyone has long COVID. Yeah, a lot of people do. like an incredible amount of people have, will I debate anyone today? I don't know. Are there people who want to come debate me? Maybe. I don't know. I'm open to whatever. We'll see. Maybe somebody wants to debate. Are you for real, Gayfesh? That's bullshit. Congratulations, Windleby. Elden Beast is, yeah, I have I had a lot of critiques for the Elden Beast. Yeah, we can talk about that. I have not heard about that. That sounds pretty cool. Socialist Potato. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Posadas John. I'm sure we will have a lot of people come over. Debate me on your favorite ice cream flavor. I don't know if I have. Did I catch Vaush's boss tier list of all Souls games? No, but that sounds like we could get some contention going. Yeah. Have I read any more Black Leopard Red Wolf? I started it and then I got immediately distracted with the rest of the move. So I haven't read any of anything. I haven't even continued with Dune yet. I was reading Dune and then, meh. Will I talk about Matt Walsh's new movie? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to talk about that. I think we're gonna have to talk about that at some point. VGG is still mad at me? Why are they still mad at me? Why are they still angry at me? I didn't even do anything that bad. God, these people, I have so many haters. Did you guys see the shit when Zan and I were talking about some people still think the bridge is burnt? I'm sure they do. It's fine. Guys, it's fucking my take on bathtub meth? No. Come on, haven't you seen Breaking Bad? Don't do it in the bathtub. Oh, okay, that's good. People maybe are babies. Yeah, it could be true. I hope that's true. Yeah, of course not. Of course the bridge isn't burned. Like, look, I said this before. I was very open about my positions on this. I don't like being accused of being an abuser. I don't like being accused of being gaslighting someone on a giant platform. I don't like being accused of saying things that I didn't say. And I don't like being like treated like I'm like a bad faith person when it was me getting dogpiled. That's my summary. There's no bridge burning. I just don't like that shit, and that's the end of it. It pisses me off. I don't like being treated like that. That's it. Anyway, I did watch the Vaush versus RoseWrist conversation. Did anybody see that? That shit was terrible. Holy, it sucked. Like, serious, like, what the fuck has, like, so first of all, I'm just gonna say, let me give you all an I told you so, okay? Just a little one. What did I tell you about RoseWrist and being a clip fisher? He was literally, that whole conversation was just clip fishing. It was so fucking sus. It was all clip fishing. And notice, he did that to me too. In our conversation about schooling, immediately after we had that conversation, he chopped our 3-hour conversation up into this like shitty meme video that was supposed to like expose me, and it failed. Why does he do that? Well, I don't know. Maybe he's pitching to an audience. You are correct, Semi-Mighty Duck. That's correct. It's just lame. It's boring. It's lame. It's embarrassing. Guys, let me just tell you, the state of affairs in the former Twitch politics sphere, it ain't good. Guys, it's grim. There is let's just say that the once verdant fields have fallen fallow and barren. Everything is yellow and dried out, and there's these people crawling around going, water, water, content, content. Nothing. And just nothing. Why would you go onto someone's stream and ask questions from another streamer with severe distaste for the host? Simpery. That's why. Simping. Yeah. I have to say, I feel very good about my decisions. Speaking of which, I think we're going to watch something today. I've been tooling back and forth as to whether I want to do it, and I think we're going to watch ContraPoints' new video, and I'm going to react with you all. And there's a reason for this. You guys know I don't love doing, like, flat reacts to other people's content. However, the new ContraPoints video is so, like, laser targeted directly at my forehead that I can't help but feel like we gotta talk about it. And I have a lot to say because the entire first bit is all about basically the exact thing that I did for 2 years. So I think maybe we'll watch that and react and have a big conversation about it because it made me feel a lot of things, and there's a lot of relevant stuff in there that I think I can actually add meaningful conversation, like meaningful commentary to. So, yeah, it's targeted at a lot. And you'll understand. It isn't without its flaws. I didn't really like where it ended, but we'll get to that. In a drama sort of way, or in a thematic sort of way. In a thematic sort of way. I think you'll understand. Yes, I did watch it ahead, so this won't be a fresh react, but there's a reason for that. Usually if I watch something and then want to react to it on stream after having watched it, it's because I think it's significant enough that I have a lot to add. And I do think I have a lot to add. I think I have a lot to talk about with this. Yeah, I definitely had to think on it a lot. Boy, we have so much to talk about. Okay, so let's wrap up. Let's do one last little personal life thing before we start talking about topics. What have I been watching, playing, and thinking about over the last couple of weeks? Well, I've been playing a couple of new games. I started playing a really fun, I would say it's almost an idle game, but not quite. It's called Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors is super fun. It is a game where basically your only real challenge is positioning. You just move a little guy around on the screen and your character casts spells on a certain time. So you have to just it's basically a timing game. You have to learn how to time all your abilities so that you don't get hit. It's almost an idle game. You level up and you get new abilities and the screen blows up with all kinds of stuff. It is very fun though. Super, super, super fun. And yeah, it has a generic name, but so far I'm really impressed with it because there were so many unlockables and secrets, and it's really great. So that game I can't really say that that's like a serious game that requires a whole lot of thought because it isn't. It's a totally brainless game. The only real like mental challenge in it at all is how you're going to like choose your powers so that you win. It is very fun though. I've had a good time with it. It's a bullet hell, yeah. So there's that. Then there is then I have been playing another game called Across the Obelisk, okay? That game, I am going to be doing a full review of Across the Obelisk because that game is great, okay? As in amazing, okay? It is like, as you can tell by the name, it's a tribute. It's like a name that's a tribute to Slay the Spire, and it is a RPG deck builder fusion with roguelike elements, and it is so much fun. Currently there's 8 characters in the game, and you build decks as you explore this big map. You move through a little board game map, and it is great. It is very good. When I first saw it, I sort of like brushed it off because it looked like it was going to be like a clone of Slay the Spire. But oh my god, is it good. Check out yours. What's yours? Yours is Dawncaster? Okay, I'll check it out. I'll take a look at it. Oh, deck building RPG. Okay, that sounds fun as shit. I love this type of game. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Yeah. Across the Obelisk, very, very fun game. There is so much strategy to it. It is I will say this, it's not like, it's very hard to like pick up and play right away. It takes a long time to learn the strategies. It has very complicated RPG elements and slightly less complicated deck building elements. If you like that shit though, the replayability is unbelievable. I've put a lot of time into it. It's really, really fun. I have just started playing V Rising. Yes, I was just about to talk about V Rising. Last night, my friend set up a dedicated V Rising server. V Rising is really, really fun. V Rising is like Minecraft, but with it's like Valheim, but with vampires. You gather stuff, you build a big vampire castle, you eat people, you get to turn into a wolf. It's so cool. Yeah, it's really cool. It's made by the people who made Battlerite and fuck, what's the other game they made? There's another game that they made. Fuck, I can't think of it right now. What the hell is it called? Hold on, what is it called? It's made by, oh yeah, Bloodline Champions. They made Bloodline Champions and they made Battlerite. And yeah, it's really fun. So the combat is really snappy, the art is really cute, and it seems to be, so far, it is early access, so I don't know how much content is in there, but so far, very fun. Plus, you can play on like, there's like a clan system, and the clan system is awesome because one of the big parts of the game is building your own custom vampire castles. And if you are a clan, everybody can contribute to the castle, which is awesome. Freeform castle building that everyone in your clan can contribute blood and servants and resources to is so sick. And it's very fun. So I can't like fully recommend the game yet because I have only played one day of it, but so far I've been really enjoying it. And of course, I've been playing lots of Wingspan. Just so you all know, I am now able to regularly defeat the normal difficulty Automa in Wingspan. And soon I will be able to defeat the hard mode Automa in Wingspan. Not that that means anything to anybody, but Wingspan is amazing. I will be doing a how to play of Wingspan eventually, probably in the new studio. Yes, there was a new expansion. I do owe some Wingspan. Yeah, I do. I owe everybody some Wingspan. Wingspan is amazing. It is one of my favorite games overall. It has completely replaced my desire to play any other like card game. Like no, I don't play Magic anymore. I don't play Hearthstone anymore. I just play Wingspan. And the reason for that is because Wingspan is incredibly addictive, incredibly replayable, has randomized elements, and no fucking microtransactions, no fucking loot boxes, none of it. Just you get it all when you buy the game, and the game is well designed so you can keep playing it forever and have a ton of fun. There are two vampire games I discussed. Biomaster, the vampire castle one where you build a vampire with your vampire clan, is called V Rising. It's an early access game that I've only just started to play. A lot of people are really into it. It's having some viral success because it's made by the people who made Battlerite. The other vampire game I talked about is a game called Vampire Survivors, which is $3 on Steam. It is a casual, like, idle game almost. Not quite an idle game because you do have to worry about positioning and power decisions, but it's kind of an idle game. That's called Vampire Survivors. It's $3 on Steam, so highly recommend that one. Just because it's a brainless fun game you can play while listening to stuff. Reverse bullet. Yeah, it is. It's a reverse bullet hell. You are the bullet hell. Yeah. Ah, Super Auto Pets is fun. Hey, thank you, Demon Speaker. We pride ourselves on having an incredibly warm, engaging, and fun chat. Our chat is super cozy and nice. Yo, Rapti, justice for Lopan. True. True. Fuck, it is so hot up here today. Jesus. Oh, yeah. We also have had, the Keffals drama. Keffals drama. Oh, you're talking about the Keffals drama with the Hippy Dippy, right? What a mess. So, you know what's funny? I knew nothing about what was going on with Hippy Dippy. And someone asked me about it and said, do you think Keffals should go on to Hippy Dippy? And I said, here's what I said. I can actually give you word for word what I said. Hold on, let me pull up word for word what I said. All right? We're going to talk about this. Yep. Hold on, I can bring up word for word what I said on the day that happened. Hold on, here we go. Let me see here. I got a message. This was from Keffals. Keffals asked me whether I should accept the... Keffals was like, should I accept the Hippy Dippy invite tonight? And here's what I said. I said, up to you. That show is the territory of a specific website that we all know. It could be beneficial to you if you have a specific message that you want to deliver to that website. I'm out of those spaces. The stress and drama makes me exhausted, and they keep trying to get me back, which tells me they want me more than I want them. It used to be fun, but increasingly became a proxy show for a certain community on the web. That was what I said. That was my word-for-word comment as to that thing. And I think that's true. It's funny because in my because one of the things I used to like about that whole sphere was that there was a certain sense of genuine free-for-all, that there wasn't like a specific group that was a single group that was being pandered to. It was attempting to get a bunch of different groups together into the same place. But that is just not how it is anymore. It hasn't been, and it hasn't been like that for a while, and it isn't like that. It serves a single community, and that is very unfortunate. So, I don't know what the details of the actual drama between Keffals and Dylan or Keffals and whoever was. I have no idea what that actually was, and I don't really care. All I have is my general opinion about the events. Atheist Mando says, hey, Demon Mama, I've been following you for a couple weeks now. I was wondering if there's any advice for being queer and trans in a Confederate littered county. Yes. Connect with other queer people online and find queer people in your area if you can and become friends with them. Everything becomes easier if you have a group of queer people that you can do it together with. There is strength in numbers, believe it or not. You are significantly less likely to A, feel nervous, B, be bothered by anyone, or C, find yourself in a situation where like you don't have any like backup, like say like a clerk is being transphobic to you or something. Not that that's a common occurrence, but imagine that's the case. That shit doesn't happen when you got more than one person there. So that is my number one advice, is find other queer people, and you can use the internet to do that. There are tons of spaces where you can start to find people who might live near you safely without putting yourself in any danger of doxing, without putting yourself in any danger of anything like that. And that's a very, very good, a very good place to be. By the way, if you are here, my lovely imps, and you have not subscribed and rang the bell on my channel, do it. And secondly, if you are here and you haven't liked the stream, click on the stream, press the like button on YouTube. That YouTube like button guarantees that my video gets pumped through the pumps of the internet into the faces of all the people out there. And I would love for you to press the like button on my stream so that we can get more people in here. Yeah? All right, thank you very much. True, I literally found an NB lesbian couple on a boat for my prom the other day, and they were super cool. Yes, finding other queer people in your area is amazingly empowering, even if you don't end up being friends with them forever. Just knowing that there are other people like you in your place is really powerful, okay? Does Raya have nerd neck? Raya has Tsuchinoko neck. Only real fans will get that. Wait, oh, Faun, can I get the, oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add a new sound effect, by the way, live. Yay! Well, I'm back now, Kaboka, don't worry. I'm gonna be doing, oh yeah. So that's the next thing I wanted to talk about. The next thing that I want to talk about together is gay gaming for pride. I have been doing a lot of thinking, okay, about pride, about how we can celebrate pride, about what this month means. And one of the things I want to do is, because I'm moving this month, because it's just worked out that way, I want to do a bunch of gaming streams that are themed around games that are really fucking gay. Hey, see you later, Emu Anon. Have fun and tell Zan I said hi. All right? So I wanted to think about a bunch of queer-ass games that I could play. And I think we're gonna do, maybe we should do a playthrough of Hades. Hades would be great. Hades is a extremely fun game to watch. Also ridiculously gay. Also, I love it. Also, I'm really good at it. Oh, they do. I didn't know that, Discordant Vol. I will go look at that right now. I didn't know that GOG had a gay games sale right now. That is sick as fuck. We'll have to take a look at that. Where's the gay games? I want the gay games. Give me the gay games ad. Let's see what they got listed. Hey, this is all Warhammer shit. That's not gay. I want the gay games list. Good old games, free games, newsletter. Ah! Pride Month on GOG. Here we go. The Pride Month collection. Let's take a look at what they got, all right? Here, let's look at it together. Ready? Here we go. Let's take a look. We got Scarlet Hollow, Unpacking. Okay, listen, just because lesbians love to U-Haul and move in with each other after the first date does not mean that you can count the Unpacking game as a fucking LGBT game, okay? Fine. Unsighted. Don't know that one. Long Story. Don't know that one. A Normal Lost Phone. Another Lost Phone. Fragments of Him. Read-Only Memories. Now that one is supposed to be, that one's on my list. Gone Home! Night in the Woods. Now, I've heard nothing but good things about Night in the Woods. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley is gay! I could do an all-gay playthrough of Stardew Valley. Wait, that was my last playthrough of Stardew Valley. We could do a Krobus one. We could do an asexual representation Stardew Valley playthrough. What about that? Night in the Woods B run. Okay, all right, let's put some of these on the list. Okay, here, let's make a little wish list it. Here, we'll wish list this. Wait a second, hold on a second. Here, let's wish list this shit. Okay, all right, so here's what we, oh, Pirate's Fate. Hey, that's a furry gay game. Night in the Woods. Okay. Monster Prom. Undertale. Disco Elysium made the cut. It's true. Disco Elysium is a very gay game. That's true. Hollow Knight. Wait, why is Hollow...
It's got a handful of gay bugs.
Does it have gay bugs?
Yes, it
Oh
has
my god, it does
multiple
have gay bugs. That's right, there are gay bugs in Hollow Knight. I forgot the warrior bug and the
Morning lady.
yeah. Oh yeah, there's like 3 gay characters in that. Wow, it's pretty gay. Okay. My Time at Portia. I've wanted to play that one. All right. Tacoma is good, and we could play through Tacoma on a single playthrough, and Tacoma's really good. Tacoma is like a walking sim, but a actually good walking sim. God, Tacoma's so good.
I sent you the...
Oh, you did? All right, hold on, everybody. I gotta show you the new sound. We just got the new one. Tacoma's a really fucking good game. Maybe we could open up with... oh yeah, Bug Snacks. We could play Bug Snacks. Oh, it's so cute. Bug Snacks would be really... And that game is super gay. That game is super gay. Here, let me add this real quick. What the hell? All right, hold on 1 second, everybody. Give me 1 second here. Where the hell did it go? Hey, there we go. 1 second, everybody. Give me 1 moment here. How come there's no Metal Gear Solid? We're putting Metal Gear Solid on there.
Bazinga.
And of course you can get a Bazinga. Absolutely. But yes. What's this? Oh no, I've been clipped. We got Scarlet Hollow Unpacking. Okay, listen, just because lesbians love to U-Haul and move in with each other after the first date does not mean that you can count an unpacking game as
I've been
a fucking
fucking busted.
LGBT game. Okay, fine.
I've been motherfucking busted here. Look at that.
What the hell? Why? My soundboard. Hey! My soundboard's fucked up. Alright, hold on. Now I need to figure out... What do I have here? Hold on. Test. Okay, so that's the sussy. What's this one? No, we can do this one. Here we go. Hey! That's not right. Hey! That's not correct. That's supposed to be this one. Here we go.
Oh my God!
Yeah! Here, Faun, listen. Tell me if this sounds good. Ready?
Oh my God!
Sound good?
Yeah.
Ah, we got it. Oh my God. There we go. Now we got a new one. So now I'll be able to hit us with all the classics. That one got quieter. Oh, the oh my God is just really loud is all. So maybe I should turn that down just a tiny bit so it's not.
Oh my God!
Okay, so that one does actually need to go up a little bit. Price is Right's got to go up a little bit. I got a dono? Hey, thank you very much. Hold on, where did I miss it? I missed a dono? Yo, Socialist Potato with the $5. Pirate's Fate is a gay, also kind of kinky game with didn't body style and also chose a choice-driven game. Oh, cool. That sounds sick. Diverse body style. Hey, Grime Dango, great to see you.
Oh my God!
Okay, everybody. But I have an actual announcement now, okay? Tonight, we are doing a Maximalism stream. I know! You didn't think that there was going to be a Maximalism stream tonight. Why is my face so red? Is it 100 degrees in there? Yes, it's hot. And we are going to be doing a Maximalism...
Really high.
Is my saturation really high?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a camera issue or if it's my problem here. Hold on, let's see. Color correction, saturation. Let's turn, wait, my saturation is low. Oh shit, there we go. I'm gonna turn down it a little bit so I don't look so fucking red. There we go, that's a little better. It's gonna be BadEmpanada versus LonerBox. That's right. I have finally, at long last, we have found a debate that is worthy of a Maximalism stream. A debate of silliness that I have not seen. I don't know anything about it except that it's full of memes. So tonight, get your wallets ready. All donations of $1 or greater will earn you a GIF on the screen. That's right. You will be able to have your GIFs bury the screen as we desperately try to claw our way through a terrible debate and have as much fun as possible. We have not done a Maximalism stream in a very long time, and I feel like opening off Pride Month with the sort of bombast and madness that a Maximalism stream summons every time is the best way to do it. You wanted to share this clip. Let's take a look. We got a clip from Cooking Mama. Oh boy. All right, let's take a look. Cooking Mama is hard. Let's find out. You guys want me to fucking pass out? You guys want me to drop dead? Cooking Mama's a lot of work. I can't do them that frequently. It makes me tired. I get sleepy. True! This shit's hard. You guys want me to— It is! It is! It is hard. Also, thank you very much, Devious Chilster, for the $5 and Fursa for the 14 months of membership. Thank you very, very much. I will now be annoying because I legit cannot recommend this enough, so here's $5 to see this. And also, welcome back. A great gay game is Sayonara Wild Hearts. Okay, I will put that on the list. Let me put that on the list of games I gotta check out and see if they'd be playable on stream. So, gay game suggestions. Games. Night in the Woods. NITW Bay. Deltarune. And Sayonara Wild Hearts. There we go. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Atheist Mando, for joining as a member of the YouTube channel. Deeply appreciate that. Yeah, I think I wanted to say History Mama, but I said Cooking Mama. Slepple. I do know how to satisfy. It's true. It's just what I'm good at. I'm good at it. Oh, yeah. See? Oh, good. Arrow Hayes says, I watched Vaush's debate review of that debate. Couldn't make it past 20 minutes. Can't wait to hear your commentary. See, that's the great thing. When I do a Maximalism debate review, it's always about the fun. Because, let's be real, nothing of substance is going to be accomplished in a conversation with BadEmpanada. I actually like LonerBox quite a lot. I think LonerBox seems pretty cool to me. I don't know him that well, but he seems cool. But BadEmpanada, not only does BadEmpanada fucking hate my guts, but also BadEmpanada is one of the most toxic motherfuckers in this space I've ever fucking seen. Oh, cool. See, I don't know that I don't know. I want to do Death Stranding on stream, but I don't know that I can yet. I don't think I'm good enough yet. Oh yeah, he's obsessed with Eris. That's right, he is. Oh. Is there anyone that BadEmpanada doesn't hate? I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Probably some, like, genocidal radlib or something. Caleb Maupin? I don't know. Does he? I thought he didn't like Caleb Maupin. Oh, yeah, he likes EJ. Hey, where did you get those glasses frames from? This was actually from Zenny, which is... It's a pretty good website, honestly. Zenny.com. There you go. Zenny.com. Yeah. They're cheap and they are very, very high quality. My last pair lasted me like 2.5 years. So hell yeah. Transfemcell, thank you very much and welcome. I hope that you are okay being a transfemcell and all that. I imagine it's ironic. Yes, I did get blue blockers. Don't worry. They literally sent me a little free laser with it, which is kind of cool. But yeah. So yes, we are going to be doing that a bit later. We have some topics to discuss before we do the Maximalism, and I do want to watch that ContraPoints thing. Maximalism will be at the very end. Yeah. You're very ironic. Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. I mean, don't get lost in the sauce, but, you know. We love a little bit of healthy irony, even in the era of post-irony. It's morbing time. I don't think it's ever morbing time. I think it's time for something else. For something very different, okay? And I'll show you what time it is, okay? Are you ready? There's only... Everybody knows. It's time for Waltorb White! Yes, that's right. The Waltorb White, which was indeed made by my beloved Faun over here. Come on in. Come on, show yourself. You're the creator of the Waltorb. Faun has been learning 3D modeling, and this is the best thing that Faun has ever made. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, can you send me one of your little things so I can show? Or did you post them on?
Yeah, they're on Twitter.
They're on Twitter? Okay, I'll show them. We're going to talk about Breaking Bad. But I wanted to show off my partner's hilarious little Waltorb White. I came up with the idea for Waltorb White. I was like, it was 3 a.m. and I was like, Faun, I need a Waltorb. I need Waltorb White. I need you to cook a meme up for me. Ha ha, Jesse, cook me a Waltorb. Cook me a Waltorb. And Faun was like, shut the fuck up. Please, help me. And I was like, no, we need Waltorb. We need to cook. And then it happened. Because that's what happens. I also recommended Jess Sphere Pinkman, but Jess Sphere never happened because that was just, the meme was getting tired out. It was good with Waltorb. But because I want to be cool and not just be a butthead about it, let me show you what my partner has actually been making. So this is a little rubber doll toy 3D model. And this is called Rubun. This one is, which is this character?
It's just like
So a doll. This one's just a sort of generic character doll with some clothes on. And then we have the little,
the Fink.
Yeah, then we have the Fink. This is called a Fink. They're a little creature. Faun has a whole bunch of creatures that it is working on. Oh, Faun, did you post the worm yet? You didn't post the worm? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't posted the worm.
Oh yeah, look at this. Faun made a caked up Amogus as well. Look at that. Look at that caked up Amogus. Look at how chumby it is. What's that? Oh, you sent me the worm? Hell yeah, hold on, let me show you the worm. This one is my favorite, personally. Look at this. Look! Faun made a worm! It's a little grubby. What's it called again?
It's just a worm.
It's just a worm. Yeah. So Faun has been learning a whole bunch of 3D modeling, and that's pretty exciting. And it resulted in the Waltorb White, which brings us at long last to the first formal subject of the day. Okay, which is Breaking Bad and Demon Mama's thoughts on Breaking Bad, of which there are many. Breaking Bad is a really old show, so spoilers. I'm gonna spoil everything. The entire show will be spoiled. If you haven't seen it, I swear to God, I'm probably the only person who hasn't seen it. And it's fucking great. It's fucking great. Yo, I heard some of that album too. I love Black Dresses. Sigma, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. So let's talk about Breaking Bad, okay? So first I'm going to give you the summary. Breaking Bad is one of the best TV shows ever made, probably the best show of its era, and easily one of the only true successes of the prestige television genre. There's a lot of bad prestige TV shows, but Breaking Bad is not one of them. Breaking Bad is excellent from beginning to end. It is fantastic. And I truly, truly, truly cannot recommend it enough. It is a hilarious, painful, amazing show that is exciting to watch from beginning to end. What do I mean by prestige show? Okay, prestige television is, how do I describe this? There is like a technical definition of what a prestige television is, but prestige television is basically, think House of Cards, The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Mad Men. Those are like the shows that like Weeds. Those were the shows that started prestige television. It's basically really high budget, generally very self-serious television shows that are designed to, that are like, they're usually about big topics, aka they talk about politics or they talk about serious controversial issues. Yeah, it's film-directed television. Yes, that's a great way of putting. The Wire is another example. Yes, most of Sorkin's stuff is considered prestige television. In fact, a lot of Sorkin's stuff influenced a lot of the, like, shitty prestige television. Unfortunately, now, prestige television doesn't really... It's not... it's a genre full of garbage. There is a lot of, like, fake prestige television, like shows like This Is Us and other shows like that is the one that comes to mind, that are just cringe because they sort of, like, attempt to throw money at a show that's supposed to say something big, but they don't actually have anything big to say. It's not terribly prestigious. Well, it's not prestigious anymore, ironically. I don't know if it ever really was. I think the prestige was there because of the size of the budgets and the sort of the ambition of the shows. They wanted to make shows that say a lot of things, and that are big and challenging and whatever. And a lot of them do not do that, at all. Yeah, self-seriousness. Yes. Yeah. Mad Men, I think there are great prestige shows. Don't get me wrong. I liked what I saw of Mad Men. I haven't seen the whole series. Breaking Bad is fantastic. Obviously, everybody loves The Sopranos, although I haven't seen Sopranos. Yeah, there's a lot of ones. Band of Brothers is okay. Band of Brothers was like, didn't that come out in like 2004? Hold on. When did that come out? 2001. So that Band of Brothers would have sort of preceded the prestige push. But yes, it was a high budget show with a bunch of well-known, like, A-list movie actors. That's the thing that kind of makes prestige television stand out. Giant budgets, high concept shows that have like a lot, like actual, like, movie celebrities in them. Okay, to be fair, yes, Sopranos did start in 1999, but it ran for how many years? Like 7, right? Anyway, regardless, that was a long intro because I wanted to explain what I meant by prestige television. Breaking Bad is probably one of the best of the prestige television genre, and boy, does it deserve that fame. I definitely, like, I watched the first 2.5 seasons of Breaking Bad back when it was coming out, and then I got distracted with life and I didn't get back to it. And I really regret that I didn't, because, oh my God, is it good? It's just a great show. And one of the best things about the show, I think, is that, like, all of the characters are extremely, extremely well done, with very few exceptions. Hank, portrayed by the actor Dean Norris, who you all know from the meme, you know, the smile, angry face, that's him, that's the guy. Hank is a great character. Walt is an amazing character. Jesse is a great character with fucking great acting. Gus is the MVP, Gus and Mike. Oh man, there's so many good characters. So, what is the show about? Well, it's about a lot of things. A lot of people would say it's about capitalism. I don't really think it is. I don't think the show does a really good job meaningfully commentating on the economy or the politics of economy particularly well. A lot of people sort of fixate on the fact that, like, oh, Walt didn't have money. But that is just an excuse, really. The fact that Walt doesn't have any money is just an excuse for the real, the sort of, it's a setup to expose Walt for what he is, which is a totally dysfunctional person who is addicted to toxic masculinity. Yeah, it's about narcissism, it's about ego, it's about pride, it's about toxic masculinity, it's about most of all, it is about I think masculine relationships, which I'm sure a lot of people are going to be like, that's a bit of a weird takeaway, but I don't think so. There is an incredible amount of attention paid to the types of relationships that men form with one another. And I think this can be frustrating for some people, specifically for people who are looking for like super, super strong female characters, because Breaking Bad has one, maybe two. And that is unfortunate. However, it's a show that's meant to talk about relationships between men. And I think that's... Oh, yeah, I can put some text up. Hold on. Let me put the text up real quick. Breaking Bad spoilers. Here we go. There we go. We'll put that up in the middle of the screen, whatever. No, I guess it's best up here. Okay. So, if you hated Skylar, you haven't been paying attention. Okay, I want to talk about that. The Skylar discussion. But I got to finish this first. So, let me talk about what I'm talking about the relationship between men. This show is almost erotically fixated. And I mean that, and I'm gonna go there because you know what? It's Pride Month, and we're gonna talk about kink, and we're gonna talk about sex, and we're gonna talk about gay shit. This entire show is radiantly gay in the straightest way possible. There's a scene. Let me explain the scene to you, okay? Gustavo Fring, the secret, mysterious drug distributor and kingpin, calls Walt, Jesse, Mike, and two gangsters out to the middle of nowhere for a meeting. And the goal is Gus is trying to squash a beef between Jesse and two of his dealers. And Jesse wants to kill these guys because they killed his friend, okay? Now, in this conversation, there is a part where Walt is sitting across the table, or sorry, Walt is standing like next to Jesse, and Gus is sitting across the table. And Gus tells Jesse, you are going to make peace with my guys. My guys are going to stop doing the thing that pissed you off, and you're going to make peace with them. Do you understand? And Jesse looks over at Walt, and Gus yells at him. He says, look at me, not him. And that moment is, first of all, remarkably gay, just so you know. It's one saying, it's a guy saying, I'm your daddy, not him. Literally, power cucking Walt using Jesse. And this is a recurring element throughout the entire show. And in fact, you can begin to predict how Walt is going to act once you understand that he sees Jesse as his basically gay little son. And that is the way that Walt wants to control and project himself, and he wants to be Jesse's everything. He wants to be Jesse's daddy. And I'm not kidding you. I'm dead serious. That is the entire show. The entire show is Walt trying to be Jesse's daddy and doing so in the most abusive, most horrible ways imaginable, because he cannot admit that that's all that he wants. What he really wants is for someone to see him as a savior, and he keeps trying to force people into this position of him saving them, of being the daddy, even if they don't want it from him, which leads to so much. Eris, you have entered into the gay analysis of Breaking Bad. And I'm not kidding you, just so you know. There is literally a portion, there's a part where there's multiple parts. Specifically, there's a scene where Walt is high on pain medication, and he accidentally says, "I love you, Jesse," instead of his son's name, Flynn. He says, "Oh, love you, Jesse. Thank you." Like, if you don't think that that is the most blatant way that a show can say Walt wants to be Jesse's daddy, there you have it. So the entire show is more or less about this. And in fact, if you look at it this way, once you realize that that's Walt's entire motivation, think about it like this. Walt doesn't he doesn't personally kill the gangsters that fucked up his business partner until after, specifically, immediately after, Gus cucks him in front of Jesse. Gus tells Jesse, "Look at me, not at Walt." And when Walt hears that, that's when it's over for Gus. From then on out, Gus won't do, because Walt knows that Gus is trying to be Jesse's daddy. And there's a later conversation that I think further reinforces this. Mike is the sort of hitman character, is a sort of, yeah, exactly. There's a hitman character with named Mike. Most of you who've seen the show know this. And in the final scene between Mike and Walt, there's this explosive confrontation where Walt says, where Walt is like, "Oh, we got to do this. We got to do this. Give me the names. I got to do this." And then Mike says, "You know, you really fucked everything up. If it wasn't for you, everything would still be fine. Gus would still be here," because of course Walt finds a way to kill Gus. And Mike is like, "If only you knew your fucking place." Mike was saying, if only you knew that Gus was a better dad than you. That Gus was the real daddy that you won't ever be. Mike, an older man, Gus was Mike's daddy, like 100%. He was loyal to him. He treated him like family. He obeyed him. He listened to him. He respected him. All of the show is about these relationships. It's about power dominance relationships between men. Sometimes gay men, like Gus. Gus is a gay man. Awkward Renegade said, "Yes, he was very possessive of Jesse, but also because he needs him too. He can't do the thing without Jesse." That's not true. It was established multiple times throughout the show that Walt is perfectly capable of doing even doing better without Jesse. Gail Bedecker, oh yeah, that's another example. The extremely gay chemist who literally comes to worship Walt, who literally says, "My shining star, Walter White." The effeminate gay scientist guy who falls in love with Walter White, but Walt doesn't want him. Walt wants Jesse, and so he says, "I can't do it without Jesse," even though it is shown that he absolutely could, and that Gail is a way better chemist than Jesse could ever be, and more passionate about making meth. But Walt wants Jesse. So, I think that this show has a lot of room for an analysis of sort of sexual power dynamics between men. And I think that's one of the main things that Breaking Bad touches on, is these horrible, toxic relationships that people form with one another, largely because they're not able to speak the truth, because they're unable to be emotionally vulnerable, and the way that fathers, daddies, whether they're biological or not, whether they're biological fathers or father figures or literal gay lovers, it is commentating on the cycle of traumatizing, the sort of hazing rituals that men do to one another, the way that men traumatize and harm one another and lots of other people in this process of building loyalty, of building dominance. Truly. a lot of the fans were so homophobic they denied that both of these characters were gay. No, they are both very obviously gay. Gail Bedecker writes an entire he writes a manual that is full of loving drawings and notes and poetry, all for Walt. Gail was in love with Walt. There's no way around that. And also, Gus is absolutely gay. Gus's entire story started because his boyfriend was murdered by the cartel, and that started his revenge plot. He started an entire plot to get revenge on the cartel, which he succeeded in, all because they killed his gay lover. Yeah, Gus is undeniably gay. Also, all of his Gus's greatest secret, where he hid his money, was put on the back of a picture of his boyfriend. So, Breaking Bad does this amazing job of portraying the sort of addictive, narcissistic, toxic way that like power is brokered between men, and also how it is so self-defeating, and also how it is so destructive. There are so many points in the story where Walt could have simply told the truth to a number of characters, where he could have just been truthful and honest, and he would have most likely had a better chance of succeeding at what he really wanted. But he doesn't, and there are reasons why he doesn't that are not entirely irrational. Let me give an example of this. There is a part in the show where Walt gets finally exposed to Skyler, and Skyler finds out that he has been selling meth. He's been cooking and selling meth, and that he has like $900,000 to his name or something along those lines at this point. And the first thing that happens, the moment that happens, Skyler immediately gets super involved in everything that Walt is trying to do. And now, from Skyler's perspective, this is perfectly rational. Skyler has been blocked out of the life of her dying husband for months and months and months, and now she has an opportunity to exert some say on her own life. And so, of course, she wants to get involved, of course. But from Walt's perspective, Walt says, Walt, his entire life has been being taught that basically, if you show emotion, if you show weakness, you are a lesser male. And especially in the first season, they hammer on this so goddamn much. And in the first season, there's this, let me see if I can find it. Walter White. Let me see if I can find it. There's a scene in Breaking Bad where he's on TV because Marie goes and I don't think I can find the actual scene, unfortunately. Let me see. News scene, is that it? There's a scene where okay, let me try again. There's a scene in which Marie basically she pulls a favor and has like a local news team come and spotlight the donation drive website. I don't know if anybody remembers that plot line, but at one point when they're struggling with money, Walter Jr. Comes up with the idea to run a PayPal-based website that will allow people to donate anonymously to help him pay for his cancer, and he really doesn't like this. And Marie does them a favor by having him appear on TV. And there's this really amazing shot where he's sitting on the couch like this. Yeah, save my dad. Save my dad. Yeah. And he's sitting on the couch like this, like clearly uncomfortable. He looks incredibly sick. He didn't ask for any of this. And they're portraying him as like this sort of pathetic victim. And I think that scene is the scene where a lot of people is like one of the scenes where a lot of people can really get into Walt's head. Where Walt, his entire life, has been beaten over his head and abused by this toxic patriarchal structure that says you must be hypermasculine, you must never show weakness. And all throughout the first season, Hank does that to him all the time. There are, like, Hank is perpetually digging at Walt. For the entire first season, every scene with Hank, it makes a joke emasculating Walter. Constantly. And that's terrible. And it really hurts Walt. And that is, by the way, from within the show's, like, internal logic, that's supposed to be representative of shit that Walt has been dealing with his entire life. Of perpetually being told not to be vulnerable, and having every vulnerability, every possible weakness about his personality constantly attacked by more masculine men around him. And I think that's the tragedy of the show. The central tragedy is that all of the show, everything that happens in the show is a product of this perpetual passive social abuse that men do to one another. And again, keep in mind that he does that to Jesse. He replicates that onto Jesse almost immediately. He tells Jesse, oh, Jesse, you're too stupid. You don't know how to take care of yourself. You're a druggie. You're just like a failure, you know? He constantly undermines Jesse's independence and masculinity, just like has been done to him. And of course, when each character that comes into the show is a representative of different types of masculinity. Whether you have Gus is like a cold, completely walled off, secretive psychopath who doesn't let anybody in at any point to his emotional state. But Gus is basically the perfect patriarchal male. He has no wife. He has no kids. He is devoted entirely to his vision of the world. He is ruthless when he needs to be. He rewards loyalty. He treats his minions generally very well. He's a bad person, no doubt. But he represents the ideal that Walt can never be. And there's multiple scenes like this. Like, remember, there's a scene that's very on the nose where Gus is talking just to Walt, and he says, you're going to keep cooking because that's what a man does. A man provides. Notice that? That is something I think a lot of people sleep on that scene, even though that scene is very heavy. It's very in your face that, like, yes, yeah, that's one of the main themes of the show, is this idea that, like, oh yeah, it's Gus saying, you are not a real man. You wish you could be like me, but you're not. And it's true. Walt, at the end of the show, Walt is like Gus. At what cost? He loses everything. The show is a... The show does a really good job of putting somebody who is not traditionally masculine, who is not your mask guy, putting him into, how do I find a way to fill that role at whatever cost? And the answer is really at whatever cost. You have to pay an incredible, incredible price to have this illusion of security, this idea that has been hazed into you from the time that you stepped into the world. I'm excited to watch Better Call Saul. I haven't seen that. Psychosocialism says that the man provides shit weighs on men to this day, and it's sad. It doesn't just weigh on men, it kills men. It kills men, and it kills people who are forced into the position of playing the role of man. Notice that, like, I mean, our whole society is built on this, right? Like, even to this day, even though our society has changed so much, a lot of our laws, a lot of our institutions are ultimately built around the idea that the man is the provider The man is the one who goes and does the work and brings back the food, and the woman is not that. But it's not true. It's never been true. It has never been the case that men are the providers. That has never been the case. Through all of history, even in societies that try to enforce this really stringently, parents are always mutual providers. Communities are always mutual providers. And by the way, this is something that is hammered on throughout the show constantly, whether it's Hank helping Walt, whether it's Walt helping Hank, whether it's Marie taking care of the kids, whether it's Mike watching out. Oh yeah, Mike saves Walt's life like 4 times without even telling him. Just because he's like, man, you don't know what you're doing. There are so many examples of people providing for other people, and the people who are secure in their version of masculinity have no problem accepting help or giving help. But people like Walt, who are insecure in this, who've been badgered by it, who've been beaten by it, who don't fit into it naturally, can either choose to accept help at the cost of being seen as lesser than by the patriarchal society, or they can choose to try to force themselves into the roles that these other people fill. But at the end of the day, all of that is just a lottery. It's just a lottery. Whether you're born like a perfect masculine male is a matter of lottery. Whether you like traditionally masculine roles, whether you can exist in a world of strict dominance, is totally up to lottery. And to me, that was the biggest takeaway for me out of Breaking Bad, was this very frank, very in-your-face analysis of the cycles of toxic masculinity that produce Walter White type figures. And boy, is there a lot of that. God, it just keeps going all the way until the end. And there's, of course, all kinds of other things, but I think the show doesn't really, I don't think the show does a good job, like, commentating on crime. I don't think the show does a good job commentating on, like, marriage struggles, necessarily. I don't think the show does a very good job commentating on economic issues. Not because it's like it tries to and fails. I just don't think that's what it's talking about. I think what it's talking about is masculinity. And I think what it's talking about is how men interact with each other in ways that destroy the entire world. And oh, by the way, you even see this reflected in characters like Saul. Saul Goodman, even though, like, everybody loves Saul. Everybody thinks he's the funniest guy. The dude is the biggest, most open misogynist in the entire planet. He literally sexually harasses his secretary constantly. The guy, he sees women as, like, problems that need to be dealt with and put away. He mostly refers to Skylar as a problem, and he always sides with Walt because Walt is the man that he needs to be afraid of, because Skylar won't hurt him. The whole show is just the most over-the-top, in-your-face analysis of masculinity that you can sort of possibly imagine. And it's really funny, too, because there's multiple examples of situations where, like, women are in the show are just as ambitious and bloodthirsty as male characters in the show, but they're not engaged in the same dynamic. They're just pulled along for the ride. The best example of this being Jane, Skylar, and then the character Lydia. Oh, it's possible that, like, out in Better Call Saul, they build up on that. But as far as the purpose of, as far as what we see in Breaking Bad, most of Saul's engagements with women are him basically making them do sexual favors for him, or sexually harassing them. I'm sure they probably change it for Better Call Saul, but in Breaking Bad, that is the way that it is. So let's talk about these female characters. This is going to be one of the most, this is going to be one of the more controversial sections, I think. Chad Friday, Walt is his client. Actually, both Walt and Skylar are his clients. Because they never actually get divorced, Walt isn't his only client. He's only his only client because Walt literally threatens with violence Saul. Walt threatens Saul multiple times, and I believe he actually hits Saul. I know Jesse hits Saul. But yeah. Saul gets beaten up a lot, and if you notice, it's because Saul is also a atypical male. Have you noticed that? Saul he's wimpy, he's cowardly, he gives up immediately, he doesn't want to get hit, he has a Hello Kitty phone, he's foppish, he's showy. Better Call Saul. He's super faggy, basically. And as a result, and from Walt's perspective, he despises Saul because of this. And so does Mike, by the way. Mike hates dealing with Saul because Saul is like a wimpy gay male in their mind. Yeah. And I love Saul because I think faggots are great, personally. But even for his flaws. But yeah, I will be, don't worry, we're watching Better Call Saul next. Well, next we have to watch El Camino, then we're going to watch Better Call Saul. But yeah, so let's talk about the female characters of the show, because that is, like, it has to be talked about, okay? So let's talk about that. First up, let's talk about Jane. Jane is a character that I know a lot of people get really mad about. One of my partners got really frustrated about Jane, specifically because Jane does basically get fridged. Which, if you're not familiar with the term fridge, the term fridge is like a shorthand for a trope in popular culture where a female character is fridged, aka killed, aka put in a fridge. It refers to a like serial killer putting a dead body in a fridge, and a woman getting fridged means she's killed so that her husband can have a story arc. Yes. So Jane does get fridged. Jane gets killed so that Jesse and Walt can have a more interesting story arc. However, I will note something, okay? And I want you to think about this. Which is that Walt is the one who fridges Jane. It is literally because of Walt. Walt breaks in to try and get the meth so that he can sell it with Gus, so he can make $3 million from Gus. He breaks into the house and he bumps Jane over, which causes her to choke and overdose. And he chooses not to turn her back over. It was Walt who chose to recreate the very trope that we're talking about here. And I think that's a very deliberate choice. That Jane is this like awesome, beautiful character, and Walt, the most toxically masculine character in the entire fucking show, more than anybody else, he is the most toxically masculine character, kills her just so that him and Jesse can have more of a story together. True! Confirmation that Gus is gay. Look, Gus isn't looking at her. Is he gay or something? Yeah, if you know this scene, you know why this is extra funny. That's the scene where Gus kills 12 people at once. By poisoning himself and them, and almost dying. Gus is amazing, by the way. Gus is my favorite character in Breaking Bad. Gus followed shortly by Mike. Followed shortly by, I probably would say Walt is my third favorite character. And not because I like Walt. I hate Walt. Walt is the most pathetic, unlikable, horrible person you can possibly imagine. and but I think he's so interesting, and he's so good at being a scummy, cowardly liar bitch. It's so great. Oh, it's amazing. Anyway, let's continue talking about Jane, okay? So Jane is a character who basically gives Jesse a reason to live. She goes out of her way and puts herself in danger, by the way, because she does get back on drugs because of her being with Jesse. But she finds her struggle with drugs to be less important than her connection with Jesse. And I think she might actually be right on that. I think that her and Jesse, like, even though they encourage each other back into drugs, they also actually meaningfully care for each other, and they seem like they're actually going to be able to overcome things together until Walt gets involved. And when Walt takes Jane out of the equation, Jesse basically has nothing to live for. And at every occasion that he tries to get something else to live for, Walt takes it away. Walt deliberately takes away things from Jesse constantly, specifically so that Walt is the only person that Jesse has left, over and over and over again. And this goes all the way until the moment that Walt dies. The only reason that Jesse ends up in slavery is because of Walt. The only reason that Jesse gets out of slavery is because of Walt. And at the end of the story, when Walt dies, Jesse has no one. He doesn't have Saul. He doesn't have Mike. He doesn't have his parents. He doesn't have Jane. He doesn't have, what was her name? Angela? The other girl? There's slavery, yes. At the end of the show, a Nazi gang literally puts Jesse into, they literally put him in a hole where he's exposed to the elements, and then they tie him up to a leash and make him cook meth as a meth slave. Oh, he does have Badger and Skinny Pete, although I don't know how helpful they are. Praised BB says, I can't believe how many people defended Walt's abuse when the show aired. It was so bad. Yes, that is a weird thing. I understand why people sympathize with Walt because he is the main character and we get to see everything he goes through, but there is no doubt about it. Walt is a horrifically abusive person. He's not even a good criminal. He's a terrible criminal. He's just so deeply manipulative, and he's so good at gaslighting and deceiving people that he's able to sort of take control. Yeah, and anyway, I want to focus on this actually leads me to the next part. Skylar, okay? Skylar is yet another controversial character. A lot of people say that Skylar's writing is not well done. I don't actually agree with that. I think Skylar was written pretty well. And I think it's interesting to me the way that people basically see Skylar's sort of mundane flaws as being justification for all of the horrific nightmare shit that Walt does. And I want to be clear. Skylar is a flawed person, like very much so. There are a lot of points in the story where I think that Skylar makes a decision that is like really bad. For example, when she encourages Walt to kill Jesse, that is entirely spite-based. The way she treats Jesse throughout the entire thing, she basically blames Jesse for Walt being a piece of shit, even though it's the other way around. Walt absolutely made Jesse a worse person, not the other way around. Skylar does cheat on Walt, which is pretty shitty. But I think it's very fucked up that some people or perhaps, I mean, I think it's intentional. I think the show was hoping to provoke people to think about this a little more. I think some people didn't think about this, really, but I think that the show kind of wants you to hate Skylar in a certain way because you're supposed to feel what Walt is feeling. You're supposed to feel that, like, tension and that displeasure, but you have to recognize that the entire time Skylar is feeling that as well. From the very beginning of the show, from the moment the show begins, Walt is withdrawn, he's emotionally unavailable, he's cold, he's an unbelievable liar. All he does is lie. He, even on mundane things, he even lies about small mundane things. Why defend Skylar? No, because Skylar deserves to be defended on a certain level. Like, truly. I don't believe that Skylar's abusiveness ever touches the level of abusiveness that Walt is engaged in on a regular basis. It's like Skylar's worst thing is that she's a bit of a nag. Like, that she's a nag and she's passive aggressive at times. Like, I think that there are times where she's like, where she's bad. Marie is abusive to Walt. I mean, Marie literally tells Walt to kill himself multiple times. I think that that Walt Jr. has like Walter Jr. tells Walt to die twice, and I think that's kind of hurtful and terrible. I think Walter Jr. is a great character, and I love him, and he's a kid, so it's a little bit more forgivable. He's like literally 15 at the beginning or 16 at the beginning of the show, and like 18 by the end. Marie is the worst. I love Marie. I think she's really funny, but also she's the worst. Marie is racist. Marie is a serial liar. Marie is a gaslighter. Marie constantly involves herself where she doesn't belong. She constantly endangers other people because she can't take responsibility for the things that she does. She treats Skylar like shit. I don't even care about the kleptomania. Like, I think that's her least bad thing. Like, her stealing shit from rich people is like the least bad trait. Does she? Yes. Yes, she does. She does engage in gaslighting on numerous occasions. When Skylar confronts her about the fact that Marie gave Skylar a stolen piece of jewelry that almost got Skylar arrested by complete accident, Marie literally lies directly to her face for the entire show. She never admits it, even when she's confronted with the facts multiple times. She literally just says, I don't know what you're talking about. You sound crazy. Marie is absolutely a gaslighter. Yeah. Yeah. Marie is Hank, also just a terrible person. But also you can't help but kind of like Hank because Dean Norris is such a good actor. Dean Norris is such a fucking good actor. By the way, let me just give a quick shout out since we're talking about Hank's character. He does such a good job of like acting out like a tough guy DEA guy being reduced to literal tears by panic attacks and PTSD. It's unbelievable. Oh yeah, she like run over the kid's car for fun because she's just pissed off. And Hank is also racist as fuck. He's also sexist as fuck. He's also extremely toxically masculine. This guy dumps his entire personality is constantly cutting down everyone around him so that he feels like the top dog. And of course he's a cop, which we're going to talk about that in the next segment. Yeah. He's bad news. So then there's another character. So let's continue talking about Skylar though. I don't want to get too distracted. Skylar. So Skylar is basically she's justified throughout the entire show because, not because she's like technically correct, because I think that like Skylar's approach to everything is super, super hypocritical. Like, I mean, she's clearly incapable of like showing any mercy on her husband when her husband smokes weed. Like when she thinks her husband is smoking weed because of his cancer, she literally like goes and ruins that for him. She goes and confronts Jesse, and Skylar does a lot of things that I think are like across the line. Skylar does a lot of things to undercut her husband. However, also she's just like weirdly pro-cop at all times. However, she's proven correct on basically everything simply because Walt is so deceptive, so incapable of treating her like a person, that basically all of her decisions were the rational decision at that point if you step into her shoes. If you look into her shoes, you see that like every single decision that she makes is basically the wisest decision that she can make for her and her kids. And I think that like in that way, it really does a good job. Like the writing does a good job of showing how little Walt actually cares about Skylar, while also illustrating how much Skylar actually does give a shit about her family. Because she really does. Every single, like everything from forcing Walt to get the car wash. By the way, excellent play on her part. She ensured that they would have a business that can pay for them for the rest of their lives. You know, despite Walt being basically like, no. Based. But keep in mind, excuse me, she is laundering money and doing a tax evasion fraud on behalf of Beneke while being judgmental to Marie and being super judgmental to Walt. So, like, on like a moral philosophy level, I disagree with Skylar, but on like a situational, like, how does Skylar cope with being put in all these situations? Skylar is like totally rational in every single way. Like, so yeah, I do think there are some parts where Skylar really loses like, but I think that's Skylar being sort of forced into a position. I mean, keep in mind, like, killers come into her house, her baby gets threatened at gunpoint, her house gets set on or almost gets set on fire with gasoline. God, like, there's just an endless amount of stuff that Walt puts Skylar through that Skylar has no say in. And it's interesting how one of Walt's main frustrations is that he has no say in anything in his life. It's a recurring theme. Walt, I don't have any control over anything. I don't have any control. I'm not alive. I'm just, I don't get to make it. I don't have any say in my life. I don't have any say in getting cancer. I don't have any say in my family. They just make me do all these embarrassing things all the time. And yet, at the first opportunity, Walt does that exact same thing to Skylar. Walt makes it so that Skylar has functionally no agency whatsoever. Anyway. So, I think Skylar is a well-written character if you're looking at the show from the perspective of it being a analysis of toxic masculinity. And then there's one more character that I want to talk about, one more female character in this show that I want to talk about, Lydia. Fuck Lydia, okay? Fuck Lydia. Oh God. Lydia is the most beautifully hateable person that you can possibly imagine. Oh my God. Hey, is Demon Mama gay? Yes, I am. What do I use as pronouns? She, her. Thank you. So Lydia. Boy, we got a lot to say about Lydia. Boy. So, Lydia is a powerful woman, who becomes powerful by essentially emulating men in every way that she possibly can, which she is totally ill-suited for. She dresses up, she tries to dress up super sharp. She presents herself as a confident business person. She plays dominance games. She threatens to have people killed constantly. She's the #1 person who's constantly trying to get people killed. She tries to play the game, but she's, once again, much like Walt, totally unsuited for it. She is cowardly. She is not a cutthroat dominance player. She likes working out numbers. She likes taking risks. She's clearly obsessed with logistics, but she's also an anxious wreck. She's constantly put down and mistreated by the men around her that she inevitably has to work with. And of course, like, literally, Mike, when you watch the parts with Mike literally treats her like a child. So it's very interesting how the show chose to portray the major female characters of the show, and how in my opinion, there's a deliberate attempt to show how women, that it's a show about toxic masculinity, and it shows how women have to engage with toxic masculinity in order to survive. So you have various types. You have the Lydia type. Lydia survives toxic masculinity by emulating a crime businessman. She does all the things that a crime businessman would do, including threatening death and all of this shit like that. Skylar, she gets through it by basically putting her head down and just trying to suppress herself to survive. Skylar literally goes catatonic. She just goes at the end of the show. There's a point in the show where she stops. You actually can see this. It's a very deliberate choice. They start showing her being like severely depressed, and that's her thing. Her way of surviving is by basically gray rocking Walt. She becomes so boring to Walt that Walt usually isn't willing to hurt her until the very end, where Walt's bullshit finally boils over, puts her in danger, and then she slashes Walt with a knife. I'll talk about Mike in a second. So you have that type of surviving this shit. You have the Marie type, which is that Marie basically latches herself completely to a strong guy, which is Hank, and Marie is just a homemaker and professional wife, which, you know, okay, but that's the way that's the like Marie basically lives up to the feminine standard that all these people want. She goes away when she's told to, for the most part. She's gossipy, she's domestic, she's style oriented. She loves her little fancy purple doilies and all that shit. So those are like, and then you have we have Skylar. Oh, and then you have Jane. Jane, who is the only like female character whose response to masculine dominance is outright rebellion. And I mean like true outright rebellion. Jane neither embraces, like, she doesn't become masculine in order to fit into this standard. She doesn't change herself in that way. Her dad is a horrible... Oh, yeah, that's another character we didn't even talk about. We didn't even talk about Jane's fucking crazy dad. Her obsessive, hyper, overprotective, controlling dad who breaks into her place on numerous occasions. And Jane is the only one who's basically like, well, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to live on my own. I'm going to make my own decisions. Well, and she's killed for it. She's literally killed because she chooses to just be herself. And it's no coincidence, by the way, that Jane is the one who has like appreciation of feminine art, and also has appreciation of Jesse's non-masculine traits. Do you remember who the only person in the entire show who appreciated Jesse's art was? Jane. Jane is the only person who ever got to see Jesse's goofy, vulnerable, you know, frilly superhero art. And she's the only one who got to do that. And so she dies for it. Walt kills her for being a threat to the masculine order that is presented by Walt and the people like him. Andrea, unfortunately, I feel like they underdid Andrea, which kind of sucks. Also, just so you know, Jesse and Jane is 100% the T for T relationship. If you guys can't recognize that Jesse Jane is a television representation of a T for T relationship that's technically like sold as like, you know, two cis people, no, it is so unbelievably T for T. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. I love it. Beautiful. Okay, hold on. I need to elaborate on this. Hold on. I don't think I need to elaborate. I'll just show you a picture and you'll understand. Hold on. I'll find the image. There's a literal shot. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, I need the high quality ones. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll get you your image. Watch this. You'll understand what I'm talking about. Heh. There's so many good pictures of them. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Ready? Come on. Come on. You're telling me that's not T for T? Come on. Come on. Come on, chatters. Give me a break. Give me a break. T for T means trans for trans. Okay?
It is.
Jesse has the... Oh, we had an episode by episode drip rating by Faun. Faun was doing Jesse drip rating. It was amazing. Every episode, Silent would be like, can we get a drip review? And then Faun would be like, all right, I'm going to review the Jesse drip for this episode. Oh, Jane is definitely bisexual. I think Jesse's got good drip most episodes. He's got a couple misses. What do I think about Jesse and Mike as characters? Okay, that's how we'll wrap up my conversation about Breaking Bad. I'll talk about Jesse and Mike. So, Jesse. Jesse and Skylar are the victims of this story. Let's put it that way. Jesse finally... So, Jesse is an example of somebody who does not die, but basically survives the hazing process, the masculine hazing process. Jesse is highly independent. Even he's very good at heart. He's a very sensitive person, but obviously he has ambitions. Some of them are problematic ambitions, but Jesse is not a person who likes to dominate other people. He does not like to put himself above others. He loves to achieve things. He loves to be good at certain things, but he doesn't like to put himself over other people. And as a result, he is seen as he's the little boy. He's the little boy who needs to be rescued by Mike, who needs to be rescued by Gus, who needs to be rescued, worst of all, by Walt. And everything that Jesse loves is stolen away by Walt throughout the course of this story. Walt ruins his house. Walt kills his girlfriend. Walt poisons the kid that he cares about. Walt literally ends up getting him put into slavery, almost kills him. And then finally, Walt lets him out of slavery, but only in time to die alongside a bunch of white nationalists, which was the only good thing. Jesse, I fucking love Jesse, and I think Jesse is probably one of the, like, the most morally good people in the entire show, but his mercy is almost a disadvantage, and that sucks. Because the fact that he constantly wants to give people another chance, the fact that he doesn't like resolving things by violence, that he hates using violence so much, means that he can't actually deal with people like Walt. It means he can't actually deal with people like Gus, because he is capable of being preyed upon by them because of his good nature. And that is part of the thing that I think is talked about in the show. By the end of the show, can I get a screenshot of Jesse at the last episode? Can I show you what Jesse looks like in the last episode? Yeah, let me show you what Jesse looks like in the last episode here. Here we go. By the end of the show, this is what Jesse looks like. He's literally been getting beaten and has been living in a pit and has been being a meth slave for Nazis. He was forcibly detoxed from multiple drugs. He was using meth, he was using cocaine, he was using heroin, and then he got locked in a basement and forced to detox from all of those at the same time. Oh, of course he looks hot. Like, scarred up guys are hot, no doubt. Like Jesse Pinkman's a hot guy, no doubt. But, his outward appearance here is only a representative of his, like, inward state. Which is that, like, he has nothing. Walt has taken everything from Jesse. Walt has taken everything from Jesse in the name of trying to shape Jesse into a son that Jesse doesn't want to be. Jesse was open at various points to letting Walt, like, guide him, but Walt wasn't satisfied with teaching Jesse. He wasn't satisfied with guiding Jesse or helping Jesse. He wanted to own Jesse. He wanted to be Jesse's daddy, the one and only. And so Jesse is punished, perpetually tortured. Everything is taken away except for this masculine power structure that he's being forced into. And I think Jesse's character is sort of supposed to be the example of what most people end up like. Basically, hollowed out, scarred up, damaged, not broken people. They're not unsalvageable people. They're just horrific. They've been horrifically traumatized for actions that weren't theirs because other men wanted to put them in their place. This is a recurring theme. Walt constantly undercuts Jesse, constantly browbeats Jesse with insults, constantly tries to put Jesse in his place. And of course, this leads us to Mike. Mike, the guy who seems to be doing the best until the very, very end of the show. Mike is the masculine. He is the he is the right-hand wolf, okay? He is the masculine ideal of the not king, okay? He is the he is the king's advisor. He is happy with his place in the hierarchy. He literally says that. He literally says, Walt, if only you knew your place, none of this would have gone like that. The most meaningful scene, like the most emotionally charged scene with Mike, is Mike screaming at Walt to know his place. And yet, we love Mike. Mike is such a fucking sick-ass character. And it's weird how that works, right? That like, it's almost like, wow, with Mike, you can see a version of this masculinity that makes sense. You can see a guy who's happy taking orders from Gus, from a guy who he sees as the strong father that he serves. And Walt fucks it up. But the truth is that, like, Mike is perpetuating this on everybody else. He does it to Walt. He does it to Lydia. He does it to Jesse. He's not as abusive. He's not as He's not as horrible to any of them except for Walt. He really doesn't like Walt. He actually hates Walt, which is great to see because you love to see somebody who hates Walt. But in truth, he does basically the exact same thing that Hank does, which is he's constantly undercutting other people around him. If people become dangerous to him or to his position, he kills them. And the reality with Mike is that even if you're the obedient dog, even if you're the good son is horrifically punished because he exists in this patriarchal, obsessive structure of masculinity that punishes everyone, not just the men, not just the men who don't belong, not just the gay men and the effeminate men. It punishes all men. Mike's relationship to Jesse, notice that Mike is just better at building a fatherly relationship with Walt, but that he can't commit to it. So Mike does treat Jesse better slightly. Keep in mind that the beginning of Mike and Jesse's relationship is Mike driving Jesse around with like, Jesse is unarmed, Mike is heavily armed, and Jesse is being forced to ride around with Mike, and whenever he asks Mike what they're doing, Mike says, "Shut the fuck up, I'll show you what we're doing." He does the same thing that Walt does. Throughout the show, a perpetual refrain is Walt telling people, just trust me. It's all going to be good. I have it under control. Trust me. I will provide. Mike does that to Jesse. He replicates the exact same thing. He's just better at it than Walt. He's just not as stupid and cruel and pathetic as Walt. But he does do the same thing. He still browbeats Jesse when Jesse doesn't do what he wants. He still threatens violence. Would you say Tuco is more of a toxically masculine figure than Walt? No, Tuco, it just doesn't have any mask. That's the difference. Walt is ashamed. Walt is ashamed of everything. Walt is like a being of shame. Tuco has no shame whatsoever. Tuco is completely unhinged, like big mad dog type masculinity. So, yeah. We mask Mama? Yeah, so that's, Tuco is like, in my opinion, he's just Walt if Walt didn't have a mask. Keep in mind that the reason why Walt gets away with so much stuff is because of how erratic he is. The reason why he gets away with killing Gus is because his plan makes no fucking sense. It barely works. All of Walt's plans barely work. He gets away with it because he is a smart guy, and because he is a creative liar, and because he's so chaotic. But Walt's main trait is not that he's a good storyteller. It's not even that he's a good chemist. Walt's main effective trait is that he's such an unbelievable gaslighter that nobody knows what the truth is, and therefore he's totally unpredictable. There's a part where Mike brings this up, where Mike says Walt is trouble. Mike just specifically says, like, I don't want to work with Walt. Walt is trouble. He's chaotic. He's unpredictable. He's violent, and he's right. He's not a good liar. He's just a gaslighter. He will lie no matter what. He even gaslights himself, if that's possible. He lies to himself constantly. Hey, good night, Psychosocialism. Thanks for coming by. I think perhaps the saddest moment in the show, yeah, that's true. The only time Walt doesn't lie is when he literally dies. There's two really sad moments in the show. Jane's death is genuinely traumatizing. Like, that is one of the best portrayals of, like, the horror of drug overdose. That is just, it's just horrifying and incredibly sad. But there's another scene that I always remember, that I've been thinking of a lot. And that's the scene where Walt is in the cabin by himself, and there's a guy who's like a disappearer. He's like a identity guy. He's a guy who lets you disappear. He's a disappearer. And the disappearer delivers Walt a care package every month to a cabin that he's hiding out in for a year. So he basically, when Walt gets caught, he goes and hides in the woods for a year to like let the heat, to like, so the heat dissipates. And there's a scene where the guy brings him a little bag of chemo, and the disappearer guy's like, hey, I watched some YouTube videos on how to put your chemo in. And then Walt's like, I'll do it. And then Walt realizes he doesn't know how to put chemo in at all. And so then he kind of just deflates, and he lets the disappearer guy put the chemo needle in for him. And then to make it like truly heart-wrenching, he's like, could you stay for just an hour? And the guy goes, don't really feel like staying any longer. And then he goes, I'll give you $10,000 if you stay and play cards with me for 2 hours. And then the guy goes, 10,000, 1 hour. So he's literally paying this guy $10,000, like just the most desperate and sad moment. Where, yeah, it's really sad. So yeah, it's a really sad scene, and I don't know. Yeah, it's sad. But also, Walt, you can't help but feel like Walt deserves it. Oh, of course there's the whole Hank thing, but see, Hank, you notice like, okay, Hank is a great example of like the masculine, well, Hank and Gus are both examples of the masculine death cult. Hank blisters forward constantly. Okay, Hank constantly breaks the law. He follows his hunches. He does whatever the fuck he wants, whenever the fuck he wants. Hank is a fully realized patriarchal male. There is basically, except for when he gets paralyzed, there is basically no point in the story where Hank is not able to live up to his own patriarchal masculine ideal, all the way to the end, where he doesn't even try to save his own life. He just says, the Nazi's gonna kill me anyway, fuck you. So, yeah. Oh, Jesse's parents do suck, yes. But yeah, Hank is like, again, like I said, most of the characters in this show are a form of masculinity, and exploring how that type of masculinity engages with the general systemic structure of masculinity. Yeah, he decided to kill me 10 minutes ago. It is really sad. Gale is on the same level of Jesse, and I'm so sad he died. Yeah, the only thing about Gale is you only know Gale for like 3 episodes, which sucks. I feel like they could have done a better job with Gale, but I don't know. That's probably one of my minor critiques of the show, is that it would have been nice to see more of Gale. So, summary. Let's wrap up this Breaking Bad conversation review, which has been quite long, but let's wrap it up with a little summary, which is Breaking Bad is awesome. If you haven't seen it, even if you're now spoiled, please go watch it. It is a really good show. It's good from beginning to end. The amount of episodes that I felt were like not like interesting is like 2. I think there's like 2 episodes in the entire series that I felt were like subpar. It is so good. The acting is unbelievable. The soundtrack is a absolute banger. The show is very funny. The writing is good. I did like, okay, the Fly episode was weird. That is, I will talk about that real quick. Let's talk about the Fly episode. The Fly episode is such a weird episode. And also, I can't help but feel like it's supposed to be almost like an alternate universe. There are things I like about it, and there are things I don't like about it. On one hand, it is as a standalone episode, it's great. It's very entertaining. It's funny. It's extremely quirky. In an almost like tongue-in-cheek Redditor kind of quirkiness. But it like Walt and Jesse aren't actually Walt and Jesse, or rather, Walt isn't Walt in that episode, and I think that's kind of part of the point. I think it's like Walt basically having I'm gonna be completely blunt here. Walt has an autistic meltdown or an ADHD meltdown. This fly is bothering the shit out of him, and because it's driving him crazy, he tries to do the toxically masculine stuff, but it doesn't work because it's completely obvious that he's extremely obsessed with a fly. And it is and also there's a section of the episode where Jesse gives Walt sleeping pills, and then for like 15 minutes, Jesse just tells a story about his aunt with cancer losing her mind when the cancer went to her brain, which is kind of like being like, hey, Walt, you're kind of being even more crazy than usual right now. Are you sure that you're like yourself? And the answer is no. The answer is no. Walt isn't himself. He's drugged up. He's drugged up, he's distressed, he's vulnerable, and for the first time in the show, he opens up emotionally to Jesse in a way that actually mends his relationship with Jesse just a little bit. And it's because he basically has to be removed from all of the typical toxic masculine energy that he's constantly surrounded around. It's kind of sadistic to tell a cancer patient. Well, actually, it was really compassionate. In the episode, it was really compassionate. Like Jesse sees that Walt is not doing okay. Jesse sees that Walt is like literally not, like he's overstimulated. He's freaking out. He's losing his mind. And Jesse basically sneaks him some sleeping pills, not for any selfish reason, but because he's afraid Walt is going to hurt himself, which Walt does. Walt literally, in attempting to get the fly, he literally falls off of the top of the stairs and almost breaks his back. And so Jesse tells this story about his aunt, not really to like do anything to Walt, but just to kind of lull him to sleep and remind him to take it a little slower. And because Walt doesn't know that he's been hit with the sleeping pills, Walt accidentally reveals something genuine. This happens again in the part that I mentioned with Walt Jr., where Walt Jr. comes over and discovers Walt after he got beat up by Mike. And Walt's all like pounded up, and like Walt's face is all beat up, and his son comes over and he's high on opioids, and he's crying to his son. He's like, and this is the only time that Walter is genuine. Every time Walt gets inebriated in the show, whether it's him getting drunk, whether it's him high on some other substance, the truth of his personality starts to come out because he becomes completely dissociated from the structures that he exists within, from this obsession with dominance, this obsession with ego, this obsession with masculine pride and self-importance. So I do like the Fly episode. I think it's weird, and when I first watched it, I kind of was like, I don't know, but I ended up liking it. Yeah. Well, everyone, that's the end of the Breaking Bad review. I loved watching Breaking Bad. It was a great show to watch. After Game of Thrones, which was an absolute disaster. Oh my God, Game of Thrones was so bad. And I think I have like television, I don't want to call it trauma. Let's call it television trauma, okay? I have television trauma about Game of Thrones because every time I find out that we're on the last like 2 seasons of a show, I start to go, oh, when's it gonna get bad? When's it gonna get bad? Breaking Bad doesn't get bad. It just doesn't. It's good all the way through. And it felt so good after Game of Thrones, which is the worst ended show ever. Like, holy shit. The ending of, by the way, worse than Lost. Just so you all know, actually worse than Lost. Lost was a better ending to a show than Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was a disaster. So, by comparison, Breaking Bad was such a relief. And I want to wrap up this little bit by playing the eternal banger, okay? The eternal fucking banger. The Heisenberg song from season 2. Which is just so fucking good. I have seen Dexter. It's funny you say that, but I actually have seen Dexter, and Dexter is fucking terrible. It's all, no more spoilers. This Heisenberg song is so good. Yes, I've watched everything except for the literal last season. Oh, Tortuga! Tortuga!
Nadie sabe nada de él porque nunca lo han mirado. El cartel es de respeto y jamás ha perdonado.
Hola, DEA. Boom! Oh, such a sick ass episode.
No le han avisado. Y así suenan los cuates de Sinaloa.
I fucking love it. Oh, it's gonna hit me. They don't like it. Even with my commentary and singing, they still are gonna hit me. I know, okay, just so you know, I've fucked myself over because I'm still learning Spanish, but it's harder for me to roll my R's now because of my split tongue. It's harder. Mercado, mercado. See? It's hard for me. It's because of this. I screwed myself over. I didn't, but it's fine. It's all good. It's all gonna be fine. I'll get better at it. I just have to practice more. Fuck. Don't do ra. No, then it sounds like this. By the way, my tongue split goes really far. Look. It goes pretty far. Anyway. Yeah, it splits pretty far. Okay. Whew. So that was it. The Breaking Bad review. Wow, it's really good. I really had a good time with Breaking Bad. I should check out Mariachi Entertainment System. Oh, that sounds amazing. Mariachi Entertainment System. I'll have to check that out. That sounds fucking amazing. I love mariachi music. Is my tongue gonna be like that forever? Yes, it will. It will never heal. And I don't want it to. I love it. I love my tongue. I have to talk about it every once in a while so that people can like, because I know people who haven't seen it, you know. Anyway. Any more body mods you've been thinking about getting? I want to get my tattoos done next. After I move, I'm going to start scheduling and designing my next tattoo, which I believe is going to be a sleeve on my left arm. Yes, we're going to do well, first we're going to talk about, I have some thoughts. I want to talk about a little news roundup real quick. I want to do a little rant. But yeah. And then, oh, please, Vermin, I would love that. Absolutely. I would love to go, I want to go get a couple small tattoos, and I also want to get, I also really want to get my sleeve done. Because my left arm, I have a plan for. It's going to be, let's just say, very Bloodborne and Elden Ring inspired, okay? Is my goal. So it's going to be very cosmic, it's going to be very stark, and you all are going to love to take a look at it. So, hell yeah. Hey, Demon Mama, hope you're doing well now that you seem to have found a new apartment. Yes, we are moving into the new place on the 13th, which is very exciting. Especially nice to have a surprise stream to start off Pride Month. That's what we're about to talk about. That's what we're about to talk about right now. Oh, actually, real quick, two things. First of all, TransFemcell says, will you replace your skin with a new material? That would be sick. I totally would do it, if that was possible. The person who did my tongue, actually, believe it or not, I have his business card here somewhere, but regardless, believe it or not, the person who did my tongue, his entire body has light silver circuitry tattoos. His entire body. He got his whole body covered with like light silver circuitry that shows up only in certain lights. And it is incredibly cool. Very based. I'm sure that probably took him months. Yo! That's a sick-ass tattoo. I love the black work. That's excellent. Uh-oh. That link didn't work. The other question I wanted to answer was, what's the new apartment like? Is it bigger? Yes. We are essentially doubling our current space. Let me tell you about that before we do the next thing. Oh yeah, I can turn off the Breaking Bad notes. It is a, so let me tell you about the new place. It is a absolutely beautiful, very old house that is owned, that was owned by, it's been in the family of the people we're renting it from for 3 generations, which is super sick. So they've been there. They love the place. We were like, we will take care of your place. It's beautiful. It has a whole yard that's fenced in, so Yoda will be able to go outside easily. We won't have to worry about always having to take her for a long walk anymore. Has your landlord gotten around to understand the chosen family? They were very sus about that. That's one thing that kept happening. Landlords are incredibly sus about adults that don't share the same last name living together. It's really fucked up, and I want to rant about that, but I'm not going to rant about that right now. Yes, the landlords passed the vibe check. It's a whole house. Yes, we are renting a full house. It has a large unfinished basement, which I will be using to build all kinds of stuff for the show on. And it has a bigger bedroom than we have currently. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a huge kitchen, which is really important because I want to do Cooking Mama. I want to cook with you and for you and talk about cooking and do live cooking shit. And now we can, because the kitchen is fucking huge. And Additionally, I will have devoted studio space, which is fucking awesome. So, oh yeah, the other thing is because it's because it's such an old house, it has, what are they called? Like, reading windowsills. It has those windows that have the sills that you can sit on. Like literally all of the windows in the house have these big, huge windowsills that you can sit on next to the window. And it's amazing. Also, the living room has a giant unique window that you can open up, and the living room is even with the front porch, so you can actually literally put a table through the giant window and have a serving. They were like, we sometimes when we are doing a cookout, we'll have a serving table so that you can literally just open the window, slide a table out, and just put food out for people to grab at a party, which is amazing. The neighborhood is really, really cute. It's you know, it's in the Seattle area. I'm not gonna obviously give that away. Got a beautiful view. Yeah, it's really, really great. It's definitely a style of building you don't see very frequently anymore, but it's awesome. And I'm very excited for it. The landlord we met the landlord's mother who was there working on the house, and she was amazing. She loved us. And we talked with her for hours, which is really good. So there's that. There's the info about the house. The kitchen is super nice. The internet is going to be exactly the same as here, so just as good. I'll just be able to transfer my service over there. Yeah. Otherwise, neighbors seem really cool. There's like a pretty decent yard. Oh, one of my favorite things, gardening space. So we actually have room to grow things now, which is super awesome. So there you go. There's the summary of the current thing. I will be able to show you pictures once we start moving on the 13th. I don't know how chill they're going to be, but they seem nice. So, am I talking about the new place? Yes, we finally got it. Our move-in date is the 13th. So later this month, I will be moving in, which is amazing and extremely exciting. Yeah, I'm really super excited for it. Yeah, I mean, our house is commune-ish. Like, I mean, it's a poly house, which is a form of a commune, I guess. We all share things, so I don't really know if it's not like a commune in the communist sense. Like, well, I guess depends on your school of thought. Depends on your school of thought. Anyway, great to see you, Merrick. I hope you're doing wonderfully. I've been thinking about you a lot lately. I just recently, Merrick, I just read your big thread that you did on Twitter about Stop the Bleed. And I actually have the Stop the Bleed course open on my browser right now because that was something I was going to do in person, and I didn't know that there's online options. So I'm thinking I might do both online and in person. Did they ask about what you all do for a living and how did streaming come up? Yeah, they always ask. I always tell them that I am a independent video journalist, and I'm very good about my paperwork. So, you know, they never look all that hard. But they're always like, what? And then I show them my business documents and they're like, nice, because I keep good paperwork. So, yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Merrick. I will absolutely like that. I've been saving a bunch of resources about that. So, could you put up a picture that looks like it? I could draw what it looks like. Here, I'll do a little draw thing. Here you go. Hold on. Here, I'll do a little quick draw thread. Okay? Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed is a citizen training initiative that has been around for some time. It's a advocacy to teach people how to in emergency circumstances stop bleeding from primarily gunshot wounds, because gunshot wounds are so common in America these days. Stop a bunch of medics and doctors and medical professionals came together and said, okay, we're going to make a course that teaches people how to deal with this. Yeah. It's pretty interesting. Anyway, here we go. Yay, Pansabi! I told you it's a great idle game. So this is what the house looks like. Okay? Hold on, I'll draw it. Ready? So this like crazy pattern, it has like an old-fashioned stained glass door thing. So it's got this like stained glass on here, and then it's got like this stained glass over here as well. And then here's the stairs. And then there's a big window over here. And then there's like a roof here. A little roof here. And then there's like porch shit. It goes like this. And then there's like a big yard all around like this. Goes back. And then there's like a cute little fence with a bunch of magnolias. The people have kept a bunch of magnolias on there. So there's like flowers and shit over here. See? It's great. I'm an amazing artist. But it's big. These big windows are the bedroom windows that overlook the rest. It's really amazing. It's a old like wood plank house, so it doesn't have that shitty fake looking siding. It has old style wood plank siding, which is beautiful. Oh, and inside there is a beautiful old style staircase, which is awesome. All right, everybody. Now it is time for us to talk about a different topic that's not my place, okay? That's not my house. Not a spiral staircase, just an old-fashioned large staircase. It's amazing, okay? The landlords have oh yeah, and the other thing, all hardwood. There's no carpets. Thank fucking God. I'm not going to be living in a place with shitty fucking carpets anymore. It's all hardwood, which is a miracle. The only reason that we've gotten away with a place with all hardwood is because we happened to find this place. Like, we got this place, we got in on this place the day that it listed. We jumped on it. The second the listing came up, I'm like, oh my God, this just listed today. We need to go see it. I swear to God, we were probably the first people who saw the place. And, oh yeah, the shag carpeting here is, it makes me go insane. It's like torture. Having a house with shag carpeting, long story. Anyway, I keep getting distracted. Enjoy this worm. All right. All right, it's time to talk about something serious, okay? Hey.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. All right, everybody, stop it.
Bazinga.
Okay. Did you get the funnies out of your system now? Are you paying attention? Okay. First off, I've been talking for 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I want likes. So if you're here and you have not liked the stream, or if you're here and you haven't subscribed to Demon Mama, why? Please press the like button. It's free. And subscribing and ringing the bell is also free. I really want to grow my channel. I really want to have more imps. So you should do these things. Plus, my show is and always will be free. Viewer supported. So I don't charge you to watch it. I don't charge you for premium episodes. I don't release only snippets. Everything is free. Everything is is so that you can enjoy it, including almost all of the emotes, with the only exceptions being the animated ones. So hit those fucking buttons, give me some love, and consider throwing a couple bucks my way if you're enjoying the show. Treat it like, you should treat me like the band playing at your local bar. If you come in and you're enjoying your meal and the music sounds good, toss a few bucks into the cup so that I can pay my bills. So, there you go. Yeah, tips very gladly welcome. And if you want to throw tomatoes, good luck. So, let's talk about something serious, okay? We're gonna take a deep breath, because, yeah, this is gonna be a little ouchy, okay? Fucking true! This is fucking so true! I love this meme! I can't believe it's back! Yo, thank you, Vermin! Thank you so much! Toss a coin to your mama! Oh, chatters of mercy, whatever it is, plenty. I don't know, that doesn't fit. Chatters of plenty? Chatters of plenty? Thank you very, very much. One last bazinga.
Bazinga.
One last bazinga and one last meme. This is the meme that Posadas John sent me before we get into the serious stuff. Nice argument. Look at, I made it on here. I made it on here alongside ContraPoints and Joe Rogan. I love this meme. Types up an actual counter argument. I disagree. You're wrong, plus ratio. I fucked your dad last night. I am inside your walls. Kill yourself. Your mom. IP address. Blocked. True. Makes 2-hour-long video essay. Also true. Gorilla noises. Also true. This is pretty accurate. It's pretty fucking accurate. That's how you know I've made it. I'm on there with the biggest people. You know, it's weird. Did you guys know? This is something really weird. Did you know that I have made it into central positions in fan art of other communities? Somebody did this fan art of like, it was like a whole thing of all of the left tubers, and they put me in there. It was actually pretty good. I was in there as like a screaming SJW. It was great. I was in there with fucking Joe Rogan, Sam Cedar. I was in there with ContraPoints. It was great. It was wild. Everybody retweeted that, but nobody knew who I was, but it's okay. It's all good. All right, everybody.
Bazinga.
Last bazinga, last funny moment. Now we got to talk about the serious shit, okay? I'll try and find that art. It was a long time ago. We got to talk about some serious stuff, okay? No more smiling, no more joy, okay? So while I was gone, the news was absolutely, utterly depressing, okay? Like, the most depressing that it's been in a long time. And, honestly, as stressed as I was with the house hunt, I just couldn't find it in me to talk about any of this on stream. And I've found myself struggling a lot to put words to the Buffalo shooting, to put words to the Uvalde, Texas shooting, both of which we need to discuss a little bit, and also to the unbelievable surge of transphobia that I've been seeing literally everywhere. I have heard that. I've heard there have been 19 more shooting incidents, mass shooting incidents since Uvalde, which is horrifying. There was another shooting today at a hospital in Tulsa. That is, I did not know that. Yes, they are happening at an unbelievable pace. 3 today alone. Yes, I believe that we have entered the summer of mass shootings. Now, I talked about this a long time ago. If you guys go and watch my episode about January 6th, or actually any of my episodes from January, talking about January 6th, some of you will remember this, some of you weren't here for this, some of you will find out for this the first time. If you go back and watch some of my VODs from January, I talked about how January was going to be, in my opinion, a good marker for the direction of right-wing politics in America. And as it turns out, I was right. I said specifically I didn't think there was going to be some kind of like civil war like the Civil War, that it was going to be battle lines drawn, but rather that we were going to see a rapid expenditure of lone wolf violence. And lo and behold, we have seen a meteoric rise in lone wolf violence. School shootings, running over protesters with cars, bombings, all of this it is ramped up, and we already lived in a country where this shit happened all the time, but it is ramped up to an unbelievable degree. And it is difficult to cope with that sort of reality. It is difficult to grapple with the reality wherein every single day at schools, groceries, hospitals, any place where people are gathering, right-wing violence is increasingly like random right-wing violence targeted predominantly at minorities is increasingly likely to occur. I did hear about that, Ina, yes. Oh, I just missed a dono. Let me grab that real quick. Let me just grab this real quick. I want to see what that was, because I think that went through the stream elements or whatever. One moment. I want to make sure I read that. Sorry, I just saw it come up on the screen. I'm reluctant to go to any of the local in-person Pride events because, I don't know, man, it's been a while since Washington had a mass shooting. It actually hasn't been as long as you might think. There's actually been multiple active shooters at the South Center Mall in Washington, right, which is just south of Seattle. There have been a series of attempted shootings and active shooter events at that mall. So actually, Washington has had a few, and that's not me trying to make you feel more scared to go outside or anything like that. It is just an unfortunate reality of the world that we live in, of a world where the most popular news network is constantly churning out the most feverish, deranged fear-mongering you could possibly imagine. Now, do I think that, like, Pride events are statistically unsafe to go to? No. Do I think that it's very likely that Pride events are going to be targets of extreme violence? Yes. I think that it is perfectly rational, absolutely and perfectly rational, to assume that Pride events are going to be the target of more such violence. We have seen an incredible increase in the rhetoric against the LGBT community. We have seen a move from sort of latent blood libel, satanic panic type rhetoric to open blood libel and satanic panic type rhetoric being used specifically about gay and trans people. Oh my God, that is terrifying, Vermin. I didn't know that. That is fucking terrifying. If I see one more tweet about Kink at Pride, don't worry. We'll make sure that's taken care of. I will be doing another video this year on Kink at Pride, just like I did last year. It'll be even better this year. Don't worry. We'll get out ahead of that. Don't worry. It'll be easy. They don't have the energy this year, it seems. So a lot of shootings, a lot of violence. On top of that, COVID. For those of you who don't know, COVID is doing really, really bad right now. Like, COVID is nightmare levels again. And we are looking at a summer spike of COVID and most likely an even more severe September, October spike of COVID. These are, it's not going to be good. I don't know if you all know this, but more elderly people have died from Omicron, which is supposedly a mild version of COVID, than died of Delta. That is the latest stats from the CDC, is that actually Omicron, despite being considered more mild, is actually killing more elderly people. The death count in America is unbelievable, and I don't think that anyone here is particularly ready to process how many people are going to die by the end of this year. A lot of people are going to die by the end of this year. And I understand that for some people, you're sort of sitting there and going, well, you know, yes, I have to wear a mask all the time. And yes, everything about how we shop and get food, all of that has changed. But, you know, life is more or less the same. But what I want you to understand is that even if you don't feel it immediately, the death of well over 1 million Americans, the death of millions of people in the country that you call home, specifically from a single disease over the course of 2 years, and now we're going to get more, that is a change that it is going to echo for an unbelievable amount of time. It is a collective trauma event, but it's not just a collective trauma event. It is a collective injury to everything from culture to mental well-being. People don't just, it's not just numbers disappearing. These are people who have families, people who have loved ones who are carrying their debts, carrying their loss with them, who may have also gotten sick, but maybe didn't die. There is an unbelievable level of long COVID sufferers, confirmed long COVID sufferers, and we don't even know what to do about that. We don't know how severe long COVID is going to be. We don't know if this is going to be a polio situation where a couple of years after COVID, it's done enough damage to your body that it's hard to recover. I got COVID really bad earlier this year after being very, very careful, and it took the wind out of me. I still don't know how I feel after. And it's very, very difficult to deal with that level of mass death event, especially when there is nothing from the government. The government that we're all paying our taxes to, the government that we all, the Joe Biden that we all got bludgeoned over the head, how you have to go vote for him. You can't lose to Trump because Trump would be worse, because it's true, Trump would be worse. And Biden is doing nothing. Next to fucking nothing. In fact, there was an article published just the other day talking about how Joe Biden is baffled, quote unquote. Joe Biden and his people are baffled as to why his approval rating is so bad. And as it turns out, if you sit in office and do nothing while literally millions of Americans are suffering and dying, yeah, that's going to look pretty bad on you. Yeah, we might not even get a student loan forgiveness. State governments are working very hard to keep the status quo. Keep in mind that many states have, most states have dropped mandates. They've dropped mask mandates. They've started to reduce testing capacity. They've started to reduce quarantine capacity. They've started to reduce, almost all of the benefits programs have dried up, but it's not gone. It's not even close to gone. In fact, you want to take a look? Let's visualize it, shall we? Let's just visualize it. Okay? Damn. Here we go. Oh, wait, this is from the beginning of 2020. Here's January of this year. Now we're back down, and look at this. We're picking back up again. Look at these case numbers. Today, reported 268,000 new cases as of the 30th. 268,000 new cases, with a 7-day average of being 86,000 new cases per day. If you think that anything has changed from the literal beginning, this is as bad as it was at the peak in 2020. This is almost as bad as the December peak in 2020. We're starting to approach the 2021 summer peak. So the current population of the U.S. government is 334 million people. If long COVID happens in 1 out of every 5 cases of infection, which is what it seems like, and the plan from the government is just to let it rip, this means that somewhere around 66 million people will have long COVID once the entire country is infected. That doesn't even take into account repeated infection and getting it after that. And yes, of course, these numbers are probably lower because they have changed the reporting standards, and the original reporting standards were already bad. On the 30th, 61 people died, with a 7-day average of 176 people dying in America every single day from COVID. 200 people just every single day. And I know that this is the most depressing doomer shit, but there's a reason why I want to say it. And that's because it is incredibly important that no matter how much the for-profit ghouls that run every single industry in this country tell you, there is verifiable evidence from the most trustworthy of sources that you can imagine in this case that shows that they are fucking wrong. That the government's decision to stop attempting to mitigate COVID, the government's decision to no longer enforce lockdowns or mandates is wrong. It is the wrong decision, and they do not care. There is no excuse for it, except for the economy must go on. And the truth is, that's exactly what's happening. Restaurants, nobody's masking in restaurants anymore. Nobody's masking in public anymore. And guess what? That's going to change. Because if this is the behavior and the infection rates are as high as they are, which they're already getting ridiculously high, there is no way that we are not going to get a spike in October, a spike in September, and then most likely an even more severe spike in January of 2023. And if you want to look back to the past, just so you see, I'm not just making this shit up, take a look at this. Look at where we were. Let's look at where we were in May here. Back in 2021 in May, only had 2,500 cases per day. 2,500. Oh, sorry. 25,000 with a lower one that day. My bad. Let's take a look. Let's go to this exact day. June 1st. Here you go. On June 1st, we had 17,000 cases. Today is June 1st. We don't have June 1st reporting in. May 30th, 268,000. May 30th of 2021, 21,000. May 2022, 268,000. And look at what the bump they got in January was that we got in January 2022. What do you think January 2023 is going to look like? There is no possible way that this does not negatively impact the economy. We are, and I have been saying this for a long time, and I've been right about it, and you all have seen it and felt it yourselves. You all have been able to see this elsewhere. I've been able to evidence this, that the economy is fucking destroying itself in every way. Because as it turns out, people are the most important part of the economy. We're going to top 1 million cases per day if shit doesn't turn around this winter. It's bad. It's really bad. And I don't know what daily life is going to look like when there are millions of people sick with COVID per day to a degree, when we're less prepared than ever before. COVID deniers are genocide deniers. We cannot move forward until the American people understand this. I agree. I agree with you, Louie boy. No one has... So, Flop says, I hate how numb we have become. Everyone around has numbed themselves to cope with these constant math decibels. That's not numbing. I hate the term numbing. I'm not mad at you or anything, please. But people aren't numb. People are dissociating. People are damaging themselves so that they can continue on through this. They're enduring incredible amounts of pain and sadness and depression. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, they're coping by dissociating, by retreating into their minds in this way that's not healthy, in a way that adds perpetual passive stress and anxiety that just isn't okay. Like, humans don't thrive living like this. So, all of this is to say, I missed a lot of negative news. I missed a lot of really hard to deal with news while I was out and about. And the truth is, it's just really hard to deal with. Some of this is there is no direct answer. I don't know exactly how we're supposed to respond to a bunch of right-wing inspired mass shooting events where the cops literally do nothing. And we're going to talk specifically about the cops, okay? In a minute. I don't know how we're supposed to deal with a virus, a pandemic that is ripping through the populace, where a populace where 50% of the populace is being told every single day that COVID is nothing to worry about and that you just shouldn't wear your mask because that's democratic conditioning. I don't know how you deal with that outside of trying to survive it. I don't know that there is a traditional political answer to it. In fact, I know for a fact there is no traditional, political answer to this. You can't vote your way out of a disaster of this level. You can't vote your way out of a cascade of issues like this. The only way that we address things like this is by confronting them and taking action together as non-subjects, no longer as citizens of a government, but as people who hope to see one another survive, who care for one another, who believe in the value of humanity, who believe in the value of individual people surviving and living. That is the only answer that we have right now before us. There is no revolutionary group that is ready to change the way that we approach COVID. There is no the heavily armed group that could respond to things like school shootings or whatever, they're on the side, more or less, of the shooters. Most of the police are firmly right-wing. Many of the police literally believe in the same things that motivate these shooters. Sounds like a skill issue. It is. It's not just a skill issue. It is what you are witnessing is the cacophonous snapping of what has held up a bloated empire. The supports are shattering out from underneath empire. How does a country as large as the U.S. form a movement? It doesn't. The U.S. as a chunk is paralyzed and dying. What we have is we have ourselves, we have the people around us, we have our greater communities, we have regions that we can do things for, we have people that we can look out for, we have queer communities, we have gatherings of like-minded individuals. And of course, we have ourselves. Every single day, we still wake up and we have to make decisions. We have to make political decisions. We have to make decisions about what we believe in and what we think is right. And the USA needs to build up a movement from the local level upwards. But I don't think people understand that like there's nothing actually really. There's not a whole lot that's really tying the United States together outside of commerce. Business is what ties the states together. There is no, we've talked about this balkanization process. You know, this idea of like, of how America is sort of, is breaking up into these sort of different political centers. You know, the Pacific states are in unity, more or less. The Pacific states all have a tri-state agreement. This happened during COVID. A whole bunch of states basically set up little functional coalitions. So it's this thing where like there are huge practical obstacles to building a nationwide movement, and the strongest nationwide presence is the Republican Party and loyalty to the Republican Party. That is one of the strongest, like, country level groups. The Democrats are large and have a lot of money, but they can't actually do anything. They're cucked. They don't have a strategy to get their change into place. The Republicans do. They are the only ones who can summon the energy to truly make a nationwide movement. And that movement is increasingly appearing to be one of course, fundamentalist Christianity, and frothing anti-gay sentiment, and racism. I live in the Midwest in a small town red state. What do I do about being scared? You are not irrational to be scared, but being scared does not preclude you from being able to take action. So the first thing you always need to do is you need to get your people close to you. We are physical beings, okay? As much as we exist on the internet, as much as we live in a technologically interconnected world, as much as we have lots of virtual things that we can do, we are not virtual beings. We are physical beings. We need to be near one another, and we need to be able to help one another. So get close to your people. If you don't have people, start finding people. And of course, do so with care. There's a lot of people out there who aren't so great. Be careful. But there's lots of good places to find good people, okay? There's a lot. I want to take firearms training. That's a great That's a great way to meet people, by the way. There are a number of lefty gun training groups that you can meet a whole bunch of really cool people, but even at non-lefty groups, because sometimes you're going to meet some lefty-leaning people who are just there to learn about guns. So you can see probably why I was, why I've been, I have sort of scattered thoughts on all of this. It's because there's just, it's so much, and it is depressing. It is sad. It is heartbreaking and stressful and exhausting, and it makes you feel like, it makes you feel empty. But it's not all bad. The rightoid to lefty ratio isn't great in the gun community. That's true. It's not a bad idea. There's just a lot of legal questions, NASDAQ. There's just a lot of legal concerns. I want an America that's as good as it's promised. That is never going to happen. That will never happen. All hyper-nationalistic projects always paint a glorious painting that they can never deliver on, because a state can't give you meaning. Not truly. The meaning that people are reaching for, the purpose that people are reaching for, will never be satisfied by a state. A state, primarily, its job is to maintain order, which means keeping itself in charge. It has no loyalty. Do you agree with Bo's take on gun culture, that we need a new gun culture? Yes. In fact, more on that in the future. We're going to do some gun content in the future. America isn't the land, it's the people. To make the promise of America true, the state cannot do it. The people must as a collective. True, but you also have to be careful who you determine as the collective. I don't think America is a collective. I think that America is a disparate group of people with very different views on things, and that's increasingly true. I think that people want to sell this idea of a united America, an America that all agrees on everything. But the truth is just I prefer rifles. Yes, Pansabi. Much prefer rifles. But yeah. America is a conglomerate, and increasingly with huge cultural differences. The culture in Washington couldn't be more different than the culture in Texas right now. Even if we have all the same restaurants because everybody has to buy from McDonald's, we have all the same stores because everybody has to buy from Star Markets, aka Kroger's and whatever, and it doesn't matter because that's not what makes culture at all. So it's very, very complicated, and it is difficult. That said, something that you can be encouraged about is that people have found ways to build community, to take care of one another, to live good lives, even in bad times. And in fact, sometimes a state that is incapable of enforcing its laws all across its entire breadth is actually a time of liberation, because as it turns out, if the feds are spread thin, they can't go around harassing as many people for marijuana crimes. They can't go around harassing black people as easily. They can't go around investigating trans people on the internet for saying that they are political radicals. Okay, true, Pansabi. There are internet feds who will do that for them, but to be honest, they're not that good. So, once again, what I want people to take away, no matter what, no matter how hard this shit gets, is that there is always some form of salvation, of joy, of sanctuary to be found with the people who love you and the people that you love. And I don't just mean family. I mean your friends. I'm talking the communities that treat you well, the communities that provide warmth. And you can choose to participate. You can make an active effort to be more active in those communities, to build connections, to connect with other people. And, you know, to be fair, all of us alone are just little sticks, but together we make a mighty faggot. We do. And I know that sometimes that sounds a little bit like, you know, it sounds a little bit like a platitude. But I think that people literally, I think that there's a perpetual and consistent effort to silo us off from one another, to filter everything that we do and everything that we love into spending money on a fandom or participating in political theater, when in reality, it is more important than ever to encourage genuine connections between queer people, genuine connections between left-leaning people, genuine connections between people of color, genuine connections between all of these intersectional groups, and start to build real solidarity. Actual networks that really can look out for one another, that can provide what is needed for the people who belong to those communities. Communities that don't want to leave people behind, communities that want to build one another up, healthier communities that aren't about just trying to well up political power behind one person, communities that aren't designed to just funnel money into a single product. And as for gun stuff, God, I have so much to say. Let's talk about the gun stuff, okay? So, let's talk about guns. So, there's been a lot of gun violence, okay? Like a lot of gun violence, okay? Real quick, Aska, it says, it's hard to network with the left where intentions nasty and I live. The Red Scare is very real here. Don't worry. That is part of the reason why the internet is valuable. Yes, there are places where it's much harder to network in person, but it's not impossible. And the internet can provide connections, valuable connections, and also can start to help you find those other disparate people. The internet is one of the best things about the internet. Why the internet has been so strong and so good and also so dangerous, it's a double-edged sword for queer people, is because it lets us find each other. Look at this chat. This chat is absolutely loaded with the gayest people you've ever seen in your entire life. The queerest chat you've ever seen from the most disparate corners of the globe. And the internet let us find each other. And from there, connections can be made. People can find out what one another can do. And this is just a community of an entertainer, me. I'm just an internet goofball who makes you laugh and sometimes makes you cry and things like that. And if I can do it, imagine what people can do who have more resources than me. Imagine what people can do who are more devoted to specifically that aspect than me. It is absolutely possible. The internet we have to use this thing to our advantage. The internet is, it's a double-edged sword, but we can use it to find people, and we can choose to connect beyond the internet. Well, Northside Star, deeply appreciate you. We want to see you safe and happy as well. A world that's safe for us is a world that's safe for you. Agreed. Now, let's talk about the guns. Okay, let's talk about the guns. Okay, Because, of course, there's always a lot of discussion about guns after these mass shootings. Understandably so. And I actually very much understand the type of people whose first reaction to gun violence like this is that we need to legislate guns further. And I don't even necessarily disagree with all of their prescriptions. Some gun control advocates simply want to raise the bar for getting access to a firearm, and while I have some concerns with certain types of policies, I don't entirely disagree with their position. And I certainly don't. I certainly understand it. I understand where they're coming from, even if I disagree. However, what I would like to lay out here is a case for why I think that banking on and putting all your money in the basket of gun control reform is the least effective and least likely to be successful tactic to respond to all of this. Okay? So, let's start. We've had a slew of lone wolf gun violence mass shootings, most of them using AR platform weapons. The AR-15 being the most common, which is the iconic assault rifle. It is the one that everybody knows. If you don't know what it looks like, I'll show you right now. Here, let me get you a little image of it, okay? Here you go. This one is from oh, never mind. That's too small. Here, let me get a good picture of one, okay? I should have probably had this up before, but whatever. Here you go. Here's your sort of iconic AR-15. Yeah, okay, this is shit-ass quality somehow, but apparently conservatives don't know how to upload good quality images because it's all from conservative blogs. This is sort of your iconic AR-15, okay? With the pixels and everything. It's especially real if you've got the, if you've got the pixels there. The pixels are what really make it, you know? Oh, hey, wait, why is chat over here? We gotta move that back. Oh, that's because we were doing something weird. There we go. So yeah. So the AR-15 is used for, is a very, very popular weapon. And it's not really because it's like a super powered gun. There's a whole series of posts that, that went around, after the shooting where it was just like, the AR-15 is the school shooter's choice because it is this, and this. Like, it's like technically amazing. Well, no, it's a well-rounded gun. There are better guns for it. It's cheap and highly accessible, highly modifiable, and also very light. And also the ammunition is easy to get. So it actually has nothing to do with like the gun being like uniquely evil, you know? It's cheap and easy to use, and that's why the AR-15s are so popular, because they're fucking all over the place. So there was this whole thing. There was a post I saw this from a liberal account that was like, you want to know why those cops were so scared to go in there? They were scared because they were going up against one of these babies. And then they had a picture of the AR-15 as if it was the reason why the cops didn't go into the school is because the AR-15 is such a powerful gun that they were too scared to go near it. And I'm like, that's what the cops have. The cops also have AR-15s. So that argument is ridiculously stupid and also makes liberals look fucking dumb as shit, okay? It has nothing to do with the unique power of the AR-15. If it wasn't the AR-15, there would be 100 other guns just waiting in line to do the exact same thing. Yeah, exactly. It was Border Patrol, which has even more armaments, okay? Secondly, if cops are scared of kids with an AR-15, how on earth would you ever be able to enforce a gun buyback program, a gun confiscation program, or a gun ban? How would you ever enact that if cops are currently too scared to stop a child with a single AR-15? And that is a practical issue with a lot of gun control, which is, okay, so if we're going to try and get guns off the street, if we're going to start confiscating these, who's going to take them? And are those people going to fight back? And the answer is yes, which means that only people that the cops are willing to confront, that the cops are willing to crack down on, black people and queer people, those are the only people who are going to actually have these confiscations come down on them. There will be extreme crackdown on minority gun ownership. There will be extreme crackdown on queer gun ownership. And the rich white people will interestingly find a way to avoid it. The rich white guys who have a compound with 500 guns in it won't have any of their shit touched. And let me tell you, it won't be because they're breaking the law. There will be a law that says if you have $1,000, you can pay for a license to have all these guns. That's how you do it. That's how these things unfold. You will have giant carve-outs to ensure that rich white people still have their guns, but everyone else does not. And interestingly, the cops will still have their guns because they're not going to get rid of their guns. One second. Let me just bring up a stat real quick. Am I armed? I am. Let me just bring this up real quick. Here we go. Reagan's gun ban was enforced against the Black Panthers more than anyone else. It was literally designed to disarm the Black Panthers. All right, everybody, ready? Here we go. United States, estimate of civilian firearms per 100 persons. 120.5 guns per civilian in the United States. Can I just get that right there? 120.50 per 100 people. So that is 1.2 guns per person. For every person in America, there is 1.2 guns. Estimate of firearms in civilian perspective, 393,347,000 guns. Registered firearms, 1 million. Unregistered, 392 million. Okay? Okay. Is my argument starting to come together here? Gun control cannot solve this in time. Yeah, if you were able to remove 1 gun per minute, it would take you 700 years to remove all guns from America. Even if you were able to get lots of guns, there would be still so many guns that any deranged right-wing shooter could pick that thing up and use it just like they have now. And guess what? You want to know what else we have in America that's incredibly dangerous on top of guns? Cars. Do you want to know what's increasingly used to harm, to do political violence, lone wolf political violence? Cars. Giant SUVs that can plow over protesters. In fact, some states have actually made it easier for people to get away with running over protesters in their giant SUVs. So we have a huge problem in front of us, which is that even if gun control was effective, and I think to a certain degree, it is effective to a certain end. I do believe that stringent gun control reduces the amount of school shootings and public shooting events, for sure. That doesn't mean that it eliminates them completely. It doesn't mean that that like other types of crimes don't go up. Of course. I do believe that's the case. But even if we were to be able to get that law to happen, to pass, which it won't, because every Republican in the entire country will vote against it. It's their, like, #1 issue, so we'll never get the legislation passed. Even if we were able to do that, even if we were able to get it passed and actually carry it out, we still don't know for sure if it would actually solve the problem. So what is the answer? And I don't think there is a single answer. I don't think there's a single answer to solve this. We have a society full of miserable people at the breaking point. We have a society full of horrifically traumatized children who are neglected, who are bludgeoned through abusive school systems, who are left to fend for themselves, who are exposed to the most vitriolic, vile extremism that you can possibly imagine on the internet, and not just on the internet, because it's on Fox News every single day. Identical talking points to those that you'd find in the deep, seedy corners of the internet are now being broadcasted every single day from the TV set, from the mouth of Tucker Carlson, from the reruns of Rush Limbaugh, from Rush Limbaugh himself when he was still alive. Guns aren't going anywhere in America. They're not. No amount of wishful thinking, no amount of liberal outrage, no matter how justified, will ever change that fact. These guns are not going anywhere. Okay? Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this right here. Here's a great example. This is from Your Movie Suck Adam. Exposing pot legalization's deadly consequences. The link between heavy marijuana use and violence. This is what Fox News, the most popular news station in America, is currently churning out. Oh yeah, here's an ad from Fox
Charlie
News.
Kirk here, founder of Turning Point USA. The world's elites are in Switzerland. Founder of Turning Point USA. The world's elites are in Switzerland right now planning the Great Reset, a global agenda that will destroy the American way of life. They're waging war on our country, and that is why Turning Point USA is empowering every American to stop the Great Reset dead in its tracks. But to win this battle, we need Americans who know the agenda at play and are ready to rise.
Do you hear the gun noises and the bomb noises? This is an ad from Fox News.
Rise up. That is why I am giving away my new book for a gift of any amount, even just $1. Call 855-881-0406 to get your copy of The Conservative Response to the Great Reset. You can also go to tpusa.com to order. That is tpusa.com. It is time to save America, and it starts with getting your copy of The Conservative Response to the Great Reset.
All day, every day, an enormous chunk of this country is dipped in that. It is dipped in tick, tick, gun noises, pictures of scary people running around and burning down the cities. Conservatives, I know conservatives back home who literally believe that Seattle and Portland were burned to the ground, that they are Mad Max, like Mad Max urban terror zones. It is unbelievable. The level of scaremongering, the level of frothing bloodlust that is being churned out every single day. And it's not entertainment. It's not even as entertainment. We're not talking about violent video games or violent movies. We're talking about news. People go to this to hear the truth. And they are told their country is under attack, that they must do something, or whatever that they're most concerned about is going to disappear. The white people are going to disappear. The women are going to disappear. Men are going to be pussified. It doesn't, name it. You fucking name it. It's all over the place. All over the place. And until we deal with that specifically, until we deal with the fact that we have a perpetual, an empire of misinformation perpetually twisting people into literal fascism, prompting them into violent action, literal ads that are saying, you must do something to save America now, gun noise, you must do something to save America now, bomb noise, you must rise up, America must rise up. That is going to drive many, many people to exactly the type of violence we see all over the place. And it's going to drive other people to being prepared to deal with that violence because they're encouraging it. They want to see it. Fox News, they want that violence. They want queer people to be afraid. They want everyone who's not white to disappear from the vision. This is why they get mad over diversity. This is why they get mad over LGBT people having visibility. It's because they're willing to kill, they're willing to threaten to kill, they're willing to inspire to kill to get their worldview. So when I look at this, and I see everybody fixating on gun control, and I see everybody talking about how, oh, if only we had 700 years to try and reclaim all of the weapons in America, I see a laughable, childish fantasy that is entirely unachievable, that is mathematically unachievable. The guns are here. We need to learn how to avoid getting hurt by them. We need to learn how to avoid dying from them. We need to learn how they work. We need to learn to understand them. And, in my opinion, we need to learn to safely wield them ourselves. Or else, we can have no guarantee of safety. We can have no guarantee of agency whatsoever. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so cute. I'll be able to identify that bird when Doe gets back. Doe is out visiting Mount Rainier today. Believe it or not. Doe is out with family. So, hey, Tempest, good to see you. Let me just real quick. How do I want to put this? Okay, I'm gonna borrow a little analogy from Robert Evans, the amazing journalist Robert Evans. Robert Evans, recently I went and met Robert Evans and got a book signed by him, which was sick as hell. Oh, hey, you're back. I was just talking about you.
I heard.
Hey, say hi. Doe is back. Say hi, everybody. Here. Would you mind refilling this for me with ice and Diet Coke? That'd be amazing. I'm super thirsty. Let's continue talking, okay? I'll address what you said there in just a second, Sock Done Left. I'm so happy Doe's back. Doe's been out with visiting family a lot lately, so I haven't got to see Doe very much, which is really uncommon for me. I usually spend almost every day with Doe. But Doe's had family in town, so. Sorry, that was a bit of a stun lock. Okay, guns. Robert Evans. I'm going to borrow an analogy from Robert Evans, okay? I don't like cars. I think cars are destroying our planet. I think that car culture in America is easily possibly the most dangerous thing that we've ever done to ourselves. Cars, not only are they dangerous to drive in and ride in, they kill tons of people directly and they kill tons of people indirectly. I don't know if you know this, but car pollution, car noise pollution, the stress of constant congestion actually measurably ruins people's lives. Cities which have high volume of car ownership and large amounts of traffic issues, people who live in the area of those traffic issues, even if they don't drive, their health issues are notably higher than the rest of the country just by living around the stress and noise and danger of cars. So, and yet, I would never tell people to not understand a gun, to not understand a car, to not be trained in a car, and to not know how to drive a car, even if they don't want to personally have a car themselves, and even if I don't agree with the use of cars. The same applies for guns. We are in a country that is inundated with guns. It is important that everyone knows gun safety. It is important that everyone knows how guns operate and what they can, what they look like and what they do and how to be safe around them, even if you yourself do not want to own a gun. Though I do not oppose lefty gun ownership at all, and in fact I advocate for it for a number of reasons. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I love you so much.
I love you.
I'm so happy you're back. I hope you had a good time.
I did. I hope you're having a good time.
I am.
About guns.
We're talking about guns. You want me to show?
You
Yeah,
can.
pass it over to me. Safely.
Of course.
How do you like my new shirt? I got this today.
I like it.
It's kind
Mama
of
showed me some of the stuff I got.
spacey.
That's cool.
All right, look, I even left it open so you know. Look at that. Nothing in the chamber, okay? Look at that. We got a nice gun, all right? See? See, we got one. There you go. There's our nice little Mosin, okay? There you go. Go ahead and put it back. We'll talk about it in the future. That's Doze. But we know how that works, so. It all comes back to me in the end. I love you. Yeah, so, nah, we're not selling, but thank you. No, somebody said they wanted to buy the gun. Not right now. Okay, so, lots of stun locks in this, but let's talk about this just a little bit. There are a lot of arguments back and forth about gun ownership and whether it's good or bad. I don't really care if you personally think that guns are bad. If you don't want to own a gun, that's up to you. I personally believe that gun ownership is a good thing. That even that no amount of American statistics change the principles behind why I believe in gun ownership, because to me it's not about whether the proliferation of guns is a good or bad thing. I don't have control over the proliferations of guns. To me, it's about agency. It's about taking every advantage that you can get, every single one, and making sure that you're not disadvantaged in a society that believes that is literally on the cusp of enacting a genocide on you. And yes, I do believe that is where we're at. So yes, I am a big Second Amendment supporter. I believe that queer people should own guns, and I believe that that would be a very good and beneficial thing for most queer people. But you should only do so if you know about it, if you can be safe with it, if you know what you're doing, and also if you know that you can responsibly own a gun. Okay? Obviously, don't get that shit if you're struggling with mental health. Okay. Mosin Nagant is one of the best looking guns in terms of pure aesthetics, in my opinion. Yep, it's very nice. And so, you know, I intend to do some very basic gun safety videos, some very basic learning about guns in the future. I'm very happy that Vaush has been doing that as well. Big props to Vaush on doing that as well. I think that's a really good way to talk about things, and also a really good way to like generally increase the knowledge about guns online. Yeah. I'm glad that he's doing it. I'm glad that there are people who are actually going to talk about this. I'm certainly going to do it probably in the future, not right now though. Virgin, a well-regulated militia versus Chad under no pretexts. Did you see I had a talk with Bo the Fifth Column about gun culture? I didn't, Merrick. That sounds amazing. I would love to take a look at it. I've had a lot of interesting conversations about it. About guns, and I understand. I understand why people come down on the anti-gun side of things. I don't agree with that, but I hope that even the anti-gun people in my audience can understand why I advocate being knowledgeable about them in a country where there's 1.2 guns per person. I think everybody should know how to be safe around cars. I think everybody should be safe to around guns, and that means you have to understand how they work. And let's go one step further, which is, let's do a little bit of theory crafting, okay? Let's say Joe Biden loses in 2024, okay? Let's say the Republicans lose the Senate, or the Republicans win the Senate and win the House, and they have control of the judicial branch. Do you think that we're going to see more violence or less violence? The answer seems to me quite obvious. More violence. The Republicans are on a unbelievable snowball right now, and the current, by the way, we're going to talk about this more, but the current right-wing movement is centered around searching for an American Caesar. The current, like, the new version of the alt-right, this, like, the new movement, it's like the Tea Party, and then there was the alt-right, and now there's this NRX, the neo-reactionary movement. The neo-reactionary movement, which, mark my words, these guys are rising in popularity. They're going to be the new alt-right. Those guys are looking for an American Caesar. They're looking for their big strongman who can turn America into a proper empire. The popularity of actual monarchists, of actual imperialists, is only increasing and propagating within the right. The biggest figures in the right now are all of the same agreement. They are looking to take over America and put it firmly and permanently under right-wing rule. And if that's the case, and we know what they believe in, we know that they think that all queer people are groomers, and that all leftists are thugs and all this shit like that. We know that's how they operate. And if that's the case, I think it's reasonable to assume there's going to be more violence. And if that's the case, here's another question. Do we think that under Republicans there's going to be more gun control or less gun control? That's a super easy one. We know there's going to be they'll dissolve whatever they can. We'll talk about that, Manticore. Of course they're not going to put in gun control. The Republicans don't do that shit. So, if that's true, what we're going to have is a glut of guns in right-wing hands, an increase in far-right violence, an increase in far-right rhetoric, and less impediments from the government at all. I think that that's a really, really, really bad circumstance for us to be in. And personally, when all that shakes down, I don't want to be one of the people who doesn't have a gun. As we start to see more and more guns proliferate into the hands of the right wing, I never want to be the person who is unable to defend themselves against anyone. Not true, Demon Mama. Just bring back the Black Panthers and you'll see the strongest gun control you'll ever see. Targeted at black people. White people are always going to be able to get fucking guns. Are you kidding me? Do you think those gun laws affected white people? No, they didn't. They were designed to target the Black Panthers. They were racist. So yeah, you'll see gun control laws that are targeted to punish black people. Which is only going to make the problem worse. We can't get out of this with, like I said, we can't get out of this situation with wishful thinking. There are guns all around us. Our enemies have guns. Our enemies believe in killing us. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone ever said that it was good or fun to live in a society like this. Our society is really not doing okay. This is not like the way things should be, but it's the way things are. And I don't know that we can just, again, I don't think that we can just wishful think I understand why people want to be hopeful for policy, but we're not getting any policy. It's not coming. We're not getting it. Biden is unwilling to advance policy or incapable, and the Republicans are having a ground surge of support. Biden's approval rating is in the trash and is unlikely to bounce back. We're getting a right-winger, most likely, barring some very extreme occurrences. And I understand wishing for that, but in the meantime, in 2024, you think I don't think Joe Biden's going to be able to cinch a win. Are you kidding me? Joe Biden is like not doing so good. He said he's a one-termer. For what it's worth, red flag laws are passing even in some red states. So the red flag laws are like if you like are accused of a certain crime, then it will bar you from owning a gun. Yeah, I think that's certainly a step in the right direction, I suppose. Although I wonder how many of these people that commit these crimes would actually have been caught by a red flag law. Let's see. For every 10 to 20 guns removed by a wrist protection order led to one averted suicide. Ooh, that's really, Since 1999, every 10 to 20 guns removed by the wrist protection order led to one averted suicide, which means they're taking 10 to 20 guns away from people that doesn't do anything. I do agree that reducing suicide is great, but do you think maybe I don't know. I feel like maybe this is targeting the wrong problem, right? Wouldn't the goal be to like improve mental health? Because I feel like 10 20 to 10 20 to 1 is like not a really good ratio. It feels like a bad ratio. Honestly. I don't know. It's hard to say. You can petition to get them back. Well, that's good at least. Who's going to run instead of Biden though? Who the fuck? Wait, oh, by the way, if Biden steps down and they run with Kamala is like, that's going to be a disaster. Nobody even knows who Kamala is. Has she said anything for the last, like, 3 years? No one likes her. It would be a disaster. Bernie's not going to do it. Bernie is done. Bernie's done. Bernie is broken. Let alone, you know, Warren? Nah. Warren couldn't even win in her home state. Warren was a loser. AOC is AOC old enough to run yet? Yeah, you did mention that, Jessica. Mayor Pete. I don't think AOC is old enough. Or is she maybe? $32, yeah. I think they mostly are, Sir Willia, but that is a genuine concern. A lot of people hurt themselves with guns, which can be mitigated by better safety protocols. Obviously, the risk of suicide goes down if you store your guns safely. Yeah, I don't know, everybody. Yeah, options are bleak. Unfortunately, there is no shortage of right-wing freaks who are currently positioning themselves to be the next Trump. You really think it's going to be Amy Klobuchar? I don't think so. How old is Hillary? Hillary's the only person I can imagine being arrogant enough to actually try to run, even if she's a million years old. What if Hillary comes back? What if they run Hillary's daughter, Chelsea Clinton? Listen, all I'm saying is, guys, I wish there was more pleasure. I wish I could take more pleasure in liberals eating shit, but the truth is, I don't, because then the liberals are just sad, just like everybody else. Like, libs got so owned on Biden, it's unbelievable. Do you remember that there were people unironically arguing that Joe Biden was the most progressive, the most leftist president we've ever had? Do you guys remember that shit? Oh my God, like literally a lot of people. Everybody was like, he has the potential to be FDR. He has the potential to be, like, talk about eating shit. Joe Biden has done jack shit. In fact, he's basically adopted the almost identical approach to Trump. Okay, no, that's not true. I don't want to go that far. He has done better than Trump on COVID because he's not literally denying it, but that's it. Like, Joe Biden has bungled COVID, and his entire response has been, you gotta go back to work, Jack! You gotta go back to work, Jack! Over and over and over again. Oh, yeah, and if you don't think, oh, you want to know what we're gonna get? Are you ready for this? Here we go. Ready? Joe Biden, 2023, he's gonna pass a $5,000 student debt forgiveness program. That's it. That's all he's gonna give you. $5,000. Student debt forgiveness. So it's not money into the hands of people. It's money directly into the hands of the federal government just forgiving debt. No one will actually feel it. Everyone will get $5,000, and then guess what's going to happen? Just go ahead. Yeah, you just watch. It's going to happen. And that's what's going to happen, and then he's going to get fucking creamed. And everyone's going to go, Jesus Christ. Do you guys remember remember at the very beginning? Remember when they cheaped everybody out of the checks? Remember when they said, everyone's going to get $2,000? And then we meant $2,000 total. So you got your 1,400, now we're giving you 600 or whatever the fuck. You remember that? That's how they started this shit off. Yep, and then they tried to gaslight people about the fucking checks. So stupid. Nothing. Yeah, just bungle after bungle after bungle after bungle. It's also possible you'd have to report forgiveness as income. Probably. Yep. Yeah, I have a fuckload of debt, and I wasn't able to finish it because I couldn't keep paying. Because I couldn't keep paying for the actual bills that aren't covered by loans. I wasn't able to finish college for that reason. I was completely in debt. I was in personal debt because I couldn't make my bills. It was impossible. Literally, the reason why I didn't finish film school the second time was because I was working a full-time job while trying to complete film school, and I couldn't do it. It was impossible. I couldn't even keep up with the bills. Literally impossible. What did I do? I was working in sales at that time. I had taken a pay cut for a couple of months and just worked in a garage, like cleaning cars and stuff. And then I couldn't keep up because the pay was too low, so I went back to full-time as a salesperson, and I couldn't keep up with my schoolwork. That was the first time, Hanubia, not the second time. That was the first time. What did I do with the debt? The debt? Got fucked. I got fucked. I have all my student debt still. I still have to pay back for it every once in a while. Well, I mean, right now it's on delay, but yeah. And then I had credit card debt that I paid for years. Yeah. It's fucked up. Jesus Christ, Saxy Jacks. That's terrible. So, all right. That is the sort of news roundup, the depressing news roundup. I literally had that typed in on my notepad, the sort of like depressing, heartbreaking news summary is what we were going to go through, and now we've done it. There's more I want to do, thankfully more fun things. But let me just tell you, boy, oh boy. Oh, possible recession. Oh, I would be absolutely amazed. I would be absolutely amazed if there wasn't a full-on depression. The economy is fucked. And guys, it's only getting worse. Even if we were to stop all COVID transmission right now, the deaths are only going to go up. A economy cannot handle this many deaths. It can't. There are too many fucking faults in the system now. Gears that are just popping out and blowing up. But there's only one thing for us to do in response to that. And that is for us to take care of one another. Oh, everybody's rent is going up. Good night, Yak Taxi. Have a good night. The only solution that ever gets passed? Oh my god, did you guys see how... If you want to get depressed, oh fuck, we should do a section on where the money for the PPP program, the payroll protection program that Trump put in, and that was carried on by Joe Biden, the pandemic payroll protection or whatever, that shit, like almost all of it went directly to the biggest corporations in America. It's so depressing. It literally, the America's response to COVID was to give a giant check to Walmart and Amazon and then say, you're on your own for everybody else. It's so depressing. It is so doomering. I'm worried about my rent. I live in a state that has no limit on increasing rent. That is terrifying. Destiny got PPP? I know, I fumbled that bag. I am the bungler in chief. I should have absolutely applied for PPP shit. What do you think would need to happen for Republicans to not win in 2024? Genuinely, full student loan forgiveness. I think that the Democrats would win if they unapologetically forgave all student loans, no questions asked, just a mass student loan forgiveness, and they called it the Joe Biden New Deal, the Democratic New Deal. If they were shameless and just said, the Democratic Party, brought to you by the Democratic Party, brought to you all loan forgiveness, go to college for free, they would win. Other than that, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to pull it off, because the problem right now is that on the right, they're saying, look at you. You've been punished and left behind by a shitty government. They've been destroying the economy so that they can put you in masks, and everyone's mad as fuck on the right. And then on the Democratic side, they're just like, well, maybe we could do a $5 gift card. It's fucked. I don't think they're gonna do weed legalization because I don't think Joe Biden is able to do that. I don't think they can do COVID protections because that would be too hypocritical. They could give out healthcare. They won't do that because Biden is stringently against universal healthcare. They could forgive debt. That's why I think that's the only one. I genuinely think that the debt forgiveness is the only real way that the Dems will come back. Barring something like a mass COVID outbreak that like wipes out like half of the Republican Party just by pure chance. Like if like Mitch McConnell and Joe Manchin and a bunch of other like really important Republicans just die of COVID, that would probably shake things up. But other than that, I don't know what else. I feel the Democrats are very limited. They've put themselves in a bad position. And they didn't have to either. If Joe Biden had come in as like an actual FDR figure and had been constantly giving out like, or him or his representatives giving out like encouraging speeches and basically handing out money to all of the Americans that are desperately in need. Yeah. Yeah, we can't know. We don't know. It's impossible. But those are my guesses. Windleby. Yeah. Yep. So let me see if I hit every topic that I wanted to talk about in that particular section. Yes, I did. So here's what we're going to do next. I have one more thing I want to talk about before we get into the React content. So it's going to go like this. Ready, everybody? Those of you who are still listening, first of all, like the stream if you haven't liked it. Second of all, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Third of all, consider donating. This show is 100% viewer supported. Please. Then here's the little plan for the rest of the stream, okay? Next, we're going to talk about Pride. Toast Pup, thank you so much. Haven't been able to catch a live in ages because of the time zones and me having a job now, and I can't stick around, but I'm super happy to see you back. Thank you for being so awesome. Toast Pup, thank you so very much. Don't worry, that's why we make the VODs. That's why we do the timestamps.
Oh my God.
Damn, that's a good dono. Thank you very much, Toast Pup. Deeply appreciate that. So what we're going to do next is first I'm going to talk about Pride. I want to ramble and rant about Pride. I have a lot of things I want to say about Pride. It's Pride Month now. We have barely talked about Pride. I want to talk about Pride. Then, okay, then we are going to react to the LonerBox. We're going to do a Maximalism thing for LonerBox versus BadEmpanada, which will be wild and crazy and fun, okay? And then we'll wrap it up by watching the ContraPoints, the new ContraPoints video titled The Hunger together, which I'm very excited for because I have a lot to say about it. So it's going to be a banger of a React segment. No fucking empty chair bullshit this time, okay? So, real quick, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to turn on the bathroom song, run to the bathroom, and then I will be right back for us to do some more fun. I want you to stay right here. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of entertainment coming. Doing this all tonight? Yes, Tempest, I haven't streamed in forever. I gotta keep going. I gotta have it fun. So don't worry, it's gonna be a big night. I haven't done a stream in a while, so I owe you all some content. But real quick, I gotta hit the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Have fun, post at each other, say hi to one another. Luxander, have a wonderful night, and I will be right back after this very brief bathroom break. Check that out. Hold on a second. Let me get the music up. Here we go. Bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. There we go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Faun go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Alright, imps. Alright, imps. You know what time it is. It's fucking time. That's right. I'm back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom
Hey, it looped.
to listen to the...
Alright, it looped. It looped just barely, okay? Alright. I want to talk about pride, everybody. I'm back. I hope you all had a good time. My bathroom break was very relieving. I feel super energized. It looped, but it's okay. Up thumbs. Yeah, I love my up thumbs. I love those thumbies. Still a loop. It's not looping. It's not looping. Let's talk about pride, shall we? Shall we? Shall we talk about pride? I think we shall. Chat, it is Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Dun, 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 dun. It's Pride Month, everybody. Are you feeling prideful? Well, I wouldn't blame you if you feel a little low on energy this Pride. I get it. As you know, we've just gone through a litany of incredibly depressing topics. The news is perpetually disappointing for trans people. You know, gay people haven't been in the news as much lately, but are certainly catching some sort of, let's say, collateral flack around the obsession with gay people, or with trans people. And certainly, of course, gay people were the last decade's favorite hating point. Yeah, it has been, you know, it's been a rough year. It's been a very rough year to be gay. But then again, so is every year. And there's a little quote I want to read real quick. Hold on. Hold on one moment. I want to get you this quote real quick before we get settled in. I should have had this one in hand, but I didn't. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find this quote. Ah, damn it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Okay. Listen. It's all good. We'll let it go for now. I didn't have it on hand. I'll just tell you myself how I feel, okay? Hey, Kruva, thank you very much for the $11. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Let me just tell you real quick. Don't need the quote after all. We'll just do it like this, okay? Through all of fucking history, every single year through most of history has been a time of great trial for gay people and trans people and a lot of other people as well. But let's just be completely real. Queer people of all stripes have had a real rough go of the world, you know, since the rise of Christianity and Abrahamic religion. Okay, most of our societies have brutally, and I mean truly brutally, enforced a mandatory sexuality based entirely on made-up nonsense that does not reflect biological reality, that does not reflect any sort of rational truth, but simply was given to them by tradition and God and informed by their own prejudice. This year, of course, proves, it will prove to be no different. This year, I'm sure, will be yet another one of great hardship and suffering for many queer people. Yes, the queer census is starting. The trans census is starting soon. I will reach out to Josie Rosie about that. Thank you very much, Kruva. I deeply appreciate that. Okay? And yes, I agree that there is all kinds of hardship and suffering that queer people are going through at all times. And especially now. However, every year, we set aside, collectively, as a bunch of gay, trans, asexual, polyamorous, weird, queer people, we set aside a month, in the month of June, that we call Pride. And we call it Pride because we are proud of who we are. And the reason why this sort of pride in who we are has become such a resounding rallying cry, why it has landed with so many queer people, is specifically because we spend most of our days being bombarded with messages reminding us of how we're inferior, how we're unnatural, how we're disgusting, how we're worthy of mockery. And that is why the response here has been pride. Because, as it turns out, Christians are wrong. Very wrong about gay people. Christians and not even people who aren't even openly acknowledge the influence of Christianity on them are wrong about trans people. They're wrong about asexual people. They're wrong about non-binary people. They're wrong about xenogenders. They're wrong about basically everyone, because they have a worldview that they are told by their God to perpetuate into others, regardless of how it aligns with the world outside. They have been given a vision that they are imposing on others. And this is so deeply ingrained in our culture, and I know that every single one of you feels it. The shame. And we're going to be watching later today this ContraPoints video, and one part of that video is specifically bringing attention. It specifically brings attention to this perpetual negative bombardment from media, from the internet, from social groups that are telling gay people, stop fucking being so loud about it. No matter how quiet you are, no matter how loud or how quiet you are, the society is always saying, well, can't you just be chill? Can't you just not be like that? Can't you just keep it behind closed doors? Can't you not hold hands with your husband in public? Can't you cross-dress elsewhere? Aren't you endangering children? A never-ending bombardment of implications, of accusations on people who are doing no harm. The harm has been invented. The harm has been fabricated. And so we respond by having Pride Month. And I just want to say, there is a lot to be proud about, okay? There really is a lot to be proud about. Yeah, yes, oh my God, thank you. This is a perfect meme. Here we go, this is a perfect meme. Gay people I respect, ashamed of his sexuality, desperately tries to act straight. Thinks letting his straight friends say faggot will make them accept him. Single out of fear. Proclaims hatred of other gay people. One of the good ones. Gay people I don't respect. Openly gay. Not ashamed of himself. Occasionally talks about his same-sex romantic interests. Wears rainbow paraphernalia. Complains about homophobia. Sexuality has influenced his personality to some degree. Sometimes seen in public with boyfriend. Won't vote for conservative politicians who hate him for good boy points. Made of straw. Yeah, excellent fucking meme. Yeah, I think there was an original version the original version was unironic, and this is like the ironic version. But that is the way that most people handle it. And it doesn't. And I'm not just talking about stuff like kink at Pride, which we will talk about. I'm talking about the general attitude towards gay people. There is always a question of why. If a straight person expresses their love, how popular are videos of straight people getting down on one knee and proposing to their potential partner in like the middle of like a Disney parade? It is a literal trope of people performing explosively, emotionally, publicly performing an act of sexual and emotional devotion. And nobody bats an eye. But you put a gay person in a TV show, you put a gay relationship in the opening, cinematic of your game, and all of a sudden they all fucking freak out. Hey, thank you very much, Tanker. Deeply appreciate that. So, this is the month where we get to hold up our fingers like this and say, fuck you. Where we get to say, no, actually, you don't get to tell us that we should be ashamed of the thing that we love and the people that we love and the things that we do that don't harm anybody else. You don't get to tell us to go into the closet just because we're different than you. And that is what Pride is about. Pride is about celebrating the ways in which we are different from the demanded norm. It is about taking pride in being abnormal in being queer. It is saying that just because something isn't normal, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't necessarily mean that thing is bad. Just because something is different, just because you don't understand it, just because it's not something you like, doesn't mean that that thing is bad. Pride is about celebrating the things that give us reason to live. Let me give an example, okay? Let me tell you something very, very personal, okay? Most of you know this shit about me. I am trans, I am non-binary, and I am gay. I am in a relationship with, I live in a household full of people who I'm in a relationship with. I'm polyamorous. I live with 3 of my partners. And we're very happy together. And I cannot imagine living any other way. I can't imagine a world in which I don't get to live with the people I love the most. These 3 people I'm in a relationship with that I live with right now. Like, I love living with them. I love being able to be on my stream and be open about the fact that I am in love with multiple people and multiple people are in love with me, and we have a really good relationship. We have really good relationships with each other. We have amazing, healthy, and incredible relationships with one another. And I think that's awesome. I think it's beautiful that in my house, I have 2 king beds shoved together so that we can all sleep together on a giant bed. I think that's a cool thing. And I don't think many people live their life that way. I think a lot of people maybe want to, but can't. I think more people should be able to. I think people should be able to be proud of that. Also, I fucking love queer people, okay? I love that my partners are trans. I love that I have a partner. I have a partner who is sort of more traditionally trans femme, who loves the she, her pronouns, who loves feminine outfits and everything like that. I have 2 partners who are super, super, super queer and don't really care so much about gendered pronouns. I have 1 partner who uses 2 partners who use it, its pronouns. And I think that's beautiful. I think they're beautiful. I find them attractive. I find them sexy. I love being with them. I love being around them. We're also kinky. We have some kinks and we're pretty open about them. I don't fucking involve anybody else in them, but I'm open about the fact that we are, and we have certain outward expressions of that kinkiness, and I'm happy with that. I think it's totally fine. I think it's great, and I think other people should feel like that too, because as it turns out, I know, having grown up in an extreme Christian environment, I know what it feels like to be repressed. I know what it feels like to have such a limited worldview that's so distasteful to you, but being told that that's the only one that exists. That's gynotype. Gynotype is very quiet. You probably don't see gynotype at all. I don't think gynotype doesn't like being on camera, and also doesn't really get involved with the show very much. But nonetheless, I love gynotype very much. I've been with gynotype for a very long time, and even if gynotype is quiet and you all don't know gynotype very much, yeah. Anyway, and what I'm saying is, like, the way that I live my life is not just beautiful to me. Yeah, gynotype is like a cat. Yes, yeah, we do frequently. We love gynotype. But gynotype is just quiet and kind of likes to do her own thing. Anyway, so I want people to be genuinely proud. I want people to celebrate and take emotional strength from the beauty of the connections that we're able to make. It is possible in this world for trans people to fall in love with one another, to to love each other, to make out, to get hot and sexual and whatever, and have a fucking sick-ass time, and I think that's beautiful. I think it's fucking sick that there are all kinds of configurations of people that exist in the world, and that they can all express themselves honestly and find other people that mesh well with them, that they're totally into, no matter what that combination looks like. I don't care to name every single possible connection. I don't care to try and categorize every type of relationship. What I'm saying is that there is a level of queer love and a spectrum of queer expression that is beyond enumeration. It literally cannot all be named. It cannot all be categorized, and it shouldn't be. And that's okay. Because just because we don't match what the hegemonic society says is the best type of relationship, just because our relationship might disadvantage us in this society because of the way the rules are set up. We will talk about that a lot in the future. None of that means that we're wrong, and none of that means that we shouldn't be proud of what we have. I take great solace and incredible comfort in the knowledge that my type of existence is incredibly unique, and not because I feel like I'm such a special snowflake, but because I'm happy that a person like me and that people like the people around me get to exist and engage in the way that they do, because I think it's fascinating, interesting, and fulfilling. I think it's amazing that a bunch of trans people found a way to get together and make a TV show and hang out with one another and take good care of each other and encourage free expression that doesn't have to follow to any sort of a predetermined societal norm. That people can be who they want to be. That people can get their tongue freaked out like this. That people can get tattoos and paint their body to capture the essence of living. To make with oneself what you wish to do with the time that you have. I think that's amazing, and I do strongly believe that that is deserving of pride. Yeah, neurodivergent as well. That's another whole thing. Like, God, like, it's not strict. I mean, it's not strictly like. I mean, you could probably make a argument that like certain types of neurodivergent relationships are probably politically queer. I don't really care if you do or don't, but that's another thing too. I am happy that I'm happy that me and the other neurodivergent people in my household all managed to find each other, that we're accepting of each other's weirdness, and that we're encouraging of one another's, non-normative but otherwise healthy traits. When I say politically queer, I mean queer is a political term. Queer refers to sort of deliberately situating yourself against heteronormativity, and so therefore I think that like there is a certain frame of analysis by which you could make the argument that like neurodivergent people being in a relationship together, despite the fact that that would literally, like, that many people will discourage that people discourage neurodivergent people from even getting into relationships. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's just a side comment. Anyway, so that's what I want us to have in mind for this Pride. And one of the things I'm going to genuinely do my best to do this Pride Month is with my stream, with my public presence on every platform, on Twitter, on Discord, on everything, is I'm going to try and bring some attention to the incomprehensible amount of beautiful queer relationships, of beautiful queer expression that we can see all over the world. All of the kinky people, all of the slaves and masters, all of the dollies, all of the everything, all of you, the asexual people, the bis, the pans, the non-binaries, the xenogenders, the fags, the femboys, all of you. I want to see you and see your stories everywhere. I want people to understand that the queer the act of being queer is a liberatory act, that even if you are punished for it by a society that is unaccepting, that you are making decisions to pursue honestly what you desire and what you want from other people. And I think that is truly amazing, okay? I think it's truly amazing. And I just want to see more of it. I want to see it plastered everywhere, because you want to know what? The truth is, there's more queer people out there. There's queer people out there who don't know they're queer yet. There's queer people out there who know that they're queer, but they can't be openly queer, and so they live a double life, or they live a lie. And that is a horrible state to be in. I know, because I've been there myself. I've lived the endless lie of telling yourself you're not what you are, of denying your self-expression, of saying, wow, I sure would love it if I could put on makeup and have my hair long and wear and have breasts and look this way or act that way, or I wish that I didn't have this, and I wish that I had a flat chest, and I wish I had muscles and body hair. These different ways of expressing yourself are important to us. And I know what it's like to tell yourself no, because society says no. Because society says we will punish you if you do that, because that doesn't work for us. And what I want to do this month is I want to spend a lot of time really getting a look at these things, celebrating these relationships, celebrating the actual depictions of beautiful, wonderful queer people being together, loving one another, making each other's lives better, because that's what we do. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. We do these things. The reason why we're proud of the way that we are is because we don't harm people. Being gay isn't a harm. Being trans isn't a harm. It's a way of expressing and a way of living that is beautiful, and it doesn't hurt other people. No, it isn't nuts. Shut the fuck up. I hate the ironic bottom hating. It's actually so stupid. And it makes it's like, it's so embarrassing to me. God, it's so embarrassing. First of all, you fucking people, you hate on bottoms, but you don't understand that what you mean to say is subs, okay? You're trying to talk about submissive people. Bottoms aren't always submissive. Let me tell you, bottoms are not always submissive. Only Romans believed that bottoming was inherently submissive, and those guys are all dead. Okay? Subs are generally the people who are submissive. They are, and keep in mind, not all subs are into humiliation, but a lot of them are. But not everyone knows BDSM terms. That's not it's not even a BDSM term. You're just using bottom wrong. Like, I don't get it. No, I think that was a joke, Kazama. I don't think he did not seriously say that. That has to be a joke. I know Vaush does a lot of he does public shaming of bottoms and subs, mostly bottoms, which is weird. He does public shaming of that. It's like a performative thing, you know? It's like I was talking about, it's like you gotta try and it's a way of trying to make you feel like you're putting them in your place. But it has a couple, it's a double-edged sword, and you gotta be careful. Horny on main behavior. Oh, sorry, for that I gotta say, bitch, you made the timeline. If people were being horny on main, just unfollow the people being horny on main. Trust me, it is not hard to have a horny-free timeline on Twitter if you really want it. I've seen some of Drag Race. I understand why. I recognize and understand its cultural importance. The whole subs or weak soft babies thing makes me want to throw myself into the sun. Someone being submissive sexually usually has no effect on their personality outside of sex. Not always. Sometimes it does. Some people like to live. I mean, yes, some people are super, super like dominant in their daily lives and super submissive in their sexual lives. Other people are more into like a full-time thing. Really depends on the person. I can understand people making jokes like publicly humiliating subs, because a lot of like just statistically, a lot of submissive people are into humiliation as a form of submission. But the bottom shit, it just makes me cringe because it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Isn't this just yassified misogyny?
Oh my God!
True! It is just yassified misogyny. So, yeah. Yeah. So, oh my God. Anyway. Yassified fucking misogyny. True, though. True. Yeah, so Pride. There's a lot, like, I mean, you guys know, I'm gonna do a lot of cool stuff for Pride. I did a lot of cool stuff for Pride last year. You guys can go check out. I did 2 amazing, I'm very proud of them. I did 2 history mamas, on the Compton's cafeteria riot and the Stonewall. Oh, I did 3. And on Stonewall, Compton cafeteria riot, and also the Institute for Sexual Studies under Magnus Hirschfeld, which I'm very, very proud of that episode, and I will be watching it with you all again just for a touch up, because I think it's really good. So yeah, I'm very proud of those. Those still hold up still to this day. Can you talk about the impact of drag in queer history? And even today, drag is a phenomenon quite like no other. Care to share some stories? Oh, yes, I would love to talk more about drag. Drag has been an incredible and beautiful subculture that has over the years served as a safe place for all kinds of gender non-conforming people. Many drag queens are gay men who don't identify as women, but love to dress up in very over-the-top, hyper-feminine clothing. But not all of them. There are trans drag queens. There are trans women drag queens. There are trans men drag queens. There are straight men drag queens. Drag really is an amazing world, and there is so much in it. I find it so amazing. And also the history of drag as basically as places specifically for safety in queerness is really amazing. Drag communities, ballrooms, drag houses, all of these were groups that they came together and provided for one another, much like what I talked about before. Through some of the most dire points in history, during the 80s during the 80s and 90s, in the sort of rise of the AIDS crisis, drag queens, they made houses together. When they said like house, etc., when there's like drag houses where they declare for a house, that was a deliberate decision. And they actually lived together often and provided for each other financially. They made micro communes in some cases. So like those queer houses weren't just a performance. They were a performance that had roots in material needs that provided for people. So it's really amazing. It is a form of chosen family, yes. And, yeah. So, yeah, drag is really amazing. And I fucking, it's really frustrating to me when I see people shitting on drag out of a knee-jerk reaction, and I understand where it sometimes comes from. A lot of young queers especially feel a little off-put by drag because drag is so performative, because drag has such a connotation in straight society as being like the gayest thing of all. But in truth, it really isn't the thing that straight society makes it out to be. It's really funny too. Yeah. I had a sibling say that drag is like trans blackface. That's very silly. They should really learn their history on that. I would encourage them lovingly to reanalyze that position. I don't have a lot of patience for those kind of young queers sometimes, I'm going to be honest. I understand that, Windleby, but I would urge patience. It's okay to correct them, but remember, queer people are systematically traumatized in this world, so we need as much love and patience as is possible between older queers and younger queers, even if it's difficult sometimes, because it really is. It really is difficult, and there is some really bad toxicity. I mean, trust me, I know. You will get more History Mama this Pride Month, probably the second half after I move and everything like that. Anyway, I wanted to ramble and rant a little bit about Pride. And also I wanted to sort of give an idea of what I want to do with Pride this year, which is really lean into the Pride. Last year, we were very much in the wrath. This year, we're into the Pride, okay? Last year, I was mad as fuck, and I was under fucking the whole Kink at Pride shit from last year was an extended nightmare, and we're not doing that again this year. Well, I hope there won't be. I hope we won't do that again this year. And inevitably, I'm sure it's gonna start up, but it's okay. We got it on lock this year, okay? I'll have my video out in advance, okay? Vaush seems to think there will be attacks at Pride this year. Do you agree? Yes, I do generally agree. I think it is very rational to assume that Pride events will be the target for violence. I don't know to what degree. That is impossible to predict. I think it's very rational to assume that. I talked about that earlier in this stream. I do concur. I think people should be very careful out there. And yeah. Shu pedo-jacketed someone over Kink at Pride, and it got the attention of Ian Miles Chung. Guys, okay, can I just have a moment on this real quick, okay? I already have ranted about Shu on Head on this, like, multiple times. I've already had to go off about Shu on this particular, no, that was this year. Shu on Head, when it comes to queer issues, is a, like, actual drooling idiot. Like, I'm sorry. I find Shu to be a really nice person to talk to, very nice to engage with, but when it comes to queer, to queer issues, Shu on Head is just fucking stupid. And, like, Shu on Head believes that drag is dangerous to children. Like, Shu on Head has literally called people who think that drag is fine, that she's called them pedophiles for believing that children shouldn't be hidden away from drag, which is insane. 99% of drag is totally unsexual. It's no more sexual than those fucking weird performances where that you go and watch in a theme park where everybody dresses up like animals and they retell the Lion King or whatever. That shit. You know what I'm talking about. You know, Busch Gardens, fucking Universal Studios, and all the people are in the spandex and they're dancing around and being animals and shit. That is just fucking drag. But nobody's saying that people going to Disney World are pedophiles, okay? It's fucking stupid. Her position on drag is fucking stupid, and her treatment of other people around the topic is also stupid. And don't think that I forgot what happened last year, which is that Shu on Head was the one who, at least on this section of the internet, started the discourse by posting ancient, literal Nazi propaganda about gay people. Yes, that's right. It was Shu on Head who posted the fake picture, or the picture supposedly from Pride of a child looking at two puppy players who aren't, like, interacting with the child. The kid is just reaching towards them, and the mom is standing there holding the kid. And they're not doing anything. They're just there, which wasn't even at Pride. It was at a adult festival that kids aren't supposed to be at, and that parent brought her kid. And Shu was the one who spread that around again. Now, that is ancient, and I'm talking like a decade old. It is old Stormfront propaganda. They say, look at what they're doing at Pride, and it's a picture from a fucking event at a kink festival. Now, you could make the argument, oh, maybe that kid shouldn't be there. I agree with you. Maybe you shouldn't take your kid to the leather festival. But that's not Pride. Not the same fucking thing. Yes, that was what I understood. That was what I understood. I understood that the parents literally brought their kid in against the rules of the festival. That's on the parents. The problem that and so with like I really wish that Shu would just stop talking about it, because I know that Shu is personally friends with some gay people, is personally friends with some trans people, but this whole like weird pedo hunter arc where she also conflates drag with pedophilia, where she also conflates pride with pedophilia, is actually unironically terrible. It is unironically disgusting. So, yeah. Oh, and also, let's just take a minute and let's just remember one little detail about this whole thing, okay? Which is that, do you guys not remember Shu openly discussing her BDSM relationship with her ex on her stream, which hundreds of thousands of children watch? So if Shu is so concerned about children being exposed to sexuality, I think it's kind of weird that she would have done all those videos where she talks about BDSM and how she's in a BDSM dominant submissive relationship with her ex in front of all those kids. Whoopsies. It's a little odd. A little fucking weird. Isn't it? Isn't that a little weird? Also, regularly horny posts about fascists on Maine, which, in my opinion, if you're posting in a public place about how you want to fuck the shit-covered shaman guy, I feel like that is worse, literally worse, and exposing children to worse forms of sexuality than the most like lascivious drag show you can imagine. So, yeah. Yeah, Shu would horny post about the Q shaman all the time. Oh, and Tucker Carlson. And who knows what else. Okay? So, Shu is full of shit on this topic. And, yeah. That's as easy as that. Okay? Yeah, but there's a difference, okay? Xander Hall has horny posted for Sarah Palin, but Xander Hall doesn't make videos lying about pride and saying that you're a pedophile if you think that it's okay for kids to see a drag queen, which it is. It is perfectly okay for a kid to see a drag queen. They're not going to be harmed, ever. There is nothing harmful about drag. It is literally just theatrical goofery. It's like I think your child is more likely to be traumatized from seeing an actual circus clown than they are from seeing a drag queen. But again, this is the fucking the thing that we're constantly grappling with these fucking conservatives, which is, you know, that they'll always say that there's harm when there isn't, that they presume this. They do this euphemism where it's like, what, you're telling me you want to be sexual with kids? And you're like, what? And they go, well, you said you believe that drag and kink can be a expression of your sexuality. And you're like, well, yeah. And then they go, well, that means you want to be sexual to kids. It's like, no, an expression of sexuality is very different than than directing sexual attention to somebody. There is a fundamental difference between these things. A wedding ring is an expression of sexuality. A proposal video is an expression of sexuality. Mr. and Mrs. is an expression of sexuality. That is not the same thing as a directed sexual action towards someone else. Didn't Shu wear kink gear to the grocery store? It wouldn't surprise me, but that's not, but keep in mind, the thing you have to understand is that Shu is a hypocrite on all this, okay? They really, really are. Like she is just a hypocrite on this. It doesn't matter. It's just a stupid opinion, and I wish that she would just move off of it, but I think her pride prevents her from doing that, or she's just really, really icked out by drag people, at which point, I say, Jesus Christ, grow the fuck up. Anyway. Tradwife craze is always a broadcast of a kink. Yes, it is. Tradwife people are always broadcasting their kink. They just think their kink is the acceptable one. I'm not kidding you. I'm dead serious. I am absolutely dead serious. Every single tradwife gets off to being put in their place by their husband. That's why they're a tradwife. It's a kink. It is a kink. It's a role that you're playing, that you're getting into, that's for sexual purposes. And yeah, it's a 24/7 kink too. So, point is, pride, we're being prideful this year. We are being very prideful. We're going to play gay games. We're going to talk about gay stuff. I already started it with the extremely gay analysis of Breaking Bad. So, yeah. That's the month. Prepare for it. Be ready. And another thing. With everybody talking about outdoor pride events being risky, both because of COVID and because of the violence, guess what? That's why I'm going to be streaming, so that you can go hang out with queer people, meet other queer people, celebrate pride without exposing yourself to COVID, without exposing yourself to potential violence. This is the indoor pride this year, okay? Demon Mama's stream is going to be indoor pride, and we're going to do a bunch of it, okay? Am I going to upload the list of gay games? When I decide on all the games, yes. I have to go through and think about it for a bit, okay? Okay, shit. Five hours. Okay, everybody. We're going to watch the... Should we react to ContraPoints first, or should we do Maximalism first? Maximalism. Okay. All right, it's Maximalism. All right, everybody. You know what time it is, okay? Here we go. Hold on. All right, everybody. Here we fucking go. We have to put this up above everything else. Oh. Ah! No! Hey, get out of there! There we go. Here we go. We have Maximalism Debate Analysis. $1 dono equals 1 gift on Scren. 1 gift on Scren. Screen! I meant to be screen, okay? Now, hold on a second. I need to change the title here. LonerBox versus BadEmpanada. There we go. All right, everybody. We have renamed the stream Maximalism Debate Review, BadEmpanada versus LonerBox. So, before we get started, let me just get the prep ready. Hold on, I have to prepare. Okay? Because I know this is going to get fucking messy. This is going to get really messy, really fast, and I have to... Hold on. One moment. Whoa, shit, that's fucking weird. Hey. Hey. There we go. So, we have to... Let me open this. Open this. Sorry, I'm getting it all together. Don't worry. All right. Chat is up. Wait. Okay. Chat is up. Hey. Come on, do the fucking lock thing. Oh yeah, that's only a Windows thing, isn't it? They don't have that on Mac, do they? There we go. Here we go. I gotta shrink this down so that I can change this as necessary. I need to prepare the GIF. Oops, that's not the one I need. I need this thing here. We need to open up a file on the desktop. GIF stream 4. All right, everybody. Yeah, I run it on listen, I run my stream on a Mac, and I direct my stream from my actual main computer. My Mac is amazing. Don't you fucking shit on my Mac. My Mac is amazing. Oh, 100, no, not even light. Akira Tanakel says, would you say tradwife stuff is sort of BDSM ownership kink light? No, it is literally BDSM ownership kink. If you go and read the Christian apologetics about marriage, marriage itself is literally a bond of ownership. It's fucked up. Okay? All right, everybody. So, here's what we have to do. All right, we are almost ready. And when I do this, okay, I need someone to go announce to the Discord that we are doing a Maximalism stream. I am going to go and I am going to announce on Twitter, beginning now, Maximalism debate review at LonerBox versus BadEmpanada. There we go. We got our first dono. We got our first dono. Let's get it. Oh yeah, we got it. Okay, remember, you can't send, please do not send WebPs. Please send me the GIF, otherwise it makes my life very difficult, okay? I'm gonna put, oh, we got a Morbin one already. It's time to Morb. All right, hold on, it's Morbin time. Let me grab the Morb. Okay, here we go. Yeah, look at that. GIF stream 4. Morbius is the first one. Do we have any others yet? No. Let's get Morb up on the screen, okay? Hold on. Morbius! All right, let me get the Morbius here. Oh, yes! Okay, I see. We're getting started quickly. Hold on. Let me get this here, okay? First one of the night is fucking Morbius. Hold on, let's post. All right, here we go. Posting it. All right, everybody. Okay. So here we go. We've got our second emote of the night. Hold on, let me get the first one up. Yeah. Okay, so we have to put this underneath, and we need to make a little folder. This is still the prep, everybody. This is still the prep. Okay. Where is it? Group. Okay. And we have to put this, hold on, where are we gonna do this? We wanna put this, we want the corner cam. So we have to put this in the corner cam. And then we need to bring this, hold on. Let's put this over here. We're doing a Maximalism. Oh, hey. Oh shit! Thank you very much. We got a IRL dono. $1. Look at this. Silent has delivered me $1 for a GIF, which we will do right now. All right, and now let me get this over here, okay? I have to start small. Morbius will start right over here. A maximalism debate review. Let's get the actual thing up and running. One moment, everybody. I'm gonna catch up. Don't worry. I'll catch up. I have a couple to get. It will take me just a minute. Here we go. Yeah, Fortnite dancing furry. Fuck yeah, let's do this. Ba bum ba 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 da 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 da. Oh, hell yeah. This is going to be so good. All right. So, one moment. Oh, this is going to be so sick. Debating BadEmpanada. Where's my thing here?
Pick up the call. What? Oh, he's calling. Oh.
All right. Okay. All right. I like where this is going. Yeah, we're getting this one.
Hello?
Hey, how was your concert for Palestine?
Sorry?
I heard you were playing a concert for Palestine.
Sure.
Excellent, fantastic. Should
Probably from my
tankies-
chat, more likely.
Should China's imps be banned? Your opinion?
Hold on.
When did I
let's
say
see.
that?
You said that. You said that Destiny gets banned, for example, for calling for the white nationalist mass murder of anti-racist protesters. Then it's only fair that tanky China's
Oh,
imps
yes,
should
we're getting
also
him
be
in.
banned, right?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
What did I
What
say
did you
30 seconds before that clip?
In your own words.
I'm just asking you, what did I say 30 seconds before that clip?
I want you to tell me what you said. What did you mean?
Oh, thank you, Spyro Gal. I'll get this one in right
So-
now.
What I meant was, okay, before that clip, the question that came up was whether or not Destiny deserved to be banned for bad community policing. I was answering a chatter. And my
What
response
does that
was,
bad community policing
and my
entail?
response was that if that's true, then Hassan would
got
have been
Twerk and
banned
Dean
not
Norris
for the
down
China
here? This is
simping,
sick.
but because he brigades LSF threads on his stream. I don't think either of those offenses should be bannable.
Why
I
did you
was
bring
saying-
up the China thing then?
It was a tangent, and I've already addressed this. You've seen the video where I addressed this.
No, I
So
have never
gay.
seen
I
any
love
of
the
your
gay.
videos, and I don't plan to see any.
Didn't you comment on my Hassan one? You commented
You
on
don't
it.
need to
Oh,
watch
yeah.
the videos to
Somebody
comment
set
on
up
it.
the I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Well, yeah, in that one,
Somebody
I
set up
took
the
it
I don't
back.
give a fuck
I
counter.
said that was a dumb point. Yeah.
Okay, so this is off to an interesting start. It already sounds like BadEmpanada, as always, is basically as cringe and angry and mauling the moment that he enters in from the get-go. So I don't know where it's going to go from here, but I guess we're going to find out, right? Oh, did that show up? Hold on a second. No, it didn't. Damn, this one isn't working. Hey, Spyro Gal, your GIF is a WebP. I can't get it to work. I need a non-WebP version. I need a non-WebP version. It's Morbin time. All right, we'll get this one up. Hold on. Let me get that one for you. Let's continue.
But did you say it was a dumb point because you were blaming him for the actions of his chat, or because it was a dumb point because people shouldn't be banned for liking the Chinese government?
Both.
Okay.
I'm just so
Great.
curious. Would you describe yourself as someone who's good at judging other people's opinions? Do you think you've got a good grasp
Absolutely.
of that?
Super chat
So
should
why
work
do
just
you
fine.
think
Yep.
I'm queerphobic?
Because you had certain things that you said about how people dressing up in kink gear at pride parades is
Did I
bad
say
for the
kink
children.
gear? Did I say kink gear? What kind of kink gear?
I mean, we all know the photos that were being peddled
Which
around.
photo?
Which photo? You want a specific photo? You know
Well,
exactly what I'm talking about.
I only commented on one photo, so
Well,
which photo?
should people at pride parades have to regulate themselves just in case some like right-wing you know, generic LGBT phobic person
Which
takes a picture
photo
and is
was
like,
which photo was I talking about?
You seem
There's
to.
our
I don't give a
second
shit which
Morbin
photo you're
time.
talking
Here we
about.
go.
That's a reactionary position, you know, from the very, just how it is.
So the photo I was
Yeah,
talking
thank you
about.
very much,
children,
Mellow Anarchist, for
like
the
LGBT
66.
liberation needs
Okay,
to
I'll do
cater
that.
to
I'll
these
keep that open
ridiculous
then.
narratives
If you-
of like.
Thank you very much. Let's get
If
your
you
GIF
don't
up
know
on
which
there.
photo I'm talking about, you can just ask. I'm not going to make fun of you for not remembering. It's a long
We're
time
talking
ago.
about multiple. I mean, this is not just one photo we're talking about here.
I
That whole
only
idiotic
commented on one
debate was
photo.
centered around. That whole idiotic debate was centered around not just
Yes!
one photo, like an entire narrative. Okay.
Let it
I only
go.
commented
There are
on one
plenty of
photo.
photos that are.
Okay, so let's just talk about this. We've listened for 4 minutes, and so far, it has been a completely stupid, as predicted, conversation. BadEmpanada is incapable of actually having a conversation with anyone. This is something that has been demonstrated over and over and over again. If you've ever seen BadEmpanada's videos, you might go, wow, BadEmpanada's videos seem very well researched and also like I don't know, super coherent. But if you ever take any time to go look into this motherfucker, this dude is the most toxic person on the entire internet, and every public conversation he's ever been in has basically been him going, nah, nah, boo-boo. That's literally the tier of, like, engagement that he has. He makes weird noises, he says nonsensical things, and he tries to make somebody angry, usually while looking like he's just shitting his pants in public. It's very embarrassing. Let's be, hey! Hey, why is Demon Bot saying Conyer? Hey, that's fucked up. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Shoebox, good to see you. Welcome. We are doing what is called a Maximalism stream. Maximalism streams allow people to Maximalism streams allow people to donate $1 to have a GIF of their choice on the screen while we review a debate. And the goal is to encourage an environment that gives the necessary respect to the debate that we're reviewing. As you can see, there's a lot of respect going on. I think I missed it, Ink Frog. Let me get it for you. Hold on. Sorry if I missed yours, Ink Frog. Where was yours? I must have missed it. I'm sorry if I missed it. I can go double check if I did. Yes, I must have missed it. I'm very sorry about that. Let me go double check. Let's get this thing on the road.
That are put forward to further that narrative. Okay, which photo? Link it to me.
The one of the guys who were doing puppy play and having a girl pet them.
Okay.
Do you think puppy play...
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that fucking interesting? That right there is the literal propaganda I was talking about. Oh, I may have Daharumba. I'll get yours. Don't worry. Oh, this one's amazing. Isn't that interesting? We were just talking about that. By the way, it would be totally legitimate to roast the shit out of LonerBox here if he did buy into that image, like, without thinking about it. Because the truth is that, like, yeah, that image is fucking propaganda. Yeah, it fucking is. It's from Folsom. Yeah, it's from a literal kink festival. It's not from Pride. It never has been from Pride. So wait, oh, I'm missing one. Here we go. There we go. There's that one. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll find out if LonerBox shows his ass or if he doesn't. I guess we'll find that out, won't we? Damn, these are some fucking mucho texto gifts today. This is the only way to be able to enjoy a debate truly. And we will post updates as the show goes on, you know, about what's actually gonna, you know, be there. By the way, this text is supposed to be up here. There we go. So there we go, so that everybody can still see, no matter what. Maximalism debate review. Okay, so, there. Damn. I won't block out Sonic Fox. I didn't mean to. Hold on, everybody. Sometimes there are issues here, okay? Sometimes there are issues. I have to make these smaller. Xerox, thank you. Let me go get the other ones. Did I get the Streamlabs one? I will in just a moment. Let me just bring those open. Let me get my Streamlabs donos open. And let me get this with this one right here. And then I'll go grab the other one. Hold on. Why are the Streamlabs ones not showing up? This is so weird to me. Anyway, let's continue the debate while we do this. I'm trying to figure everything out.
In public by BDSM communities.
Do you think taking one single...
Oh no. Oh no! What if I actually agree with BadEmpanada's position more, but BadEmpanada argues it so badly that I can't agree with him? Oh
like
no!
That, and essentially denouncing the entire idea of the whole concept of people, you know, being kinky at a fucking
Did I
pride
dismiss
parade.
the entire concept of people being kinky at Pride?
I
don't
sure
give a
you
fuck
did.
about people doing kink at Pride. What, bondage? Yeah, I don't give a shit. Of course that's reactionary bullshit. I was commenting
Great.
on
I'm
puppy
glad we
play.
agree.
I was commenting on puppy play in front of kids. Do you think that's acceptable to do in front of kids?
Isn't that photo like with kids or in front of kids? Because the kids shouldn't fucking be there.
Well, yeah, the kid was there. So,
Okay, there we
you
go.
Agree.
I found these.
You agree that you shouldn't do puppy play with kids, yeah.
I think the problem is that someone brought kids there.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
So what?
Yeah.
Why do you? Why do you think I said that this was a bad idea?
If you bring fucking kids to an overtly sexual event, that's your fault. It's not the fault of anyone else who just happens to be there.
Well, why do you think I said
Alright,
it was
I
a
got
bad
all
idea
these.
at the time?
Okay, all these
That
ones are
particular
updated. There we go. Now I have
because
Streamlabs
people were
open.
defending.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'll get all these up as soon as possible.
Why did you retweet like a straight
Oh, it's getting
up
chaotic
settler
really fast.
colonialism advocate?
Oh my god, I
Are
love
you
you
dodging
so
the
much.
question? I'm sorry. Wait, you called. So do you think?
Holy shit, I can't. Oh my god, this is so awesome. Thank you all so much for your donos. I will try to thank you all individually as much as possible, but this is going to get very difficult. All right, here we go. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. New 1. Oh my god, I got to save all these. New 2. New 3. Oh my god, I have so many to put up. Yes!
I'm a
What do you mean,
queerphobic reactionary
None
or
of this
not?
matters. I'm here to talk about politics, not like personal accusations against you. I
Well,
honestly don't
it's
give
a
a shit about
political
personal accusations
Wait,
against you.
calling me queerphobic is a political stance, right?
Yeah, and we just went over it, and you clarified that you agree with me on that. What don't we agree on? That's something much more interesting.
So
to
I'm
talk
not
about.
queerphobic, or I am?
At least in that way, no, you're not.
Thanks. Okay. Why do you think I'm
I don't know about your
pro-necrophilia?
politics, so I can't really tell.
Why do you think I'm pro-necrophilia?
Because it's funny. You're a necrophiliac. Why not?
So,
What?
Okay. So it's all just a meme, right? You're gonna back off these claims because they're memes.
Yes.
You're not gonna back off a single thing that you've said about me. Why should I back off any of this? Do you think like anyone calls anyone a necrophiliac seriously?
What have I said about you that I'm not gonna back off?
Ah, come on. This is so
people
stupid.
Make everything incredible.
See, this is the way that. By the way, this is the way that BadEmpanada does basically everything. Hold on, let me get these on here. This is the way that BadEmpanada does every single fucking
people
thing.
levy the most ridiculous claims against me. I don't take them seriously, like even a little bit, right?
Okay.
You do that to me. I don't take that shit seriously. I'm much more concerned with the sentiment behind it, right? I'm not so particularly concerned with my own reputation.
I'm just
People
asking you
say whatever the fuck
questions.
they want about you.
I'm just
I'm more
asking you
concerned with the
questions.
actual politics behind these.
Well,
behind
when I
these
get
sorts of
comments
things.
from people in your community saying I'm really upset about your kink at Pride take because they heard it from you, yeah,
that literally
yeah,
makes
let me
no
clarify.
sense. Where did they hear that from me?
I've got the tweet up on
From
my
like
screen.
a Twitter account with
Oh my god, this
Yeah, I don't know
Saul
if you said
Goodman
it
is
more
so
times.
good. Whoever
If anyone
sent Saul
comes to me,
Goodman,
like, I'm
excellent
really, I'm
work.
really fucking.
I do
really
agree.
worried about
I
this
do
thing
agree
that I
that
heard
people-
about. You just, Jesus, man, you shouldn't care.
I do agree that people who believe what you say about people should not take you seriously. Yeah, I completely agree with that. But anyway.
Okay, I think that no one should take you seriously
This
in
is
general
amazing.
as a so-called political commentator.
What have I said that is such a big problem?
Is Carl Rittenhouse a white supremacist spree killer?
I don't think he's a spree
here we
killer.
go.
Is that a legal term? I think he's
I
probably
know,
a white
oh boy,
supremacist.
here
Yeah,
we
if he's
go.
not, if he wasn't back then, he's definitely on his way to becoming one. Yeah.
Why should we feel sympathy for him? Because he cried some crocodile tears in the stand?
I didn't say I should feel sympathy for it. I was making fun of him on my streams when that was happening. I said I said that he wasn't.
Hey, black
that you
dresses,
shouldn't
I
judge
love it.
Whether or not he was fake crying.
Hold on, I gotta
because
go
that's
check.
Like, okay.
Why not?
Because how do you know? There are
I
like
don't
a
give a shit if
million
he's
good
fake crying or if
criticisms.
he's real crying. He should cry. He should cry for the rest of his life, every single day, every single moment. For
There
real.
are a million criticisms you can make of Kyle Rittenhouse. The fake crying was dumb. Like, it was like, what? Like, it's just, how much understanding of PTSD do you have to think that someone fake crying?
He has PTSD. He has PTSD from murdering anti-racist protesters.
Even if we believe...
Fuck yes.
You
Good.
think, okay,
More
wait.
PTSD.
Oh my
for people
god.
like this.
Do you...
Okay, BadEmpanada is so stupid, he doesn't realize that LonerBox is agreeing with him right now. LonerBox is saying, like, no, this is fucking stupid. I was making fun of him for faking his crying and shit. And this guy doesn't even realize, like, Empanada doesn't even realize he's getting a gimme. He's getting agreed with right now. BadEmpanada is so aggressive and unstable in these conversations that you can't even, like, he can't even take a W when he gets it. He can't even fucking eat a W. It's ridiculous.
Do you want to back up the claim that he murdered them? You don't think it was self-defense?
Oh my god. We're going full Destiny mode here.
Just
Full
tell me.
fucking Destiny mode.
Do you think Destiny was the
By
only
the
person
way,
who thinks he was doing
Spyro Gal,
self-defense?
Inkfrog, Baphomet,
I
Dank
think everyone who
Catlord,
thinks that he's a
Baphomet
moronic,
again,
liberal
and
piece of shit.
uh,
Do you want
Oh,
to talk to me or do you
Blizzard,
want to talk to
wait, did I get the
Destiny?
oh, that's the frog.
I
Wait,
know
did
that
get the frog on there?
you're essentially like a Destiny
get the frog
suck-up.
yet.
Like,
Hold on,
your
I got
whole
the frog.
thing is that you have moderated your opinions to the point where you've become right-wing because you're trying to suck up to right-wing people.
Okay,
Hence, you
okay,
deleted,
change
hence,
my- okay.
hence you deleted your Bolivia video because David Pacman is Destiny's friend, and you didn't want to have a video on your channel now that you're trying to get into the Destiny sphere. That is too.
Brother,
you
I
know,
deleted
too
that video because the audio was bad. You think my fucking videos after that are not incredibly
sure.
left-wing?
I am sure. Just
What
because the
the hell?
audio was
I have
bad.
I have
Nothing
videos
to
where
do
I
with that.
criticize Destiny. What are you talking about?
No. There's criticism, right?
Huh.
There's criticism. As if someone like Destiny deserves good faith criticism. He deserves denouncement. Okay.
So you're upset that
This
I
is
don't
the
hate
thing.
Destiny
This
enough?
is the thing with the liberals. Yes, absolutely. You should hate
Okay.
people like that. You've heard what he said?
What about Kyle Rittenhouse not being a murderer? Or do you want to stay on that topic? Because you seem to be running away from it a little bit. Can you prove to me that he wasn't a murderer? If you can't, if you want to prove that he was a murderer,
See, this is
go
this
on.
thing. This is this thing that people like you do, right? Where you like say that you agree with people on something, but nonetheless you try and insist on arguing that point, right? And we're not going to do that. This is what you people
The problem is that I'm arguing on points. You
You're not
think he's a
arguing on
murderer?
points,
Back it
right?
up. Can you not back that up? If you can't,
No,
we can
he
move
can't.
on.
He can't because
don't
he's
give a
not
shit
here
if
to
he's
be
a murderer or
serious,
not.
dude. He's not
Technically,
he's not
legally
he's
within
not
the
taking
United
this
States
seriously.
legal
Same
You
way
can say
we
moral,
are.
we can make a moral claim as well.
The same way that we're
Okay.
not
What's
taking
your
this
opinion of
seriously.
this?
My opinion of Kyle
Hold on,
Rittenhouse.
No. We're gonna play a clip. I would like to ask you if you think the person who said this deserves you spending 2 hours defending them.
Brother, are you actually like running away from the claim now? Again?
I think we said, right? I don't give a shit if Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer or not within the technical U.S. legal system that was
Or morally.
set up
Mor-
by a
I don't
bunch of
care about the
settler
fucking law.
colonial slaves.
I'm asking
morally.
morally.
Oh, absolutely. He went to a fucking protest with a rifle,
Yeah.
an anti-racist protest with a rifle.
Okay, what
And
would have...
intentionally
I'll
got
get
into
yours.
a
Don't
fight
worry,
to-
I'll get yours.
to
Don't
try
worry.
and justify
Why do you
technically
think he intentionally got
within-
into a fight? Is
Oh,
there
you
a bit
walk
of
up to
footage
people
that
with
I
a
missed?
rifle? You walk up to a bunch of people with a rifle.
Who did he
True!
walk up to with
Thank
a
you
rifle?
very much,
Who did he
Xerox.
approach with a
Holy
rifle?
shit. Holy shit, LonerBox. You are exactly what I thought you were.
What the hell?
Incredible.
I don't get
What?
this. I
Fucking
actually
incredible.
don't understand
tell
what
me.
he's trying to
Throwing the
do.
white supremacist spree murder. Amazing.
What, so
I
you are
love you.
you are insisting that he was a murderer now?
So, I don't know what BadEmpanada thinks that he's doing here. He's actually unironically gish galloped. So this is, by the way, what gish galloping looks like. Oh, okay. I'll grab that one, Louis boy. Hold on, I'll grab that real quick. I got this one for you. Hold on. bit.ly. Uh-oh. There we go. I'll get that. Absolutely. Absolutely, she, they, Faye. Absolutely. Please request another one. I'll get these in as soon as possible. Oh my god. There we go. Hold on, let me get that one for you. And then I think, hey, can I get, I missed somebody's. I missed Comrade Crab. Comrade Crab, can you resend yours to me? I will put it on for you. Sparkly, if I missed yours, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry if I missed anybody's. I apologize. I'm trying to keep up with all of them. If I missed you, just poke me with the link again. Okay, Sparkly Void, got yours. Oh, that one just didn't download properly. Okay, Comrade Crab, got yours. Okay, that's the Peppa Pig one. Okay, and then She They Fey. All right, let's continue.
You were amazing. I literally was insisting he was a murderer the entire time.
You have no argument for this. Okay, he wasn't. Was he running away or towards?
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Like, holy fuck. The rioting needs to
Thank you, Windleby. Thank you. Oh, beautiful.
Opinions?
Yeah, he got 2-week ban for that and he deserved it. Yeah.
Permanently banned for it.
Thank you, Xerox.
Do you think what people who call for the white supremacist mass murder of anti-racist protesters
I think I got that one up on there.
Spending 2 hours defending them?
Not?
Did I defend him for 2 hours?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
The video is 45 minutes, but okay.
Yes, I did. I got that one on there
really
for you.
a strong point.
Who gives a shit? Oh shit, 45 minutes, man. That's so different.
What was I defending about him?
Well, you compare.
What was the ratio of criticisms to defenses? Do you know? Have you seen this video?
Have
you seen this 2-hour video where I defend estimates?
You equated that guy with people who quote unquote simp for China. Do you think that might not be a
Some of
very
these gifts are getting
proportional
missed for some
comparison?
reason.
Do you think I holistically compared him to, like, again, you're just taking a clip. You haven't seen the
I don't
video,
give a shit
have
if you holistically compared him. I'm asking.
Well, you just said that I did, but you're walking back on that as well. Keep going.
Do you think that? Yeah, you did say that. You walked it back later, maybe. But I'm asking you now, just to confirm.
What's the question?
Do you think that that guy right there is equivalent to people who like the Chinese government?
No, I think his comments are worse than people who like the Chinese government. Yeah.
Thank you. Far worse. Right. I'm glad we're on the same page there. Good to know. Now, do you think that aristocracy is a person who merits your defense?
You realize you've walked back on every single claim you've made against me so far.
I'm interviewing you.
Oh, this is an interview now, because you changed the debate topic like 7 different times. But okay.
My stream title is interview.
Okay.
This is an interview.
Why did you change the debate topic 3 different times?
Well, you changed it. I wasn't intending to talk about whatever the fuck that was.
When did I change the topic?
We don't have a debate topic, do we? We don't have any topic.
All right, go to the next question.
I love it. I love it.
Wasn't
I
like
fucking
the
love
whole
it,
thing
everybody.
that got us into this,
all right, let me get the next ones.
China and Palestine.
Palestine probably more so, right?
Okay.
You got really fucking mad at that Twitter thread that I did.
Do you think that she deserves your defense?
Oh yeah, she's a great voice on Israel-Palestine. Yeah.
Oh wait,
I do like aristocracy.
Is that sarcastic?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna play another.
Uncle Gumball, thank you very much.
Okay, is that okay with you?
Why don't we just talk about some of the sections?
No, I want to show you what she said because I think you might change
you can
your
do your
mind
out of context fucking clip chimp bullshit. Okay, go for it.
Out of context, 30-second long clips where she states that this is her opinion. Out of context, clip shit bullshit.
Go on.
If you can get 30 seconds of me stating something that isn't obviously a joke like this, right? At that point, you can't call it a clip chimp. It's someone stating their opinion.
I like Eris. I like
your
Eris as a
audience
person.
deserves to
I
know
like Eris a lot.
that this person, you just said that she's an awesome advocate for Palestine.
Oh yeah.
I know many Palestinians, and none of them have ever said that to me about anything resembling this. Okay.
You don't think she has Palestinians in her audience? Just send
like
the clip.
2 of them.
Send the clip.
You
Go on.
forgot. Yeah, sure.
Oh, here we go.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear.
Oh, getting some errors here. That's not on my side. Hey, that's not on my side. Here, let's have this little character dance on LonerBox's head.
You do a population exchange, it's very hard to reverse the change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now. I don't think Palestinians can ever get the right of return because, as the Vox mentioned, there's over 7 million. Those 700,000 have now become 7 million in terms of their descendants. I don't think that that's ever. There's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state. So the only solution to me is if you think that Israel is the cause of the refugee problem, our financial reparation. And Israel does not actually have as much money as a lot of people think. We'd all love to get to an area where, you know, ethnicity, religion,
because
and all
there
that
probably
stuff
is cuts.
matters
It's
very
impossible
little,
to tell.
but
It's absolutely
to me,
impossible to tell, but I'm
it's
guessing
kind
there's
of
probably
crazy
cuts
to
here.
expect people to be like, well, you guys have to accept everyone, and then watch that majority population turn it into an Arab pan state where Jews become second-class citizens. And okay, like, you guys should just have to deal with that, right? You could just have to take the hit so you have the moral headway. It makes sense in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? To at least have one for your own where
This
you're
is
safe,
so
at least
fucking
for
chopped,
just
isn't
one
it?
country.
This is like the most
And I
chopped up
think
shit
that
I've
that's
ever
totally
heard.
valid. And this is why I get
Uncle
really
Gumball,
scared that
Uncle
Israel's
Gumball,
going to become an
yours is a
apartheid
video.
state.
I
And
can't
all those
download that
lefties are
one.
going to turn out to be right when they criticize
I
Israel.
can't do the
This is
video
so
one.
fucking
I have to
chopped
do a
Because
GIF
if they
version.
keep building the settlement and more
You'll have to
settlements
send me a
happen,
GIF version if you
it's
want
going to
that
be
on there,
a
Uncle
more
Gumball.
and
Sorry
larger and
about
larger
that.
of a human rights
Sent it in
disaster to
memes.
pull
All
out
right, I'll check it in
and
the memes.
to
1 second.
get rid of the Jews from the region and give them back to the Palestinians. That means that the only solution you're going to have is a one-state solution where everything becomes an Israeli state. The big problem with that is that for Israel to continue to exist as Israel and not just, you know, become a non-Jewish state, and that's just a typical Arab country in the Middle East with an Arab majority
All right, I got
population,
yours.
Israel, and to remain with Western values and all those things, Jews need to remain the majority of the population. It's a hard place to live, especially when compared to other Western countries.
Okay.
It's very expensive, and there's very little space. The idea of like a 3-bedroom house, you don't get that shit in Israel. You do not get a 3-bedroom house in Israel. That is something that is only allowed for the rich, the very, very rich. In Israel, the most you will get is a
Thank
shitty
you very
apartment.
much, Cheeto. Thank
Everyone
you very
lives in
much.
shitty
I'll go
apartments.
through and read everybody's names at the
So
end. Thank
the
you
only
very much,
place you're gonna
Xerox.
get a house,
Thank you very
if
much,
want a house and you
Capitan.
want your kids to be
Capitan
able to have green
Basura.
space
Thank you.
and
I'll
be able
get
to
yours on
run,
here just now.
is in the settlements.
I'll go double check yours. I think it might have Dararumba. I don't know why. I tried to put yours on a couple times. I don't know what's going on with that one.
Okay.
Let me go see.
Yeah, okay, so opinions. Do you agree with that?
Do you want to break down those points? Like, I can hear the clips within that. That's not like a singular clip, right?
Right down those points.
True!
One,
I can hear
True,
where you
you
broke
can hear
up the
the cuts.
clips. Why did you do that?
why? Because these are different different statements.
So
These are
I
like
don't
40
know.
seconds.
So in each of those clips, I don't
For
know
one,
what she said
you-
30
for one,
seconds
you
before or
claiming
after,
I'll go
right?
check 'em right
these are
now.
spliced together, right? You're saying that I took different
Yes.
sentence structures and put them together.
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh,
just,
this one's
that's
so
just her
cute.
microphone
I got this
having,
up
like,
here.
A mute threshold,
All right, hold on.
right?
Let me get
Okay.
these.
Like mine does.
I
You
don't
all are
believe you.
amazing. I love you all so
Those are
much.
40 seconds. You don't believe? Have you watched the video?
Yeah.
You don't believe?
No, I
so
haven't watched
wait,
the
wait.
video,
Your
actually.
defense
Fuck
here
that.
is
I've
that
watched
these,
one of them, but
these
not that
clips
one.
are not actually 40, 30-second long clips of her talking. Is that your defense?
That was more than. Was that 40 seconds?
Each of those was about 30, 35 seconds long.
And then spliced together, right?
They were not spliced together at all. We've been over this a million times.
So this is actually like a 2 or 3 minute clip that you just showed me, right?
Each of those is about 30 to 35 seconds long.
Okay.
They're different states.
Let's
Okay,
just.
hold on. I gotta
Do you
get
want to
this
just
one.
break this up one thing at a time? There were a few topics I covered there, right? Right of return, apartheid.
We said,
Get
okay,
them, get
do you
them, get them.
think that Palestinian refugees should not be allowed to return to their homes because there is no room?
That's not Aristocracy's position. I spoke to her yesterday
what
about
she
this.
That's what she said.
Do you
That's
think?
what she said.
Do you think she might have been saying that it's inactionable but is still morally right, which is the opinion of
She
quite a lot of
wasn't saying that.
Palestinians?
She said they can't come here. There's no room.
Do
you
you think
understand
that's
what
her
this kind
opinion
of
or her
rhetoric comes from?
characterizing other people's opinions?
That's her opinion. She literally said, "I think." To me, that's
I
what
got
people
you. I
say
got
when
you.
it's
I
their
got you
opinion.
here,
Okay,
Uncle
given the
Gumball.
fact
Don't
that
you
you
worry.
haven't been able to characterize a single one of my positions, why the fuck would I believe what you have to say about her?
I mean, this is literally her in her own
True!
words saying
don't-
that.
you've
Why
backed-
wouldn't you?
you've already
you
backed
literally
off-
just heard her stating it in her own words.
This is
You've already
amazing.
backed off
I'm
on
going
me
as
being
fast as I
queerphobic.
can.
Your own words.
You've already backed off on me being a necrophile. You've already backed
don't
on
give a
me
shit.
fucking defending
No,
a
no, you
murderer.
are a
Like,
Oh, hey, we got an
I never
I don't
backed
give a
off
shit.
that.
We got our first I don't give a
You're my
shit.
favorite British necrophile.
why don't is given that Eris is not in the room with us right now? Why don't we talk about yours and my opinions of Israel Palestine?
Hop on Minecraft.
No. I want to
bitch.
know because you being a responsible advocate for Palestine
okay.
requires you denouncing these absolutely abhorrent fucking Nazi-like positions.
Listen.
So why don't you?
Maybe I'll have a chat with her later if she believes those things that she was. Which
Let's just have a quick talk for a second here, okay? Listen. Also, people should be screenshotting this throughout so that we can present our art on the thread on Twitter that we made together and so that we can show it off later. Give me your screenshots so that we can document how this evolved, because it's gonna get messier. I can tell. We're already on, like, what, 25 approximately GIFs or something? This is sick as fuck. It's sick as shit. We got more than that. Yeah, 25. No, it's about 25 GIFs is where we're at right now. So that's pretty sick as fuck, if you ask me. I think that's pretty sick. Can I get this shit in here real quick? All right, so let me just say something, though, real quick. BadEmpanada is incredibly weirdly obsessed with aristocracy in, like, one of the most uncomfortable ways that I've seen. Part of the reason why I think BadEmpanada is so worthy of getting made fun of all the time is because he's such an unbelievable weird asshole. He's a weird stalker. He's a freak. He talks about people in the most deranged ways imaginable. This guy talks about people, like, he constantly loves to make jokes about people dying, about people getting killed, and he does so always on behalf of somebody else. So he'll always be like, ugh, your country killed 1 million people in the Iraq war. That means I think that you should be disemboweled because you disagreed with me on the internet. And it's like, yeah, the United States did do that horrible thing. That I didn't have anything to do with it. And we're not talking about it. It's very weird. And also, like, the fixation on aristocracy as, like, the worst person on Israel-Palestine issues is completely ridiculous. I don't always agree with aristocracy's views on Israel-Palestine. We have differences. We have fundamental differences in politics that make us not agree. If you have screenshots, drop them in the memes channel on the Discord, and yeah, so that I can go through and grab them. Anyway, yeah. Like, obviously, I don't think it's impossible for, like, a Jewish person to be a bigot. Obviously, there are Jewish people who are bigots, but the jumping to calling a Jewish person Nazi-like as your first instinct because you have, like, mild disagreements on or philosophical disagreements on a foreign policy issue, I think is very dramatic. I also think that portraying aristocracy's positions as, like, anti-Palestinian is also really, really unfair and uncharitable, because I don't think that's aristocracy's position. Even though aristocracy and I do not agree entirely because of, like I said, fundamental differences in politics as far as how we view the roles of states, etc., etc. Even with that, like, I don't think aristocracy's position is like an anti-Palestinian position. She tends to be very compassionate, but she just has different opinions about certain things. And, like, it's not even just about civility. It's the fact that, like, again, like, BadEmpanada is here in LonerBox's stream complaining about aristocracy and destiny, when it's pretty clear that LonerBox was willing to meet this guy on the topics and actually talk about it. It's fucking weird. She's an unironic monarchist? No, I don't know if she's an unironic monarchist. I think she jokes about how she likes having a figurehead like a queen. I don't know if that really makes you a monarchist, if you just like the aesthetics. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, let's continue.
I think it's her characterizing other people's opinions. Yeah, I won't retweet her again.
How is it her characterizing her own opinions when she says, I think to me?
She said, I think, in, like, one of those statements.
You quite literally retweeted me, quoting her saying that it's anti-Semitic for me to quote her. You retweeted that. Is it anti-Semitic?
Wait. Why did I call you anti-Semitic?
You retweeted, you quote tweeted me and called me a poo-poo head on Twitter. That is, you're an imperialist.
You quoted her calling me anti-Semitic.
Wasn't it because...
And her evidence of me being anti-Semitic was me quoting her, literally.
Good night, Hannibal.
Listen, don't worry, okay? If I ever call you anti-Semitic, it's because you say things like, responding to someone who says, I was born in Israel and never left, what should be done to me? And you respond with wall. Colonizers get the wall.
Yeah, and...
I think that...
I was born in Israel and never left. What should be done to me? Wall. Say it, the whole sentence. Colonizers get the wall. So this is just a screenshot of BadEmpanada advocating for someone to be summarily executed. Do you understand? Like, and of course he always is just like, oh, it's just memes. It's just memes. But it's like, that is just unhinged toxic behavior. Like, hi, I'm engaging in this conversation. I'm just going to say you deserve to be summarily executed. Chateau Clone. I wish I could actually say how hard it was to get the sub. I really dislike PayPal. Love you though, mama. Sorry, Chateau Clone. We use PayPal just because it's what this site was built on. But if you ever want to dono again, let me know. You can also donate through Streamlabs. You can also subscribe through YouTube. But the websites all use PayPal for now. I really wish we didn't have to only use PayPal. Sorry about that. Thank you though. Truly, thank you very much. Let's continue.
Sounds anti-Semitic to me, yeah.
That guy is how is that anti-Semitic in the first place? For one, are settler colonialists automatically like? Is colonizer?
Do you think everyone who was born in Israel is a settler colonialist?
Everyone who is born in Israel as part of the settler colonial Israeli state, and it's
I get to pick one from Mordport. Thank you very much. Let me pick one.
Question for you: is Israel a settler colonial state?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, so it's a settler colonial state with no settlers. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I just don't think everyone in Israel is a settler. No.
Everyone.
How do you define it?
Wait. A settler colonial state is different than okay, colonists and settlers are different. Settlers are generally people who don't engage in active warfare. They go out and the military goes through and takes the land as colonizers, and then settlers are the ones who move into that empty space. And the whole reason why there is a distinguishment between settlers and colonists is specifically so that to get people to analyze it more accurately. It's inaccurate to just it is inaccurate to say that settlers and colonists are the same way and that you respond to them in the same way. They're different for a reason. There's like reasons for that. It's so fucking annoying. Hold on, let me grab my GIF of choice. Yay, Captain Basura, thank you so much. Left mine in the memes. Okay, and here's another one. All right, I'll grab yours from memes, Captain Basura, and then I get to pick one for myself, and then there's two more in chat right now.
So everyone born in Israel.
Let me get these. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much to Cheeto.
Jewish refugee who came over
thank you
in
very,
like
very much to
Is that like
President Parakeet? Thank you.
The idea
it's a GIF of the stream.
Being a nationality that needs to colonize this one specific place.
That's the state of Israel you're characterizing. You're not characterizing the people who live there. You're characterizing the state of Israel when you say that.
Yeah, it is. This is. Do you not realize that there was an entire movement of settler colonialism in the late 19th century, right?
I love this. Damn, you all are bringing some great GIFs tonight.
Right? So many of the people.
Go on, I'm joking. Go on.
You've never heard of it? Yeah, I know you haven't. I know you're joking, but I already know you don't really know much about it, right?
Okay.
So this was from the very beginning.
So
this
insufferable.
Was the intention of this movement, right?
Bazinga.
There were Jews who were already there beforehand. But
you never heard of it.
Was always to go there to misplace the original population.
This guy's less funny than Mike from PA.
Okay.
Sure, there were people who moved there before that who didn't really give a shit about that. But regardless, once the actual act of creating the state of Israel happened, they ended up becoming Israeli settlers regardless, because they're a part of the settler colonial state. They uphold it.
So just by virtue of as like a Palestinian who lives in Israel, would you like? I'm so curious actually then, because
in Israel do not consider themselves Israelis. Israel doesn't even consider there to be an Israeli nationality.
Yeah, so they call themselves, Palestinian as like a solidarity, but they are Israeli citizens, right?
I mean,
well, that's the thing.
People all over the world accept the citizenship of the country they happen to live in. It's just because they're taking whatever limited rights are available to them. It's not because they.
Yes. Okay, that's actually a good point.
I'm a settler or whatever. I uphold this state.
Dealer's choice. Thank you, Discord and Vol. I'll get you two great gifts. Give me just a second.
People who lived in Israel since the Arab Wars and just stayed there, and their families stayed there, but because they live in Israel, by virtue of them staying in Israel.
1948.
Sure, yeah. Or whatever
Palestinians themselves make a distinction between people who trace their lineage to this. I don't give a shit about really lineage. I think you need to understand that this distinction between settler, colonizer, indigenous, or whatever. It's not a moral distinction. I'm an Australian settler, right?
Okay.
It's not a moral distinction; it's a material one. It's like saying, "Oh, you can't call this guy a bourgeois because his father, he inherited a factory from his dad." Yeah, you can actually.
So I'm curious, if we're talking about like tracing, so I guess your right of return kind of thing starts what, like 1948, right? Like basically.
Well, that's when people started to be expelled.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the Sheikh
Yeah,
Jarrah
2
decision?
patho
Do you think
gifts.
was
Look
a-
at
that was
that.
a- the correct
Dealer's
decision?
choice, baby.
It's literally just like the colonial power, imposing a random laws in its own
answer to that
its own
specific
legal
point,
system
please?
that it created to justify. It's just. Do you think that I need to make an evaluation over like Israeli land tenure laws or whatever? I don't give a shit.
It wasn't about
Israel-
land laws. Can you do you know the specific? If you don't know the specific case, it's okay. I can just tell you.
Good night,
Jarrah
Steel
was
System. Thanks for
justified
coming
on the
by.
basis
All right, everybody.
that-
So, what is happening in this debate right now? LonerBox appears very confused, which I totally understand, because BadEmpanada has been all over the place. And right now, they seem to be going back and forth over whether the average, I'm trying to get this straight here, the average Israeli citizen should be considered a settler or a colonist, but BadEmpanada keeps fucking up the terminology, and so they're not actually having a conversation. They're literally talking past each other specifically because BadEmpanada is incapable of staying on topic or keeping his terminology straight. It is so embarrassing. God, it's so embarrassing. Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Jews bought the land like 100 years ago, and then the Israeli state gave them the right to this land under its legal system. Whereas the people who lived there had been living there continuously.
Ooh, I love this
not
sissy
what
hypno
happened.
one.
They found, wasn't it with the case with a couple of families? They found out that the house was originally a Jewish home that was where they were evicted during the Nakba.
I'm sure there was probably at least 1 or 2 of those, but the thing is, we're talking about Jerusalem here.
Yes, Easter. So do you think that was the right decision then, given that it was a right of return from 1948 to a Jewish family?
I mean, it really depends on which house we're talking about. We're talking about a bunch of different houses in Sheikh Jarrah.
Okay.
If that specific house, then sure.
So the Palestinians deserve to be kicked out of those places because of what happened in 1948.
I mean, it really depends. Do you think that I
No,
think
wait.
that all
Did the
all Jews
Palestinians
should
who
be
lived
kicked
in
out of
Sheikh Jarrah
Israel?
deserve to be kicked
What?
out because there were
Are
Jews living there in
Are you
48?
trying to justify?
Does this mean you're all sissies now? Yes, you've been sissified. Unfortunately, the anime figurine has sissified you. It's okay. Good news. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month. You don't have to worry about it. You can be a sissy, and it's okay.
On this little one example.
No, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm asking you what you think because I'm asking about your concept of right
Well,
of return.
is this one little Palestinian house? Is this one little Palestinian house part of a much broader project of settler colonialism of forming an ethno-state for one people?
I'm
and excluding
asking
the people
you
who lived there
about
beforehand?
how you action right of return.
What I'm saying here is very relevant to this because we're talking about 2 different things here. I'm talking about projects of settler colonialism. You're talking about like the most basic like capitalist land rights.
Oh, we got a new one.
You're trying to.
It's not capitalist land rights. They were driven out by the same mechanisms that the Palestinians were driven out of.
The same mechanisms,
Or at the same time.
The Palestinians were never trying to form an ethno-state there. The Palestinians did not migrate there en masse with the specific intention of displacing the original inhabitants and forming their own society on the ruins.
All the same.
You're equating 2 things that are not even remotely the same.
I'm not equating. They were
you
kicked out.
consider yourself a responsible advocate for Palestine?
They were kicked.
Thank you very much, Snake Freak. A Snake Freak. Thank you so much, Snake Freak. I got your delicious empanadas. These are the good empanadas. The actual, by the way, empanadas are delicious. And it is true, this guy is the worst empanada I've ever seen. An embarrassment, a yelling, screeching, frothing. I bet that he would throw shit if he was allowed to, if it was legal. I have the feeling he's the type of guy who would throw like his dirty underwear at you if he felt like it would win him a debate. Very embarrassing, truly. But yeah, now we have some good empanadas on the screen, which so thank you very much, Snake Freak. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Out.
Kicking people, there's a difference between kicking people out, right? Kicking people out in a war incited by a settler colonial ethno-state, okay? And kicking people out in the name of forming that settler colonial ethno-state. These are 2 very different things. It's like complaining that, white settlers on a homestead, which was appropriated from Native Americans, were kicked out of that homestead. Is that bad? Maybe. But is it part of a wider project of settler colonization? Absolutely not. These aren't two things. These aren't the same sorts of things, and I'm not going to let you equate them.
Sorry, I need to hear that again. Hold on a second. Let's hear this again. Hold on.
White settlers on a homestead, which was appropriated from Native Americans, were kicked out of that homestead. Is that bad?
What you think? Do you think it was the right decision to kick those?
No! Why?
Complaining that white settlers on a homestead, which was appropriated from Native Americans, were kicked out of that homestead. Is that
a minor heart attack.
Yeah, maybe. But is it part of a wider project of settler colonization? Absolutely not. These aren't two things. These aren't the same sorts of things, and I'm not going to let you equate them.
I'm just asking you what you think. Do you think it was the right decision to kick those Palestinian families out?
No.
Why?
I don't think that it's... You're trying to equate it... You're doing this debate bro bullshit, right? Where you just ask questions for things that you yourself have an opinion on. So what's your own opinion here? What are you trying to lead to?
The point that what you're calling right of return, like full unconditional right of return, is inactionable and would result in Palestinian genocide.
You're against right of return.
I'll get yours on right now.
I am very...
Holy shit, I'd love for you to talk to a Palestinian about this.
I am very in favor of right of return. I'm asking you how you think it's actionable.
Icket claw! Hell yeah, I got this.
Do you think there's a difference between being for something morally and deciding whether or not it's actionable?
Claw. I love him. I love Skavens.
Actionable, like literally right now? These are goals to work towards. These aren't things that we literally are going to do literally immediately.
I agree.
Do you think like if someone advocates for the one-state solution, they need to be doing it? You're going to be like, oh, you can't do it literally right now, therefore owned or something.
You know what's really funny? So wait, so for example, okay, let's just say hypothetically, you're offered like two-state solution with two-state solution, 67, 48 borders, whatever, and then on top of that,
I don't care what I'm offered. I care what.
I'm asking you a hypothetical. I'm asking you. Well, polling is kind of like up and down on two-state solution, right?
Not really.
It's been in the decline because of the settlements in West Bank, but it's still there, right?
Do most Palestinians consider all of the land of Palestine to be theirs? They do.
But when they talk about policy and what to do now, they support two-state solution, right? There's still a substantial number of people in the polls.
20, 30 years ago when that was a thing that might have been possible. Right now, the compromise is, the most recent poll that I saw was like from last year, the compromise position was like 25%, 33% or something like that. And the majority was essentially waiting it out. Now, it doesn't really matter because what I wanted to get into with quoting that aristocracy thing,
sure.
You realize she's using Nazi rhetoric, straight up Nazi rhetoric, of space, of room.
No, I'd rather you just spoke to me because I don't think you're capable of accurately characterizing people's
I think
positions.
it's very important that someone who tries to hold themselves up as some sort of beacon of Palestinian advocacy is actually a responsible advocate for Palestine. And right.
I do not think that anybody in this conversation holds themselves up as a beacon of Palestinian advocacy. In fact, I think aristocracy is pretty forward and open in talking about how her politics are, impacted by the amount of time that she's spent in Israel. So, like, I don't think that aristocracy sells herself as a Palestine expert. I think she's just interested in it. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Fully fucking ostracizes people like this.
Wait, if that's the case, then why
Palestine is non-negotiable.
Why
it's
does...
very simple. You can't.
Welcome back, Canoon. It's a Maximalism stream.
You can't raid them while they're trying to smear. Another advocate for Palestine is an anti-Semite.
You know what's really interesting is that like when I was so I only watched one Eris video. It was like 20 minutes long. She was asked by one of her chatters recommending authors to speak about it. One of the main authors she recommended was Ilan Pappé. Why the fuck would a Nazi settler recommend Ilan Pappé?
In the video that I watched, the one that I quote, all those quotes were from, she literally said, don't read Ilan Pappé, read Benny Morris instead.
She did not say that. She's always recommended Ilan Pappé. Okay. And for Benny Morris, she says he was good in the past, but is not anymore. You've got your clip.
No, she says his politics are bad, but his history is great. I haven't cut the clip. I'm just going straight to it.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hear it then.
Do you think this might have been in a particular topic?
It was on the Nakba.
Okay. Isn't that because Ilan Pappé doesn't consider some of the villages to be ethnic cleansings?
She said it was because he doesn't ground his statements in evidence or whatever, even though he's constantly being proven right.
Yeah, no, Pappé was criticized for the Nakba because apparently he didn't go far enough, didn't he? My memory's a bit scattered, but like apparently,
as far as I know,
because
Benny Morris was criticized for the NACMA for saying that it was ethnic cleansing and also
Neither of these people know what they're talking about. Oh, I hate it. Nothing is worse than an argument between two people who don't know the topic because both of them are like holding on to a conversation when neither one of them is sticking to an issue. Obviously, this isn't LonerBox's like area of expertise, but it isn't Empanada's either. BadEmpanada has just been bouncing from topic to topic. This is such a fucking mess. What a mess. It never stops.
Okay.
Oh, oops. I already did that.
You're still not answering
I'm
my
not going to
question.
go for 2 hours through this, but
why would she recommend
is-
Ilan Pape if she was, because Ilan Pape is
I think
full
you're
on
diverting
one-state
here,
solution.
right? You
No, I'm
understand
not.
there
I'm
are
asking you
very,
about something
very
she
liberal-
said.
You can recommend someone's historiography without agreeing with their political opinion. She doesn't want the one-state solution. She doesn't want that. She wants a Jewish.
Well, she
ethnic
told
state.
me
She's
last
stated
night that
multiple
she's in favor of one-state solution, just not
Oh, I'm sure
immediately the
she's
same
told
way
you
you
all
are.
of these things.
Wait, do you think
I'm
she's
sure
lying to me?
told
Do you think she's
all of
deceiving
these
me?
Things, right?
Do
Oh
you
yeah,
think
she's absolutely. She's the kind of person who adapts her
Oh.
opinions to what she thinks her audience wants. When she sees backlash, she changes immediately.
Oh, that's because
Right?
yeah. Okay.
That's what happened here.
Just, yeah, duplicitous. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Yeah, she literally stated that in that video. She didn't seem to think that any of it was bad or wrong.
Okay.
Until she was called out
So
on it. And
we
then she just said,
clearly-
"Oh, I'm being taken out of context."
So
blah, blah,
we
blah.
clearly don't agree on what her position
Good
is.
night, Shide
That's
Faye.
fine.
Thanks for
She's
the
not
donos.
here. Maybe you should just talk to me.
I want to know. Do you think that someone talking about how there's no space, no room, etc., might be using Nazi rhetoric?
Do you know there's no space in Israel for like the entire population of New York Jews to go there? That would be the same
No
problem,
space.
right?
No space. There's no space, so they must take more space from the Palestinians. That's why settlers
Well,
take
that's
the
a
space,
bit
so
of
that they can get
inference, isn't
a
it?
nice 3-bedroom house with open space.
That's a little
what
bit
she
of
said.
inference, isn't it?
That's what she said.
But you haven't said whether or
This
not.
is-
Did she say "I think"
Get the
before
right
that one?
labels around
Did she
rhetoric.
say "This is my opinion" before that?
Yeah, she did. She said, "I think this is my opinion." She said this multiple times. Like, to me, they can't return.
Do you
Because then there
think?
wouldn't be enough
Do you
space for
think?
Israelis.
Do you think if like the entire population of New York Jews, nearly 2 million of them, wanted to go to Israel tomorrow, do you think there would be space for that?
Should I be? No, I don't think that they should be able to go there because
No, do
being
you
able
think
to
there's
migrate
space for
somewhere
that?
because you're
Okay. Also, the idea that like simply saying in one clip that there's no space is Nazi rhetoric is a massive stretch. And also, it does a disservice to what the actual rhetoric of Nazis was, which Nazis were not doing an argument of no space. Nazis believed that literally they had a manifest that it was it Lebensraum. It is the idea of what is needed so that all people can live the best. All people of a nation can live the best life possible. It's not just about no space. It's specifically, it's manifest destiny. It's German manifest destiny. The exact same concept of manifest destiny, which is that actually all of this rightfully belongs to the German Empire, to the German people. That's Nazi shit. Just saying, like, I agree that, like, there are people who make arguments about space and use that to try and justify all kinds of horrible things. But just saying that in a greater conversation is not proof of anything.
Because the state there thinks that you're of the right ethnicity to do so.
You can't answer a single fucking question. It's fucking exhausting. Oh my god. Is there space
Is
for them
there
or not
space?
in Israel?
Is there space?
Yeah.
Absolutely, there's absolutely space.
You
There's
think
space
2
in
million
Palestine.
New York Jews could arrive in Israel tomorrow and
Yo,
that would be
Socialist
fine.
Potato,
That would be
thank you so
actionable,
much.
Right?
Do you think they would arrive tomorrow? Do you think this?
That's-
they would, do you
that's
think
the
that
context
Hey, well,
of
best
the
of luck
story.
figuring
would
that out,
arrive
Socialist
immediately,
Potato.
or would even want to?
You will be accepted here
All
no
6
matter
million
what.
would arrive immediately all at once. And if you don't think that they could all arrive immediately all at once, then you've been destroyed.
Well,
There's
that's
clearly
why.
no space.
That's why because like I think only 5% of Palestinians were polled, and they said that they would go to an equally nice home in Israel rather than stay in Palestine. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. What?
What's your point?
My point is that when you talk
And by
about
the way,
right of
Israel is
return,
Palestine.
Thank you very much, Social
when you
Stand.
talk about,
So I think you use these terms differently to how Palestinians use them.
oh, because I used the word Israel. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. Do you think
Palestinians consider Israel to be
do you think like
Palestine.
Abbas and like Arafat are like Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists? Like,
I think that Palestinians consider a lot of them to be
do
essentially
you
comfort or
think
traitors.
that Arafat and Abbas are being Zionists when they acknowledge that Israel exists?
I think that Abbas is practically
Do you think he's a Zionist?
like unanimously recognized among Palestinians as a traitor.
I know, but I'm asking you, do you think he's a Zionist?
Yeah, exactly. So shut the
Sorry.
fuck up. Why are you
you-
citing him?
Do you think he's a Zionist for believing that?
I think he's a collaborator.
Why do you have to
with
be a Jew to
Israel,
be a
and
Zionist?
his
Is that
opinions
the
do
only
not matter
difference?
at all.
Like,
Who said you have to be a Jew?
well, because Abbas is holding like a similar Abbas's position on two-state solution is not that far off of Eris's in the immediate, right? Because
Abbas is a
only
corrupt piece of shit who will say whatever the fuck he thinks he needs to say in order to maintain his own power and keep the Palestinian people down.
and this is also
Okay?
like a
Reverse Flash from YouTube chat says, this is literally just the two idiots fighting meme. Yes, it is. Neither of them is actually arguing towards a goal. They're just battering back and forth, hoping one of them will slip up so they can get a clip on the other one. And honestly, you know what? I think it's more acceptable for LonerBox here, given that LonerBox was clearly on the defensive, okay? LonerBox, this was BadEmpanada coming at LonerBox, so if LonerBox wants to fuck around with this guy, go for it.
sizable number of Palestinians who still want to save the two-state solution, right?
Palestinians do not want to save the two-state solution. There is a small minority group of Palestinians, around 33% right now, who think essentially that they can never defeat Israel,
Tuatrika.
right?
I can see you.
And
Sorry if I missed something.
Do you think that like Israel essentially being merciful in victory is the right thing to aim for here? Because I think a beaten down population is obviously going to be at least a little bit likely to like just accept whatever scraps they can get. That doesn't mean that that is the good thing that we should be aiming for, or they should be aiming for.
I agree. What?
Yeah, so why bring this up? What's your overarching point?
Because when you say right, you've moved away from right of return pretty far. Like, what kind of right of return do you mean then? There are like 4 different meanings of right of return. Like, what do you mean? What do you like? What do you want to do in this situation, like right now?
Well, any refugee.
Thank you very, very
who
much,
can
Devious
prove
Chillster.
or,
Thank you very,
you know,
very much.
In some way prove that they had some sort of, or their family had some sort of, you know, abode in Palestine should be able to return.
You think Demon Mama followed us?
What's wrong with that?
And as in like, so obviously this is not inactionable anytime soon. We both know that.
How
Most
is it
Palestinians know that.
inactionable? Do you understand these things are processes? It's not like you just open the borders, come in right now.
Yeah, which is why there's like different.
The formation of
there's
Israel was
different-
also a process.
So there are different degrees.
Forming
there are
one
different.
state will also be a process.
So
These
there
are
are
things that
different-
will take place over decades, not like
So
literally immediately.
there are so there are different versions of right of return, right? There's like there's this symbolic that was offered at Camp David. There's like the internal/external. There's the Geneva version, which is where you get Israel to recognize right of return, and then you accept also that it's going to be a long process.
Israel
and then there's
recognizing or whatever.
oh, so you just want to like I suppose like
Oh no!
The thing is, in order for this to happen,
I want to hear that again.
It's going to take, you know, a very long time of first convince, and this is why we are important. This is why you are important, and why it's very disappointing that you proper people like in war is through international pressure.
yeah,
through
that's
changing
why
the
I
positions
think
of our
advocacy
government.
is a lot more easily done when you don't run on Twitter puffing your chest about how all Israelis are colonizers who deserve the wall. Yeah.
Do you
yeah.
think that me denouncing a guy who's straight up was
You're not
endorsing
denouncing, you're
fucking
calling him
IDF
It's not
and shit?
denouncing, yeah.
Yeah, he's a colonizer. He's a colonizer. All Israelis are colonizers.
So he does.
That's a
So
morally neutral statement.
all Israelis deserve the wall.
If they support
You can't say that.
settler colonialism
Okay.
and the terrorist IDF, yeah, sure, why not?
They just deserve the wall.
Yeah, sure, why not? If they support the fucking literal IDF,
Silent. The clip chimping needs to stop, okay? It needed to stop a long time ago, and if what it takes to stop is for LonerBox to slap fight with a dangerously confused Hot Pocket who thinks he's the hero of the revolution, then at this point he has my fucking blessing. Incredible. incredible.
The essence of our age.
Wait,
absolutely.
you said all Israelis. Now we're saying ones who support the IDF. You realize these are different people, right?
The guy who you're referring to here, was straight up defending the fucking IDF and advocating for Israeli settler colonialism.
So they
and you're focusing on my tone, right? You're just trying to tone police me. Tone policing.
That's not a tone. That's a moral statement that you've changed.
Person.
First it was all Israelis. Now it's Israelis who support the IDF. Which one is it?
You said all Israelis.
You said colonizers get the wall. I guess if Israelis are colonizers, right?
I'm allowed to say anything, whatever superlative terms I feel like when I see someone with absolutely fucking awful views.
And I'm allowed to ask you to justify your claims. Is it Israelis deserve the wall, or is it
Weasel
supporters of the IDF
moment!
deserve the wall?
Hold on. Whoa! Ooh, we're gonna find out today. Oh, LonerBox might win the clip chimping contest. Holy shit! Holy shit! Are we gonna hear it, everybody? Let's fucking listen. Are we gonna hear BadEmpanada?
Well, here's what I think is going to happen, right? Or it should happen. There needs to be an absolutely massive cultural shift in Israeli society.
He's memeing. It was just a meme, everybody. He was just memeing.
And anyone, I mean, we can use the liberal framework of human rights. For this, it works. You know, any human rights violator, any human rights abuser, anyone even remotely connected to that gets tried and put into prison for life. Sounds great to me. Does it sound
remotely
good to you?
Connected to that. That is
yeah,
just like,
absolutely.
So an Israeli who criticizes the IDF but still lives there for whatever reason, that would be complicit, right?
No.
Okay. Why not? I thought you said that that's what they were doing. They're propping up the state. They're paying taxes.
Do you think that when some guy shows up on fucking Twitter or whatever, and he's like, "Oh man, I love the IDF. I love settler colonialism," that I'm not allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not that you called him a piece of shit. It's that you said he deserves the wall.
He does.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But
just
not
like
all Israelis deserve the wall,
anyone
right?
advocates for Nazi settler colonialism deserves the wall too. What's the meaningful difference
People
here?
do you think Eris deserves the wall?
Ooh.
Is she an advocate for settler colonialism? Is she colonizing land? Does she support continuing to colonize this land?
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there. Honestly, I'm not even sure if
but
she
you
is
think
what
she's
she says
supporting
she is.
them? You think she's supporting a Jewish ethno
She's a
state in
fucking
Israel?
anime.
She's
literally an anime. Her name's not even Eris.
Don't walk away from the fucking claim.
You're complaining about me bullying a fucking
Bruh! Dude, come on. Talk about cowardice, my friend. Own your position. What a fucking coward. Dude, oh god, BadEmpanada is such a net banger. He acts like so hard on the internet, and then he's such a loser. Holy shit, he's such a coward.
Ventriloquist dummy.
Not even on the internet. It's literally only on Twitter. He talks mad shit talk on Twitter, and then nowhere else. Oh, and Reddit. He's the warrior of Reddit, the king. Beware. It's time to beware the fucking king. He's the scourge of Reddit. He'll write a mean ass comment at you, and he'll get more updates than you can ever imagine. Your opponents will be wooting out of their minds.
You said I'm asking you if she deserves the wall. According to your rules, she probably
intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp.
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison, denazification.
Wow, bro. Sorry, can we just hear that again real quick?
I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
According
to your rules, she probably
intensive re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp.
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison, denazification was a thing, you understand?
Sure.
What was that bad?
In
I
Finland.
think you didn't go far enough.
Okay.
Denazification.
So
didn't go far enough.
Just to be clear,
and in
you do believe.
Societies,
yeah, all of that. I mean, there you go, right there. That's the one. LonerBox wins. Because LonerBox wins the clip competition because BadEmpanada just literally made the argument that a Jewish woman should be put in a camp to be re-educated and denazified, with heavy hinting towards violence. God, BadEmpanada is such an idiot. No one, God, oh my God, literally all he does is make every position that he believes in look worse. BadEmpanada is just the worst. God, he's so fucking annoying.
You do believe that aristocracy deserves the wall, right?
No.
Or re-education?
It really depends.
Yeah?
I think she's already being
Thank you
bullied
very much,
pretty well
Comrade Crab.
into
Thank you.
diving
I'll
back
get this
towards
right
her
on
actual
here.
Beliefs. Sounds
Okay.
good enough for me.
Nice. All right. How do we action the right of return or the abolition of Israel? How do we do that?
Didn't we just go over this?
What, BDS? Like what? What? A nuclear power?
Well, BDS is like individualistic, consumeristic boycott, right? It obviously
doesn't
does also
have to be consumeristic.
lobby
You can do it from a
governments and stuff.
university. You can,
Yeah, but I'm saying what BDS amounts to now is that. So, you know, it doesn't matter if every single fucking
Thank
one
you,
of us
Comrade
stops
Crab.
buying, you know, Israeli
Come
products
on, man.
or whatever, or they stop giving pressure people into not giving concerts in Israel. The only thing that's going to matter is pressuring the most powerful governments in the world to do something, to not even really do something about it, just to withdraw support from Israel, to start actually denouncing it rather than just denouncing.
Cookie says, BadEmpanada might be from Australia, but he sure did inherit some certain Argentinian German immigrant points.
It, you know, every now and again.
Mixed Dizzy says he's not just an idiot, he's a bigot who loves picking on minorities and comparing them to groups that committed violence against them. He compared Shark Zero to and another black guy to the KKK. Yeah, because BadEmpanada is like not okay. Like he's not all right. He's not doing okay. He's a weird, unstable, frothing, spitting. He's like, I don't know. It's like trying to sit next to like the fucking Tasmanian devil. He's just going like, it's fucked up. I don't get it. It's sad. It's a terrible state.
Oh, you know, like shit. Is Israel killed a journalist? We are very concerned with the human rights, whatever. Blah 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 blah. That's nowhere near good enough. That's not, you know, that's nothing, right? You can be like,
I'm just going to ask you the same
Israel did a
question when
bad
you're done,
thing
by
and
the
that's
way.
bad. Yeah, okay, then you're not listening at all. You're just gonna ask if you're just gonna ask me the same question. You're not gonna adapt it. You're not gonna think about what I'm saying. Then it's obvious.
Well, it's because
where
you
you're
don't have
coming
an.
from.
It's because you don't have an answer. It's because you
think,
know
like,
that getting a nuclear
just gave you an
power
answer.
to abolish itself is not going to happen.
Are you aware that's literally happened?
How?
The
When?
USSR.
Okay.
South Africa.
Right.
Like, did you think that was a gotcha?
I'm still asking you how you expect Israel to do it. How do you expect Israel to do it?
Like, what do you mean? How do you expect Israel to do it? Do you think they're gonna like Israel is gonna be the same as it is now, and they're gonna go down bombing everyone?
I mean, given that they're kind of run by religious fanatics, probably. Yeah.
They're not actually run by quote unquote religious fanatics. A lot of them are secular fanatics.
Okay.
But South Africa was run by
Okay.
the same sorts of racial fanatics. International pressure brought down apartheid. Now a black government is in power. Why can't we do the same thing here?
Did South Africa have? I actually know this. You can tell me. I thought South
Well,
Africa
South
ended its
Africa was a
nuclear
nuclear
program
state.
in 1989.
South Africa ended. No, yeah, they ended the nuclear program
Okay.
before allowing black people the right to vote for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But the fact is, they didn't go down launching nukes as you were sort of implying they would there. So there's an example. There's examples of international pressure, right? South Africa went from like massive support across like the
Look,
EU.
I haven't even smoked a single leaf of weed today. Okay? I haven't even breathed in a single atom of weed today. And I feel like I'm more high than I've ever been in my entire life. This is the most confusing conversation. I have no idea what the fuck BadEmpanada is trying to go for. I don't know what he's trying to get at. I don't know why he's still here. If he just wants to insult LonerBox and other people, why doesn't he just do that? Why doesn't he just insult? Why doesn't he just insult them then? But he's not. He's not even doing good insults. He's not doing anything like that. It's so fucking weird. I don't understand the strategy. I don't understand the goal. I just don't get it. Okay, I don't get it. Here we go. We got a snake though. Thank you very much, Snake Freak. You are amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah, punch drunk. That's what it feels like. Yeah, I feel just confused. I just feel confused and in awe.
The U.S. held that until the end, but across,
I am
like,
too
most of
sober
the most
for this.
powerful
It's true.
countries in the world, over the course of like 20, 30 years, to essentially being bullied into giving up power.
So we probably have
Why
to.
can't
So
that
we
hap-
have
why
to.
can't that happen
So
in
we
Israel?
have to
Thank you,
disarm
Louis
Israel
Boy.
probably
Thank you
before,
so much.
getting
Thank you,
the,
Louis
We
Boy.
didn't
I'll
disarm
get this one
South
right on
Africa.
here.
Well, they ended their
They
weapon
agreed to end
program.
apartheid.
Okay.
They ended the weapon program during,
you so
during
much,
the,
Louis
the
Boy.
end of the white supremacist regime.
Do you think there might be a
Because they didn't want
difference?
black people to have weapons.
Do you think there might be a difference between a state giving
Ooh,
equal
that's a good
rights
one.
to abolishing itself? That these might be different standards.
Yeah, there is. That's
Yeah.
why this is much better, because the civil rights framework of like ending apartheid didn't work. It's not going to work in Palestine either.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just literally say, oh, you have equal rights now without rectifying any of the actual material actions that made
But
Palestine.
who's saying that? Who the fuck is making that? Who the fuck is making that argument? He's saying the simplest thing in the world: nuclear powers can be dismantled, as Israel can too. Well, I mean, yeah. But it's not. They're not in that position. Yeah, I do agree that nuclear powers can be dismantled, of course, and they can also be forcibly dismantled, although I'm sure that's not going to be very well. I just don't know what that has to do with anything else that they're talking about. They're trying, what LonerBox has been trying to do is find out if BadEmpanada, like how far BadEmpanada thinks violence should be carried out against colonizers. And BadEmpanada doesn't have any lines. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's advocating for. He's just sort of like vaguely anti-Israel posting, which to me is very weird.
Palestinians as oppressed and downtrodden as they are today. The same thing didn't work in the U.S. either. Didn't work in South Africa.
So neither
you're
the
saying-
USSR nor South Africa are entire like countries
The USSR
abolishing
abolished
themselves.
the state, though.
It's
The
state,
USSR was an entire country
the
that
state
abolished itself.
and the country are different things, though, right? Like the country
I mean,
of Russia
it's
state.
like saying
Okay, the USSR did not fucking abolish itself. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. The idea that the USSR abolished itself? No, it collapsed into a capitalist economy, and all of the people who were in charge of the USSR ended up being in positions of power in the new Russian Federation. It didn't abolish itself. There's still a Russian state, and it's made up of a lot of the same people. It was hacked up and changed into it was a bourgeois revolution.
It's like saying the UK, right? Is
Yo, it's
isn't a
okay,
state,
Copioid
obviously.
Crisis. We're having
The
a
UK
fun
is also
time.
a country. You can call it whatever you want. You can nitpick however the fuck.
Yeah, guys, Putin was in USSR intelligence services in a very high-ranking position before. Putin is now the eternal president of the Russian Federation. It's the same fucking people. The state did not abolish itself. That is such an absolutely stupid opinion. Just totally and utterly ahistorical, childlike, unbelievable. Have a good night. Have a good night, Capitan Basura.
You want.
So it's not just
Right?
Israel as a
That
state.
is,
It's not like
there are actually examples from history, right? So you're against the one-state solution because you think it's like, do you think the only possible one-state solution is one where, like, Israel is still in power or something?
no. I'm in favor of a binational one-state solution.
Okay,
That
then
seems to be the
you-
most
you
convincing one I've
yourself-
heard of.
You yourself are in favor of exactly what I'm advocating for here, the abolishment of Israel. Because a binational state obviously wouldn't be Israel.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the state of Israel, but it would still be like a place
Exactly.
that's kind of like Israel, right? Like there'd still be a place. Like it's binational, right? Two nations.
Toatrika says, maybe from like a legal perspective, you could argue that. Yeah, but like that's a technicality. The functional truth is that's like if you changed hats. If you were a dictator and you just changed hats, and you're like, well, I'm not the dictator anymore. Now I'm the president. which is interestingly exactly what the reverse of what Putin did. Putin was wearing the president hat, and then he switched over and went, well, now I'm the president for life.
That's probably going to be like, I don't know the details.
Binational
like,
refers to binationality.
Okay, yeah.
Not so much this is Israel, this is Palestine. Because what's the point of having two states that are nominally united if they're essentially still two separate states?
Well, that's where you get like a million different versions, but okay, yeah, binational, fine. And I'm just curious though, like, if you hear people advocating for two-state solutions, do you just think that's like basically them being as good as Zionists then? Because I don't see why,
I think
like someone like Eris, who advocates for a two-state solution plus reparations.
She advocates for a two-state solution because she believes in Israel, the existence of Israel as a Jewish ethno-state.
She does not believe in it as a Jewish ethno-state.
Do you want me to play the clip again where she said that?
What, you're out of context clip, Champ? Yeah, go for it.
How is it out of context?
Play
because
it.
I've spoken to her about this. I've watched her videos.
The reason why she wants a two-state solution is because she wants Israel to remain as a Jewish ethno-state. That was what she said.
I don't know word for word what Eris's position on this, but from my conversations with Eris, I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that she believes that that Israel should be a Jewish ethno-state. I think that she wants to have Israel exist as like a perma safe zone, quote unquote, for Jewish people, where Jewish people can always go to Israel, but I don't think she wants to like keep anyone out. I do not believe that's her position, but I'd love to hear this. I'd love to hear it. Let's hear it.
So she said
she
the
might
exact
have dialed
words.
back her opinion.
She said the exact words, I want Israel to remain a Jewish ethno-state. Those are the exact words.
She said,
if they're anything different than that, I'm just going to ignore you.
If Israel is to remain a majority state, meaning majority Jewish state.
Oh, this is the one about
with
the
Western values.
Yeah. This is the argument where she's characterizing the problem with the settlements. That's 30 seconds before that clip.
No,
she's
that was
talking
nothing
about
to do with the settlements. She was
is,
stating that the only reason that she's against settlements is because it will dilute the Jewish character of Israel.
Do you know who made?
And there are a lot of right-wing.
Now that I know is not true. That I know for a fact is not true. By the way, I know for a fact that Eris does not support settlements and colonizing. I know for a fact that she does not believe that those are good actions, and I know for a fact that she would not argue that it's going to dilute the bloodline of Israel. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is fucking absurd. Again, BadEmpanada is so dishonest. This is why we have the GIFs on the screen. This is why this conversation is buried in GIFs, is because BadEmpanada is so stupid and so dishonest that he doesn't deserve to be taken seriously at all. And we leave space for the LonerBox because, you know what? Respect to LonerBox for dealing with this shit.
Israelis with this opinion. She's in complete agreement with them there. Settlements aren't bad because we're stealing land, because they're unjust. They're bad because they're going to dilute the ethnic character of our country, and eventually we're going to have no option but to annex all of Palestine. And then it won't be a Jewish ethnic state anymore. We're going to be outnumbered. They're going to vote us out. That is that position.
I'm sorry, like you're making shit up. Like she's characterizing another position.
She's not characterizing other positions. I think, to me, you got to be fucking with me.
That is actually a good reason, by the way, given that Israel is pretty right-wing. If you want to, like, say the problems with a one-state... I mean, this is... You know what's really fucked up about that clip is that I heard an almost identical argument coming from Chomsky, saying that this is the inevitable
Chomsky is also a two-statist.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist. And I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons, too, so he's a piece of shit as well.
I don't think he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons.
You think I'm emotionally attached to Chomsky?
I don't think he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons.
Well, maybe not, but either way,
why did you say that?
Chomsky can be wrong. Chomsky is wrong about like 90% of what he says.
I know he's wrong.
And I'm pretty sure he's a
The inevitable that clip is that I heard an almost identical argument coming from Chomsky, saying that this is the inevitable.
Yeah, Chomsky is also a two-statist.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist. And I'm pretty sure he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons too. So he's a piece of shit as well.
I don't think he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons.
You think I'm emotionally attached to Chomsky?
I don't think he's a two-statist for ethnic reasons.
Well, maybe not. But either way,
why did you say that?
Maybe he's not. What it? Oh. Yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe I just pulled it out of my ass.
Chomsky can be wrong. Chomsky is wrong about like 90% of what he says.
I know he's wrong about that, but I wouldn't call him like a pro-Zionist for believing that, especially since he also believes one-state solution long-term. Like believing in two-state solution doesn't mean that one-state solution isn't also possible in the future, right?
Good night, Louis Boy.
I feel like
Thanks
a
for coming
one-state
by.
solution is probably easier to achieve if there was like peace, right? Given that you have areas, especially like in the Galilee Valley, where there's already very intertwined communities. I feel like it's easier to advocate for dissolving the borders further when there aren't fucking troops all over the place, right? You still there?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I'm not against these little band-aid solutions to start with.
Good.
Right?
So you agree with Eris? Carry on.
The fact of the matter is, if you frame it like, for example, as, oh, we just need to end the occupation. We just need to, quote-unquote, apartheid. You're not really getting to the root of the problem at all. You're not getting to the crux of the problem, which is Israeli settler colonialism. Right? All of these things, these little gradual steps, these are steps towards ending Israeli settler colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that we should just retreat from the position of accurately characterizing Israel as what it is, from advocating for these longer term.
Guys, does it feel like there's just no energy in these debates anymore? Doesn't it feel just like these debates have gotten so tired? Like, I mean, respect. I think LonerBox is like doing the best he can here, but this is just, whew. They're just like, it feels like just sleepily slapping each other like, damn. Damn, it sucks. It's so boring.
Far better solution.
Look at how much more entertaining we've made this by adding all of these delicious colors, all the gay shit, all the funny memes, the Pepe with the mustache, the Peppa Pig, the Joe Biden. Look at how much more fun we've made this shit. Oh, that would be sick as fuck, Gayfesh.
Mm-hmm. So you agree with Eris? That's interesting. That's refreshing.
Opinion. I can play her opinion again if you're trying to say that I agree with her.
Yeah, you can play her out of context bullshit. That's her characterizing someone else's position.
Out of
because
context
she's actually,
bullshit.
like, a measured person. Yeah, go on.
Her characterizing someone else's opinion, which she never said that she was doing at any moment in a 2-hour-long reaction that she did. Her prefacing multiple. Why are you so attached to like defending this person who's clearly a massive piece of shit?
Okay, that's rich coming from BadEmpanada. That's fucking rich. This dude came into a call with LonerBox to specifically, and remember, it was BadEmpanada who brought up Eris, and BadEmpanada who's been obsessed with Eris this entire time. So, what is he fucking, does he have no awareness whatsoever? Does he have no self-awareness at all?
I'm not attached to defending her. You're the one who keeps bringing her up. I thought I could just talk to you.
I think, yeah, I'm bringing her up.
You're the one making it about her. You are the one. This is entirely your choice. Just so you know, this is entirely your choice, right? Just so you know.
Wait, did Vaush have? Wait, Vaush has anal debate? Look, maybe if this keeps going in circles, maybe we'll watch another debate to add it up because there's so many gifs on the screen. I don't want it to go to waste.
So don't get upset when I defend her if you're the one who keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, you're defending her with complete bullshit, complete dumb bullshit that doesn't actually sit with the facts.
Okay,
doesn't actually sit with the things that she said.
So you're okay.
She was characterizing someone else's. Yeah, I'm sure that's why she said in my opinion.
Get like a little summary just so we can catch up, right? So you're okay with a two-state solution, band-aid solution right now because it might provide more breathing space or room.
It's 2 hours, you guys. I can't. Okay, maybe in the future. Okay, maybe in the future. I am so tired and I'm getting so hungry. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do ContraPoints after this. Maybe for next stream. We can't do 2 Maximals in a row. Let's get through this. Come on, everybody. Let's get through this.
For progress in the future. Eventually,
I don't know if I have the energy for ContraPoints.
Eventually, you'd like to see a one-state solution.
I think what we'll do is we'll finish this debate and then I'll do ContraPoints on Friday. Okay?
The solution is completely impossible.
But getting the state of Israel to abolish itself is not impossible, apparently. Okay.
Because the ContraPoints thing is that it's an hour video, and it would be. And honestly, I feel kind of bad following or playing it after we do this. Anyway, let's just do this. Let's focus on this for now.
To abolish itself, that doesn't make sense. Do you think that this hasn't happened in the past, that international pressure cannot force incredibly radical changes in societies, that there do not exist prior examples of this happening? I went over them, and I just wonder
if we can barely get international pressure for a two-state solution, how are we going to get it for a one-state with no Israel?
Have you heard of something like us doing things?
Well, I used to do activism
of
for
our government.
Yeah. Oh, so what? You want to BDS Israel out of existence? Is that where we're at now?
It worked in South Africa. Why wouldn't it work here?
South Africa didn't abolish itself as a country. It didn't stop existing.
South Africa essentially abolished itself entirely in all practical terms. South Africa abolished minority government, has a new constitution. It's been ruled by black majority governments ever since. In terms of like the character of the state is so completely radically different that to call it like the exact same thing, as if it's just the same state, just because it has like a certain lineage, it's like calling Russia the continuation of the Soviet Union.
Don't people? One of the big criticisms about South Africa is that apartheid ended, but then the same economic stratification stayed barely moved, didn't it? Isn't that one of the big problems?
The economic stratification doesn't particularly mean that the state was not essentially replaced with something radically different.
Okay, but South Africa still exists, right? This is not the same as a state getting abolished by international pressure.
It has the same name. Okay, huge.
What are they talking about? What are they talking about?
Russia has the same name.
Did we shift?
Why are they sitting on this point for so long? I'm confused. I don't even know what they're arguing about, whether a state can abolish itself. Who fucking cares? And what does that have to do? What does that have anything to do with Eris? And what does any of that have to do with LonerBox?
Inherited a lot of the positions of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, so did we
for example, its position on the UN, is Russia the same state as the Soviet Union? Is it the exact same? Do you think there needs to be some sort of ceremonial abolition of Israel, the Israel abolishment ceremony or something?
I
don't give a fuck.
Okay, how do we do it then? Without a BDS, we're going to BDS Israel, a nuclear power, into just giving up all its borders and all its crazy, wacky.
You're just restating the same position that I've already responded to.
It's just because it's ridiculous. It's not a solution. It's not advocacy.
Ridiculous.
You're LARPing.
My man,
you're just standing on a hill, beating your chest into the void.
I'm like, buddy, 60% of Palestinians are LARPers, according to you. Interesting position. This is liberalism, right? You're trying to regulate the acceptable spectrum of opinion by framing anything that really goes radically out of the status quo, even a little bit outside of.
Do liberals do that? Yes, they do. Is that what's happening here? I don't think so.
What you deem to be the acceptable positions of the status quo as unrealistic. It's just LARPing. So this is exactly what I said you do. This is what you and everyone in your sphere does. You try to reframe essentially the most bog standard basic leftist positions as completely unrealistic, impossible. It's liberalism. Liberals do the exact same thing. This would be nice, but it's impossible. So
wait. You're conceding yourself that this can't be done immediately. If we both
I'm not conceding you said
yes,
that because
you are.
I said
you just
it can't
did.
be done literally immediately right now. And then you said that I'm LARPing because I advocate for it being worked towards over time.
But that's why I'm asking you if you're saying we both agree morally with a one-state solution, and we both agree that international pressure should push that.
Morally.
And no, I said we both agree with that. We agree. Oh yeah, you think we should do it I don't know, but yeah, I think it should be. It's practical as well, right? Just more long term. But
so why did you just say that then? If you think it's impossible when you clearly just said you think it's possible?
Because you take people who advocate for two-state solutions like Eris and call them liberals who are just narrowing the lenses of what's possible, which is not what they're doing.
I was calling you that. But her as well.
Me as well. Okay. Even though you agree that
because I based her position off what she said. Okay.
So we can't
said she wants a two-state solution because she thinks that there needs to be a Jewish ethnicity.
50 minutes. 50 fucking minutes of talking about Eris. Because this is, okay. This is one of the situations where I think no platforming, deplatforming someone is probably effective. I don't think that weird freaks like BadEmpanada, who are obsessed with women on the internet to the point of just like perpetually talking about them and constantly venting their weird shit, should be platformed. Why should people sit down and give time and space except to mock this person, like, completely? I don't think that LonerBox did anything wrong here, but if you can see how obsessed this guy is with a random, like, woman creator on the internet, that he's being fucking creepy and obsessive and weird, just don't give this guy air. Don't give people like this air. It's so fucking weird.
State where Jews can be safe.
What did she say? A Jewish ethno-state where Jews can be safe. Why are you adding in the word ethno-state for that?
Because she wants it to be an ethno-state, right? That's why she was worried about the majority Jewish character of the
She has
state.
never said she wants it to be an ethno-state. You're lying. You're just making shit up.
Okay, let's play the clips again.
Let's play the clip again.
Let's play the clips
Let's play the clip
again
again where we have no idea. We have no idea what the context is. Yeah, go on, go on.
She's never said that. Okay, let's find out.
Are we gonna wait before you play the clip? Before you play the clip, are we gonna before you play the clip? Are we gonna hear the words "I believe Israel should be a Jewish ethno-state"?
Just because she doesn't say the ethno-state doesn't mean that she doesn't think it should be an ethno-state.
Look, you don't
She
have
said
it.
should be
Okay,
a
that's
majority
fine.
state.
That's fine.
Majority Jewish state.
You don't have it. Wait.
Do they need to use the words literally ethno-state?
Is she gonna wait? Does she say I believe Israel should be a?
Does Likud use the word ethno-state? No, they don't.
Does she say I believe Israel should be a majority Jewish state?
Yeah.
She says I believe.
I didn't hear that.
She needs to preface it like, let's see, bud. You think she's not stating? She said, I think it's totally fine for Israel to be a Jewish state where Jews can be safe. Blah blah blah.
That's different.
And she also said
That's different.
She also said that we can't allow Arabs to essentially dilute the Jewish character of this state. We can't let them become the
She said
the
we
majority
can't
because
let
then they'll
them.
oppress us or whatever.
Oh, that is not what happened.
Oh, she has
this
to
is the one
literally
where she
phrase
says,
it in the
I think,
exact terms that I'm summarizing, right?
Well, because this is the
You're just
problem.
gonna
You're
try and-
incapable
you can't
of
defend
assessing
it.
people's opinions.
You
You can't
defend
do
it.
it.
Holy shit, you're just denying reality here.
Wait,
Let's play the clips again. I'll play each one individually, right? And then I'll stop after each one. And we
I've
can
heard the
assess them
clip.
together, okay?
Okay, go for it.
Well, you apparently couldn't tell which one was which, so let's do that. The fake nervous laughing doesn't work, dude.
It's real laughter. You are very funny to me.
You fell asleep? Yeah. Well, you've already seen this once, to be fair. I saw you in the
Using
chat
a
there,
population exchange,
Somniostatic.
it's very hard
I saw you. You were lurking in the chat.
to reverse the change because
Yo,
you
thank you,
basically just
Somniostatic.
recreate the problem
Thank you for
even
adding
worse
fun back
when you
to
try to
this.
reverse it. And
I
this is
don't
one of
give
the
a shit.
problems with the Palestinians having the right to return because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now.
We're stopping that one.
Oh.
Okay, that's the first clip. What do you think about that?
Okay, so she said if you do a population exchange, the effects are sometimes worse, right? Then
Yeah, and she's using that as an argument for right of return.
Okay,
Oh,
so
come on.
that's again, we're talking about a hypothetical where right of return means like potentially like 1 million plus people from Palestine come to
And why
Israel.
does she not want them to come?
And then what happens?
There's no space.
There's also.
Do you understand where the there's no space argument comes from, for one? A fellow named Frederick Ratzel.
Okay, wait.
He
Remind
coined
me.
the term Lebensraum. You might have heard of it.
Remind me when it comes to space. Then let's say that right of return happens, and like 1 million Palestinian refugees want to go back. What happens to the people who live there? So some of these people might be like third generation, right? Like what happens to them? Do we just evict
Do you
them?
think that you steal a house, it's not stolen anymore?
All right, everybody.
Like you give it
All right, this is boring. Hold on. Whoa! Fuck! All right, everybody. I can't do this. We need something else. Does anybody have the clip of when Vaush got in trouble for saying that that people should fight back? I want to see, does anybody have the original rant that Vaush got in trouble with? Because I want to listen to that while we have all this up on the screen. Because everybody's been talking about it and I didn't get to weigh in. Does anybody have that clip? Does anybody know where it's from? Some of you Vaush heads know where the clip that everybody got mad at him about. I want to see. I want to see where it is. If anybody has it, let me know. Is it a gun control clip? It's on the Vaush Reddit. See, I can see that you're a real Vaush head because you accidentally typed in Vaush instead of Demon Mama. That's how I know you're one of the Vaush heads in the audience. I can't do the Hake one. It's 2 hours. We need just something to... Yeah, we'll do this. Here we go.
Kids, is that how things work anywhere in the world?
Well, most refugees don't...
All right, let's jump ahead and let's hear what LonerBox has to say while we try to find this.
Okay, tell you what. Since there's 750 of you here, right?
Oh, we haven't done
the
Okay
Israeli
Buddy Mama
occupation
in a
of
long
Palestine
time.
is fucking disgusting, okay? I think if someone wanted to describe the behavior in Gaza as like an incremental genocide, of course, yeah, it's fucking horrible. The settlements are disgusting. I don't even think, you know what? Jewish people,
Wherever the fuck they want.
we find out as well. But you're just saying right of return for Palestinians who had their land stolen in 1948, but not for Jews.
You are comparing like these individualistic examples to a systemic structure of settler colonialism.
Well, I'm trying to apply your logic, and that's why your logic
Yeah, you're
is
trying
dog shit.
to
Yeah,
apply
that's why.
my logic to something that where it doesn't apply at all. You're trying to apply these individualistic cases of ideas.
Oh, it was in a
of like,
debate.
Oh, this guy owns this house, this guy owns this house. That's not what it's about at all. It's about a settler colonial state. It's about the whole state.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about one person and their rights to
on the
land.
Vaush
It's not
bit,
about one person being evicted from land or whatever. It's about the structure of a settler colonial state being dismantled.
Okay, let's make it simple then. The settler colonial state's gone, all right? It's all Palestine. We're just seeing who gets to return where, right? We find out...
Anyone in this state can go wherever the fuck they want.
We find out that a Jewish family was kicked out of East Jerusalem in 1948, but there's a Palestinian living there now. Do the Palestinians have to get kicked out so the Jews can return, assuming the settler colonial state's gone?
No.
Why not?
One of these parties did settle colonialism.
Rioma, thank you so much. Let's
So
get your
they're-
GIF
so
up
they're
on
all
there. Thank
guilty
you
by
very, very
association.
much. Cute
This is nothing.
woodpecker.
This is not
Oh my God, I
individualistic.
love
You're trying to
woodpeckers.
make this an
It's all
individualistic
so they're
idea.
guilty by association. They're just
It's
guilty.
not about guilt, not about individual guilt. It's about the material circumstances, okay?
So-
we're not talking here about, oh, this person is guilty of this person is guilty of this.
So Jews
Settler
don't
isn't-
get right of
settler
return
colonist
because
isn't a moral distinction. It's a material one.
so Jews don't get right of return.
I have a question for you, Lonerbox.
Thank you, Rioma.
If I own a factory that I inherited from my parents, is it wrong for you to appropriate it from me?
To appropriate a factory that you inherited from your parents.
Yeah, is it?
Why? Wait,
I
can you
inherited it
explain
from my
the?
parents.
Can you? Okay, I
Is it
don't.
my fault?
Can you
Is it my
explain
fault
the?
that I own this factory?
Wait, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Jewish people who were moved off of land that they lived on for like that their families lived on for over 1,000 years.
You're making a bunch of random analogies. I'm making one too. Is it okay?
Your analogy doesn't
I'm trying
apply.
to get you to understand.
Your analogy doesn't make sense. It doesn't apply to right of
You're
return.
making moralistic arguments here. Your argument here is essentially that these people aren't guilty. Who gives a shit if they're not guilty?
If you can you just
It's not about
okay wait
guilt. It's not about
can you just
them
own the
doing
posi-
something
okay.
bad.
Can you just own the position then that even if the settler colonial state of Israel is gone, even if you accept that, you don't
Okay,
think
if anybody
Jews
has
would
the
deserve
link
right of
up.
return, even if they
If
their land was
anybody
stolen
has the
from them?
link,
They would
please.
deserve right of return to the Arab countries that they were expelled from, but
But not
not
to
to
the house.
literal Palestinian victims who are forced to live in the essentially what is a fucking reservation.
Even
okay?
though the Palestinians are allowed to go
laying,
back
I'm
to,
laying claim to the reservation land, the little bit of reservation land that they still have. Oh, boo fucking who? I don't give a shit.
Okay, so the
Problem
Jews,
is
yeah,
the structure of the settler colonial state.
yeah, the
of
structure,
Israel.
yeah, because Jews are guilty by association, right?
You're trying. Oh my God, you are. You would be fucking awesome in the Blairite wing of the Labour Party, dude. You've got it down pat.
Yeah, because some people,
Straight-
because unfortunately, some people on the very far left are pretty anti-Semitic. Yeah, I don't know if
Oh
you
my
realize
God,
it, but it's coming through pretty fucking
you are
hard.
you fucking my man. Keir Starmer needs you on his PR team.
I hate
Good
Keir
job.
Starmer, but
That's excellent.
it's
Oh yeah, I'm sure you do. I am sure you fucking do, my man.
okay. Is there anything else that
Okay,
you want
Chud
to
Logic
talk about?
plays it, huh?
Yeah.
I left. Oh God. Oh, that was fucking crazy. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
Wait, law? What are you, a
Fucking liberal?
All right,
Very
okay,
cool.
all right, okay. Here it is. Apparently Chud Logic has it. Thanks, Chud Logic. All right. Now, We're transitioning halfway through. We are going to listen to the last thing we're going to do tonight because I do not have enough energy to watch that whole ContraPoints video tonight. We'll do that next time. Don't worry, I'm back to streaming relatively regularly until the move happens, and then I'll be away for like a couple days while we move, and then I'll be back, and it'll be in the new studio, and it'll be amazing. We're going to jump over, and we're going to watch something more funny, which is we're going to find out whether Vaush is a genocide apologist or not. There's nothing to say about BadEmpanada. BadEmpanada is a drooling idiot. I think he's terrible. Yeah.
The axioms that they are attempting to maximize with their behavior are in stark contradiction to the outcomes of the axioms that I would like to.
So wait, it's this debate with this kid. So where is the original? I don't want to watch other people's fucking commentary. This is fucking crazy. This is 2 hours. I need the thing. Hold on. We'll just search for it together. All right. Vaush has a debate with, what, a socialist guy? Is it on his, when was it? When did it happen? Yeah, me too. I'm happy too. I've been really worried about it. Wait, when did this happen? This was posted May 24th, so I'm guessing that it's sometime around this time that this conversation happened, that he got all canceled over and shit. Let's find out. Let's find out if he deserved to be canceled or if I agree with him. So let's see. Is it this one? Let's see. Fake photos. No, no, no. God, so it's not that one. It's got to be before that. So then here we go. Let's see. We're searching, everybody. We're searching. Debate. Doesn't it say the video title in the other video? Oh, does it? Let's find out.
The axiom.
Streamed May 19th. So it would have been the 19th then is what we're looking for. All right, so it's actually from, wow, damn, this is some old shit then. Let's find out. No debate. So it must be the day before then. Maybe it's here. I want to watch it. We have things to react. No. Maybe it was earlier than that. Maybe it was the 17th. I don't see it. Is it the lib guy is what his name is? Is that what he's called? A sock dem on fascism. Is this it?
So
this is it. We found it, everybody. We fucking found it. Okay, hold on. I gotta move some of these things around real quick because I gotta unhide. We have to reveal Vaush. Hold on. We gotta reveal him. We have to move all of the gifts around, you know. We have to move all of the little gifts around so that we can reveal him. Hold on. Oh, here we go. We'll move the Sissy Hypno down. Okay, there. Sissy Hypno has been adjusted. Okay. Oh, don't worry. We will have we're going to have the coolest merch around. I'm not going to flex on anybody, but don't worry. It's the sickest ass. We're going to have the best merch around. Don't worry. We're working on it. It's in the process, okay? Let's find out, all right? Let's find out what happened here.
You kind of feel like that's good? Agree to that?
Yeah, I do. I think we're rapidly reaching the point where our ability to achieve our political goals is going to come down to convincing liberals like yourself curiosity. When in Germany would you have said violence was okay?
I'm definitely not familiar enough with the timeline, so I can't give specifics. But obviously I do think violence was justified at certain points. Like at a certain point it definitely would have been. But for example, if I were to make a comparison, because we didn't know the future, when just racist things were being said about Jewish Germans, if Jews started going out and just Again, I'm not clear on even what you're...
What about arming up?
Is.
Wait, hold on. I'm just saying getting ready. So I'm only saying
that's
getting
not
ready.
At all what you... Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying, getting ready.
Oh, perfect. I'm totally okay for everybody to get a firearm as long as they are very safe with it.
Well, sure, they shouldn't be unsafe, but that's not an exaggeration. Getting ready to defend yourself. That's what I've been saying. So they can do that. What about when the German government started passing laws of restriction on Jewish people and businesses? Like specifically designating Jewish people as a separate legal category alongside dehumanizing rhetoric in order to categorize them separately and you know, limit their movement, you know, oppress them in a variety of ways. That plus dehumanizing language plus hate crimes start to rise against them. You know, in that environment, because that's where we are right now with trans people. That exact
Eddie, that's
point
amazing.
is where we are. In
Much
that
love to
environment,
you.
do you think it's unfair to go like, yeah, you should be like ready if they come for you, like they are getting ready for something and you need to be ready, you need to arm yourself?
Again, I already said I think
it's beyond reasonable. It's literally the only way that you have any shot at staying alive in shit like this. Being prepared to break the law when the law starts to illegalize you out of existence is a absolute necessity. The only people who survived genocides are the people who are either lucky enough to not get killed by pure chance, or the people who decide in advance to take the steps necessary to save one another from this shit.
Fair to just say everyone, you know, be ready for anything. But in the case of trans people,
for anything,
seeing a very but that's not the focus of your commentary. Your commentary isn't like just be ready in case anything happens, but be super safe. It was like, let's go. They want us all dead.
Wait, so this isn't where the clip is from then?
Do you think it would be inappropriate for the Jews to have said that back in the early 30s? They want us dead, the Nazis want us all dead. They were right.
I don't know the specifics of the build-up to World War II enough to compare it to our current situation.
Well, the Night of Broken Glass happened in 38, like a year before the war, you know. But the mechanisms for the Holocaust were laid well before that point, you know. 33, 34, you know, you have a political party in power. You really telling me back in like 34 or whatever, when all the precursors I've described to you were in place, they were saying something like, yeah, the Nazis are evil, they want you dead, and you would go in and say, hey, come on, you really think you're going to convince Nazis with rhetoric like that? Like, you know?
And that's a great thing. That it's nothing like, or not nothing. It's not equal to what we're seeing now, because like in the case of trans people,
oh, it wasn't a segment. Oh, that's too bad.
Increasingly, people are totally on board, and I can tell you,
I want to
every
find the
single
clip that
person
everybody was
I've
talking
talked
about.
to
That this guy's
who
talking
has
about.
like an icky belief on how we should be treating trans people in society, it's from being misinformed on what is going on. Most of it is like, oh, I'm really scared because I think that little kids are going into class and teachers are saying, you're not a boy, you're a girl, you're not a boy, you're a girl, until they turn into a girl. Like,
that's what they thought about the Jews.
Oh, no one's advocating for that. And right now we have the people on our side, and then there's this fringe that's
same in Germany.
Germany
was a very progressive place before during the Weimar Republic. Not as progressive
as modern day
America.
You're saying that Hitler and the Nazis was not a popular movement?
No, the Germany Nazis only had initially support of like 25 to 30% of the population.
In regards to
they
trans
seized power anti-democratic.
Wait, I may have found
they basically want them all dead and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
I may have found
I don't see that at all. If you could, like, how do they? I mean, you could say that, you know, they're like, you know, against transgenderism or whatever, but or that, you know, they don't think it's like normal or whatever. But I don't see like how anything that's like supporting trans people dying or getting killed. And
well, they don't say that.
You know, the way. Well, yeah, but I know what you meant. I still don't see that.
Well, the mainstream conservative position right now seems to be that trans people are mentally ill, and they're also predators who spread their mental illness to young people by grooming them.
That is the
language that's been
conservative
used,
position.
not just by like online commentators, but like actual Republican politicians, alongside the literal hundreds of
There's so much denial here.
There we go. Alongside the literal hundreds of anti-trans, anti-gay bits of state legislation that have been going on in the past couple of months, the sentiment just seems to be one in which the very act of existing as trans is something which entails grooming, both of you and of the children you happen to be around. This rhetoric is nothing new, you know. The idea that, like, a group of queer people are degenerates and predators of children has historically been the line used to justify genocide against them.
Yes, it has been.
There are countries all around the world right now where you see that happening. It's a line that there are a number of, though I'd have to look to see the names exactly, countries in Africa for which that is a very common line, some of which were actually given instruction on that language by American fundamentalists who came over there and preached homophobia after it was rejected here in the States. It was what they did in Nazi Germany as well. So the idea, like, that essentialization, I mean, this is a precursor to genocide. Not to mention, conservatives are generally pretty in favor of conversion therapy for trans people. And they certainly seem to be enabling harassment against trans people in every socially available context.
That is true also.
I can't see, I see, like, I see some rhetoric, some of which I, disagree with, think it goes too far and stuff like that. That's unhelpful and unnecessary, but I don't see any, like, merit to the idea that, like, that's something even remotely possible of happening where, if
here we go. This might be where the clip is from. Talking about genocide.
Power, we would see, like, like mass discrimination or killings or,
We've already had it happen. Did everyone forget? Did everyone already forget the Pulse nightclub shooting, which happened years ago? A mass killing of gay people. Have we forgotten the rate of murder in this country? Have we forgotten the rate of abuse and suicide? Holy shit!
There's this, like, what policies are they pushing for that's gonna, like, treat them like subhumans that should be killed off or whatever?
Well, so I'll tell you. The first step is enabling stochastic violence.
Yes,
See, it's easier to not pass the law and rather to get the craziest of your political party to go do it themselves.
True,
so just today
Vaush.
we had a mass shooting in a grocery store by a person who was convinced by conservative great replacement rhetoric, something Tucker Carlson, the biggest conservative commentator, talks about constantly. And he killed 10 innocent people as a product of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's step number one. Because it's, there's nothing... there's no legal investment there. But then it goes further, you have all these state governments which are passing laws which make it incredibly difficult to live as a trans person.
Yep.
Barring...
keep in mind that it never starts with the Holocaust. It always starts with laws that make it easier to mistreat the minority group that is being targeted, that is being scapegoated. Right now, trans people and gay people are super scapegoated. Immigrants are super scapegoated. And these groups, the first step is always to make their lives worse, to make it impossible for them to have privacy, to make it impossible for them to live well, so that they're more frequently homeless, so that they're dehumanized, so that people don't see them as good people. If you make it impossible for trans people to get a job, you're going to have a whole lot of homeless trans people, and then the only trans people that anybody sees is going to be homeless trans people, and we know how Americans feel about homeless people.
Any
Good night,
kind of
Daharumba. Thank you.
Social or medical transition for underage people. There have been states considering denying the ability to medically transition to people who are even beyond the medical age of majority in that state. You have the prohibition of discussing these topics in school, another common precursor to genocide. If the Republicans took power in a federal sense, they could begin to codify these laws federally, you know? Basically treat transness like a social contagion and legislate against.
They don't actually have to do this. This is the most troubling thing. They don't have to succeed on the federal level as long as there's a sitting duck, a sitting duck in the office. As long as Joe Biden is willing to do nothing, or as long as they can delay forever on the federal, they do not need the federal level. They will have red states pass anti-trans laws and they will succeed, and no one will be able to stop that. We all know that like blue states are going to be relatively, or at least I shouldn't say we all know. We all assume that most of the heavily blue states are going to be relatively safe for trans people for the near future. But that's not true about red states, and the problem is there's lots of trans people who live in red states. Oh, maybe lame duck is the word, but yeah, I guess that is the right word.
As such. And then I imagine they would continue with the trend they're holding currently, which is the prosecution of parents of trans children. And once you have all that done, you've effectively made being trans illegal. I mean, you've essentially discriminated against it in the greatest capacity you can within the bounds of our democracy. But Republicans don't believe in democracy. They're going to suspend it if they can. And as a product of that, we can assume that they're going to go...
But also, democracy is not traditionally very friendly to trans people or gay people or any minority because, as it turns out, a system in which representation is based off of majorities, all minority groups will never be able to achieve meaningful representation. So there are some issues even in a democracy, but these people are talking about installing, conservatives want to install a right-wing strongman.
Far beyond what you might expect.
God, this is so much more interesting than that conversation with BadEmpanada, even though it's more serious and we do still have all the GIFs up on the screen. Yeah.
You know, the existing...
Oh, here we go. Big Orange Jew says, it starts with small ways of discrimination. Interesting enough, one of the earliest anti-Semitic policies in Europe for a while before the Holocaust was to discriminate against Jewish people in the education system. Scary parallel in current day. They do it the same way because, okay, there's a strategy to this, Big Orange Jew, which is if you don't allow people to be educated about queer people or Jewish people or immigrants, then they fear them because they don't understand them, and they're deliberately kept from understanding them by banning teaching about these groups. It's a deliberate strategy.
Legal framework to allow.
So yeah, the idea that, like, if, you know, like, if Republicans, you know, got complete power and everything, just the idea that they would end up pushing for that we would end up in...
Hanubia X says anti-intellectualism is a key ingredient in the rise of fascism. Yes, it is. Absolutely, because anti-intellectualism ensures that you have people who are prepped to not ask questions, who are comfortable with accepting what they are told by a powerful figure. People who ask questions and think critically, people who challenge what they're told, are not ideal subjects. You want to encourage people to be anti-intellectual, to rely on dogma and superstition.
In a direction of genocide for trans people. That, I mean, that just sounds, I can't see that happening at all. Like,
I would strongly encourage you. I apologize for interrupting. I just want to say, I can't relay the historical facts for you, but I would encourage you to look up how dehumanization of groups takes place before a genocide. You know, because it always seems like it's so far off. Like, oh, you're just going to make killing them legal or whatever. Well, that's like step 50. But there are many steps before that, and whether you have like Jews in Nazi Germany or like the whole Tutsi like Rwanda thing, like a million times over.
Also, remember the big reminder that while Donald Trump was president, he banned all trans people specifically from the military. He had his Department of DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services, specifically publish a memo on how to discriminate against trans women by spotting them. We have already gone that far. We are already there.
For any society that's had like some kind of targeted ethnic cleansing, there's a set of steps that are in place in a like the modern world that are pretty consistent, and it's happening over again, you know? You disposition the population against a minority group. You blame society's problems on that minority group. You encourage stochastic terrorism against that minority group. You make it harder to live as that minority group. And then once that's happened, I mean, you're pretty much right at the cliff's edge.
So yeah, I understand that, but I just basically what I really disagree with is that that's what Republicans are doing. Like, I think you're far exaggerating how bad it is.
Here we go.
Everything I just said they would do, they're currently doing in state laws. I didn't make any of that up. Those are all things they're doing now.
Yes,
like
currently.
All the things I talked about, like going after...
And might I say, having great success at it. A number of red states have already passed ridiculous trans discrimination laws. Things have gotten bad on that front quickly.
Parents... trying to deny medical transit, like all that, it's already happening.
Well, yeah, I'm saying those things, like the things like that are, what I mean is, like, I don't think those are as, I mean, I know we're gonna disagree, but I don't think they're as bad as you say, like that.
That's because you're not trans.
The things that they're doing, like that's gonna end up leading to a genocide or whatever. I mean, I know.
Why not?
You know,
if it's consistent with the.
Oh yeah. By the way, deliberately passing laws that fly in the face of all known modern science, that deliberately that require that trans people be put into a position that we know for a fact increases their likelihood of suicide, that in and of itself is genocidal. It is essentially, they can make it sound weird because they can say, oh, trans people, ooh, they're icky and weird or whatever. They can say whatever the fuck they want, and so people don't ever look into it. But systematically making it illegal for trans people to get the care that doctors know, that we know it's been well established, that getting proper care to people who are trans is super, super impactful. That is in and of itself. It is using the medical system to ensure that young trans people die. That is genocide. Yes, is it an ineffective and cowardly form? Of course it is, but it absolutely is. No, they're not even just letting the problem sort itself out. They're deliberately creating the conditions by which people die, which is a form of genocide. Just so you know, one of the most common forms of genocide is inducing famines. Do we all not know about what happened in the Bengal famine, where the UK just prioritized food to everywhere else except for a huge chunk of India? Or the Holodomor, which I recognize there's controversy over whether it's a genocide or whether it's not a genocide. Regardless, it is a mass death event, a targeted mass death event. Creating the conditions by which you kill a specific group of people is in and of itself genocide.
With the historical record, it's a pattern of dehumanization and state oppression which tends to follow genocide. Arguably, what's happening right now is already a kind of genocide. Mass state suppression, definitely. Obviously there's a blurry line here, but in terms of the genocide that we tend to think of, I mean, this is absolutely a precursor, a necessary precursor. And we know that Republicans have no respect for the rule of democracy, so we don't... Oh, God, I'm bad. So we don't have any reason to believe they would be limited to sort of the constitutional
23 minutes into the debating with a sock dem. Ooh, okay, so we can go find this now. This has been an interesting conversation. You said it was 23 minutes into this conversation with a sock dem. Okay, let's see. Thank you. 21? So that's going to be 45. 145 is where it comes from.
Vaush.
Howdy.
There's a...
Let's see. Let's hear.
Huge difference. What did you say? It's easy there? Oh, to get a gun. Yeah. 100%.
Thank you.
The amount of people who are willing to conduct any sort of violence right now, as opposed to people who sort of, like, a person who watched Tucker Carlson is like, oh, I kind of like this stuff. The Great Replacement Theory, yeah.
The guy who just did the Buffalo shooting was a Tucker Carlson viewer, and he specifically quoted things that Tucker Carlson talks about all the time. Let's take a look here. We have had, let's just get an idea here. I want to just, real quick, I just want to find out what the number is. So let's take a look here. Hold on, 1 minute. In 2022, according to Al Jazeera, in 2022, there have been 230 mass shooting events, shootings in which 4 or more people were shot or killed, not including the attacker, in a single incident. There has been approximately 230 mass shooting events in the United States. Obviously, not all of those are purely right-wing events, obviously. But a shocking number of them are directly inspired by this. So you can't downplay that.
But we're not seeing this mass movement of people. It's still very fringe to me. Of people who are like, I want to conduct violence. And so then for us on our side to be like, okay, it's time for us to be getting guns.
Xerox 13 Leicester, Xerox Leicester. There has been literally been a shooting in Tulsa since you started the stream. Oh wait, was that the one somebody mentioned earlier? Holy shit. Oh yeah, this was the hospital one. 4 people killed in today in a hospital. Do they know why? Do we know why yet? Let's find out. Do we know if there was anything like that? Oh, they haven't identified the perpetrator yet. I don't think we know yet. All right, let's continue.
And preparing to shoot each other down the streets.
Well, first of all, the right's been doing that for decades. This whole, feds are gonna take my guns, we better arm up. They've been getting ready for decades, so we gotta catch up. Second of all, it doesn't matter if they want to go doing any shooting. You know what's actually gonna happen? Police are gonna try to do it first, and then they're going to support the police. You know, go look at any genocide in recent history, past century. The way you think it plays out ain't how it plays out, you know? It's not like a bunch of people vote, or like there's a poll. How many of you want to...
The gunman was not identified, but was described as a black male believed to be between 35 and 40 years old. Tulsa Deputy Police Eric Daglish said at a news briefing he was armed with a long gun and a handgun. Yeah, I saw one report that said that he was like trying to find he was trying to look for somebody specific that he wanted to kill, and then he got caught by the cops and started shooting.
Kill the minorities, and like 50% say yes, and then they go start doing it, you know. There's a creeping assimilation of political power as the right ramps up genocidal messaging against minority groups, accusing them of being the weakness within the country that's tearing them and civilization apart. Then you see like right-wing militias acting alongside like police units to enforce unofficial or official legal restrictions against certain minority groups or left-leaning areas. This has happened before.
And then you're banning entire groups of people from participation in society or parts of society, like when you know, specifically tell your DHHS how to discriminate against trans people at women's shelters, when you ban all trans people, a blanket ban from participation in the literal national military. That says quite a bit, doesn't it?
And by the way, that militia group shit's already happened, ain't it? DeSantis recently, didn't he try to form like some Florida
His own state guard, yeah.
Yeah, wonder
Like
what he wanted that
extra.
for. Yeah, one makes you wonder, right after an attempted political coup, why would one of the most right-wing governors in the country, maybe the most, who's gunning for president in 24, want essentially a private army? Obviously, it doesn't operate exactly as a private army, but, you know, he's played it fast and loose with the rules before. Man, we need guns. And it's defensive, too. I'm not talking about initiating violence. I'm only talking about making sure innocent folks can defend themselves when they come for them.
True.
Yeah. I don't know. I think right now, public opinion is in a place that the way we can defend ourselves from all of that is by grabbing power and being like a fun little movement of online people who scream about, well, no, that's not how I would want to say that. Who's just screaming about preparing for a huge violent clash does not have broad appeal. And we need broad appeal in our movement.
But that's not what Vaush is saying. He didn't say that. But you know who will? You know who can say something like that? No, actually, I wouldn't say something like that actually at all. But I can say something more radical, which we'll talk about in a second.
Have any chance of getting power? One of the people I think about a lot is Bernie Sanders. Obviously, he sort of came out of nowhere in that first run and did pretty well. Didn't win, obviously. But one of the things that was super notable about him, he definitely conveyed his views. He's definitely very, raises alarm about the anti-democratic stuff with the Republican Party, all of that. But comes off and in his rhetoric comes like he could be a moderate dude. Now, of course, the media pretends that he's super radical all the time, but there was a lot of people that I knew who generally were usually saw themselves as in center, and they're like, "Oh, Bernie's kind of cool," even though he was the most left candidate. And I think if generally as the left, we and online progressives, we adopt messaging that it has broad appeal, we could very, very easily get in power and do.
There isn't. That's the problem. Is that there isn't a broad appeal. You can't make a broad appeal about trans rights. You can't make a broad appeal. Like, those aren't broad appeals. There are forces that are working against trans people right now that are actively trying to inform people that trans people are just genetic freaks that should be purged out of our community.
Do the actual foundational things that will prevent them from being able to enact any of this type of stuff.
Yeah, look at, oh, here we go. Vaush brings up an article on the screen that says almost 1 in 3 Republicans say violence may be necessary to save the U.S. Yes, Republicans genuinely, deeply, they always have, they always will, they always believe that violence is a justified path. You have to acknowledge that.
Because that's what we need. I'm telling you, a bunch of Vaushites fighting against a bunch of Proud Boys, that's just, it could definitely happen in the increasing rhetoric on either side currently, but that's not gonna.
It already has happened. Guys, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you all know this. They wouldn't be identified as Vaushites in the public, but I have no doubt that people who watch Vaush have gotten into fistfights with the Proud Boys. Because do you know what the Proud Boys do? The Proud Boys, they go specifically to all kinds of events with the purpose of fighting with other people. That is, the Proud Boys is a literal fight club, a pathetic, but a literal fight club full of people who literally go to protests looking for Antifa to fight.
Save us from a fascistic takeover. We
think
definitely have to get enough actual political power, and the only way you do that is to have broad appeal in your movement and not
actual political power. No, political power. You need power, and being armed is a form of power. It might not be the ideal form of power, but it is absolutely a form of power. It is a way of asserting and protecting yourself and your right to exist.
Not just sound like, oh, see, there's radicals on the left and radicals on the left.
I don't think,
because our policy prescriptions aren't even radical. Maybe farther down socialist.
So they call us radical either way. They call Biden
but people
radical.
Understand the difference. People call Bernie radical, exactly, and it didn't work with Biden. They'll call you that, but if it lands on people, it's a different thing.
Republicans have called Biden a communist. I don't think my rhetoric, this is where, with respect, I think this is liberal brain rot. I don't think acknowledging that you should arm yourself in preparation for a genocide and that the people who want to kill minorities are evil is an optical harm. I think you're falling for civility politics.
But I'm saying that I'm not, okay, in my own, okay, you have to understand that a lot of people who aren't, I don't like using this because I know Destiny has like a thing against online lefties, and it sounds like you have a obsession with it. And I'm not super obsessed.
Do you think it's a crazy online lefty thing to arm yourself in preparation?
Hold up. Just let me finish the thought.
Okay.
My point is, most people, even who consider themselves liberal, who are a part of our broader movement, definitely don't think of the Republican Party currently as being preparing to slaughter minorities in the street.
Because they're uninformed. Because literally just because they're uninformed. That is the reason. Because there is the GOP puts out fuckloads of propaganda and the Democrats help them. The Democrats should be highlighting every garbage shit that every GOP does, but they don't. Joe Biden's fucking Democratic Party loves talking about when good Republicans reach across the aisle. They're still stuck in this reach across the aisle 1990s rhetoric. It's ridiculous. The Republican Party is so extreme right now. Literally, they blocked investigation into the coordination between the president and an attempted coup, and the Republicans blocked investigation into that, and we're all just sitting here dealing with that.
And so when you say that, people go, well, then you have to explain it in a way that comes off as sort of logical. The way that you explain it is as if you're just as, even though because I've watched you, I know you're not, so I take it more seriously. But for someone else who hasn't, doesn't have that underlying understanding of kind of your thought process, then it definitely comes off as just as kind of detached.
I talk to my audience, but I've explained my rationale dozens and dozens of times about the necessity of forming strong neighborhood-based political blocs, whether you're leftist or liberal. This isn't about socialism here. This isn't just about building communities that aren't going to roll over when authoritarians try to tear apart our democracy. I don't, like, the thing is, to me, like, you are the one more out of touch with America than I am here, because you're the one who flinched when I said you should buy a gun. You know, I'm in touch with Americana here. Now, I'm in touch with Americana here. Guns are. Why shouldn't we own them? Dozens of them. Thousands of rounds of ammunition.
Need a gun,
Armored.
I didn't punch.
Armored vests.
I am very shocked by what you're saying. So don't worry.
I
my
think
feelings aren't hurt.
I explained my rationale well enough.
All right, everybody. We have seen enough of this. That is what Vaush got canceled for, and my opinion is simple. Okay, everybody? Boom. My opinion is simple. It's always been... Oh, Morbius is still there. Morbius is still there. Hold on a second. Oh, did you order something? Oh, cool. What'd you order? Meltdown. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Which one did you get me? Yeah, you got me my favorite. All right, everybody. Dinner's on the way. I have my final thoughts about this, okay? And then I'm going to head off for the night, and you'll see me again very, very soon. Don't worry. We're back in fucking business, at least until the move happens, and then I'll be back in business again in a new studio, okay? Real quick, what's my take on guns? I'm a big Second Amendment girl, okay? I love me some armed trans people. That's what I love. That's my take on my quick take on guns. But real quick, okay? The fact that Vaush got canceled over this conversation and that I've seen a whole bunch of videos and discourse about it just goes to show that liberals really are the most disconnected people in the entire world. Gun control is one of the least popular policies in America. Guns are not just popular with Republicans. Guns are popular all across America. And there's 1.2 guns per person in America. liberals need to recognize that they need a bigger strategy for dealing with this violence, and they also need to come to terms with the fact that we are currently locked in an incredibly dangerous struggle against the right wing in America, which genuinely wants to ban Muslim people from coming to the country, that genuinely wants to force trans people to live a life that they are not happy with, to force them to live as a gender they are not happy with. They want to push gay people back into the closet. This is their position. They've never changed. It is only liberal delusion that ever said that people like, oh, there's good Republicans like John McCain, who was fucking anti-immigrant as shit, fucking constantly anti-gay, constantly anti-trans. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Enough delusions. Enough liberal delusions. I can't believe that we live in America and there are people who get performatively offended. There are people who are fans of the gun down protesters guy who get performatively offended at this shit. Nah, you know what? Vaush was 100% right, and I'll go one step further even than Vaush, which is to say, guess what, everybody? Not everything has to be perfectly defensive either. I don't think that arming up and even demonstrating or even taking action is necessarily bad just because you personally haven't been thrown into a concentration camp yet. Actually, I think it would be good if people rose up to destroy such camps, to liberate such camps, to prevent people from being arrested and put into such camps before it happens. I believe that that is defensive. I believe that that is your right. I will go that far. If we start to see this shit, absolutely. Grab your guns, fucking practice your Second Amendment right to fight against tyranny, okay? There you go. And liberals will keep whining and keep being giant cucked pussies for all of history, for all of forever, because liberalism is a failed, embarrassing ideology that does not have a vision for the future. There you have it. Stop being a liberal. It's not entertaining. It's not cool. You're not cool. Just be a based leftist and reject the right-wing slide into Christo-fascism. Okay? Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Clip the shit out of me. Please. I would love to. I love my imps so very much. I am exhausted right now. We will continue. We will watch ContraPoints together probably on Friday. I don't think we have anything to do on Friday. I am signing for my new place tomorrow, which is very exciting, but I also have to be up quite early in order to make it over there in time. Much love to all of you. Thank you for your incredible generosity. And real quick, before we go, let's just remember what it looked like tonight, okay? Look at that. Look at the artwork that we made together. You and I did this together, and what a great time we had today. Was today not an amazing stream? There is only better things to come from Demon Mama in the future. So, if you had a good stream, come back again. Oops. Come back again in the future. Subscribe. Join my Discord, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Mwah. Much love. Bye, my lovely imps. See you soon.